Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards. Chapter 321 to 340. Chapter 321 _ The decisive battle begins. Luffy, let's go first. The Revolutionary Army is the only one who rushed over first. With our current combat strength, we are not the enemy of BIGMOM at all. Sabo's subtle voice just remembered. The next scene made him call me grass in his heart. What? Beat up first. Leave the ant to me, and the rest is up to you. Rubber jet rockets. Not to mention the Straw Hats and Sabo, even the 34 ministers didn't understand Luffy's brain circuits. Of course, the only person who remained calm was Katakuri, who had already stopped Luffy. Sabo, guys, the plans have changed. I'll deal with this big guy first, and then deal with Big Mom. Luffy's orders are always so random, but everyone has no choice but to accept this battle that is impossible to win at all. Hey, don't meddle in my brother's battle. Sabo walked alone in front of the 34 ministers. Although he did not have the aura of a king who was above the world, his killing intent matched his arrogance, which shocked everyone for a while. At this time, Sanji, who was standing in front of the Straw Hat gang, blew the smoke out of his mouth, and his face was full of helplessness. The lack of strength, and the cliff-like gap, made him fall from the status of the three major forces to the point where he could only protect his partners by the side, and he could not share the pressure for his captain when he was outnumbered. Do you crave power? The sudden voice made Sanji startled, but when he raised his head, he saw a pair of strange Kang Yuhi eyes. Peace, Evil Eye Lei Luo. Yes, it's me, the former Navy who destroyed the Vinsmokes. The Straw Hats behind them looked at Sanji's clenched fists and slightly trembling body, and their hearts tensed. One BIGMOM pirate group is enough, and if you add Lei Luo, today is definitely a place to die without a burial. Sanji, you must hold back for the time being. After a few seconds, Sanji sucked out the cigarette in his hand. Vinsmoke is nothing but mom and sister to me. Well said. Then, as my brother-in-law, I'll give you a present. Lei Luo threw a bird-shaped bracelet surrounded by jet-black flames. Go, you help your partner. Starting with the bracelet, a flood of information flooded into Sanji's mind instantly. Storm Star Bennu Technology Combat Nether Cloth. Looking at the pitch-black armor that instantly wrapped himself, Sanji glanced at Lei Luo heavily. He could feel that the power given to him by this robe was enough to compete with anyone. Boom. Just as Sanji rushed into the sea of people fighting with Sabo, two rays of light landed in the air, and the mixture of thunder and sword energy suddenly burst out. Analu, why are you here? Unintentionally seeing his former enemy, Luffy actually greeted him as if he had seen an old friend. Flaw. The battle-hardened Katakuri didn't have the slightest estimate, and a trident with a sharp cold glow fell from his right arm, approaching Luffy's throat. Hum. Lightning flashed, appearing between Luffy and Katakuri, which was wrapped around by the dark clothes, and suddenly grabbed the trident that was only a few centimeters away from Luffy's throat. This was just one hand, and the person who made Katakuri unable to advance the trident in his hand was none other than Analu, dressed in the robe of Tianshang Star Garuda. HMPH, when the fight is over, I will settle the account with you. The interlude ends here, and the chaotic war begins again. Perospero, who was at the commanding heights in the depths, looked at the battle situation below, his face sank, and he also joined it. He didn't expect that the Mingyi brought by Lei Luo would have such a terrifying blessing. Even Sanji, at this moment, would be hard to beat with 7 in and 7 out in the melee. However, this melee is certainly exciting, but the audience sitting in front of the live broadcast has always focused on the silent ant looking down at the ground at the back. On the ground, it was a photo frame, but it had long since been shattered by falling to the ground. After being chopped into pieces by the sword energy, the photos were burned to black ashes by the high temperature of the thunder. Mother, ah! Without the slightest sign, the furious anti-ant completely lost their minds, raised their heads and roared at the sky. That extremely ruthless soul force, perfectly fused with Conqueror's haki, attacked everyone's hearts, and made the melee that had hit Yuhi in the eye. For one, stagnation. At this moment, Lei Luo understood that the battle between himself and his aunt had already been announced. Just stay in this golden mask I arranged, don't run around. After explaining to Nami and the others, Lei Luo rushed up and appeared in front of the ant. BIGMOM Pirates and the Straw Hats, the Revolutionary Army and the Alliance of Peacekeepers has officially started. Big Boss, wake up, everyone said that you are not good enough to drink, so drink less. Lajalu pushed Shanks, who was still sleeping soundly beside him, with a worried expression. After all, the one who is currently fighting against the BIGMOM pirates is Luffy. However, no matter how Lajalu pushed, Shanks' biggest reaction was to turn over impatiently and fall asleep again. It's alright, just watch it right here, that kid Luffy will definitely not lose. After all, he's the man the captain looks forward to the most to become the Pirate King. Ben Beckman glanced at Shanks, who was pretending to be asleep, and said with a smile. Naval Headquarters. Is that the latest armor from Lei Luo's mouth? In the marshal's office, the marshal and the three generals were rarely gathered together, and there was even a tall figure with a black robe covering his body and exuding a chill all over his body. It's terrifying, the performance of Blackfoot Sanji. I'm afraid the old man is not sure that he will be able to capture him 100% by himself. Kizaru still spoke in the same tone, but this time, his words won the approval of everyone present. This is the product of science and technology and mythology, the terrifying blessing brought by the sacred clothing. Then let's continue to discuss how the next plan should be carried out. Aokiji, you can talk about the next action of Tiki first. Akainu raised his head and looked at the black-robed man sitting across from him. Next, we originally planned to. At this moment, people all over the world are tightly locking their eyes on the big screen, for fear that they will miss any picture. And the demonstration of the Emperor soon, or the fall of the old Emperor. Ah, I'm going to kill you all. Not a single one. Ant's roar continued to circle around the open space, and it never dissipated for a long time. Then to show respect for the four emperors, come out, Susanoo. Chapter 322_Hades. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Straw Hat Luffy, I'm going to kill you. The ant, who has completely lost her mind, is frantically destroying everything around her, even the crew members under her command are no exception. Boom. It seems that the sky felt the anger of the ant, and chose to use the dark clouds to cover itself. The thunder and fire appeared in an instant, and the torrential rain fell even more, and the whole Cake Island looked like a hell. No, my golden light spell cannot defend against attacks from the soul. In Susanoo, Lei Luo looked at the milky white souls appearing in the air, his face gloomy. That's the life of the Straw Hats. Forget it, just stay in Susanoo. Lei Luo raised his hand and grabbed it, and the strong suction in his palm instantly absorbed those souls into Susanoo, while his body was surrounded by circles of orchid phosphorus fire. Seeing the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus showing their power, Napoleon, the double-horned hat, was not to be outdone, and immediately changed into the shape of a giant sword, which appeared in the hands of the ant, and the sword was wrapped in infinite flames. The Emperor's sword is broken. In the eyes of the ant who holds the magic weapon, there is still only Luffy who is fighting Katakuri in the distance. As for Lei Luo who is currently blocking her, the only way is to kill him. The flaming giant sword roared past with thunder, and where the blade passed, everything was in two halves. Faced with such an offensive, Lei Luo did not choose to dodge, but grinned, because on the ground, light blue flames appeared on the corpses, which was the accumulation of corpse energy. Accumulation of corpse energy underworld wave. With the sound of Lei Luo's voice, he and the ant disappeared suddenly in everyone's eyes, and they didn't know where they were going. Here, it is a region with only gray and black, and there is only a steady stream of sad screams in my ears. When I look up, it is even more depressed, and I can't find a trace of anger. This power, this is my empire. Feeling the spirits floating around, the ant's sense of sanity gradually recovered as before. Now, Even if she doesn't know where this place is, she will not panic at all, because the soul fruit can make her devour it unscrupulously. These souls make up for their lost power. Here, she is the only emperor. Boy Lei Luo, although I am very grateful for you to bring me to this place, you still cannot escape death. The ant smiled sinisterly. In her heart, she had already planned to deprive Lei Luo of his lifespan to only 3 days, and then silently watched this heavenly favorite being trampled mercilessly at his most glorious moment. Deputy aged body. Annoying the 4 emperors will definitely be more terrifying than death. However, facing the threat of Auntie, Lei Luo was not afraid at all, quietly suspended in the air, playing with the soul in front of him. I didn't bring you here to make you speak to me in this gesture, even if you were the real emperor here. When the words fell, the souls wandering at Lei Luo's fingertips wailed instantly. You are just the emperor in your soul, and I am the god who dominates everything here. A thought that scatters the soul and revives everything with a thought is my unique power. The next moment, Kang Yan burned in Lei Luo's hands, white smoke rose up, and his soul was completely shattered. Seeing this scene, the ant just chuckled on the surface, but deep down in her heart, there was an emotion that had not appeared in decades. Fear comes from the fear in the depths of the soul, from the fear of the emperor of the soul. You are just a newcomer. What qualifications do you have to speak out in front of the emperor? The emperor is addicted to the sword and soul. At the moment when the ant raised the giant sword in her hand above her head, countless souls seemed to feel the call of the king, and rushed into it without thinking of death. Face. Go to hell, Lei Luo. The emperor's sword and soul will be destroyed. The giant sword was swung down, and the souls within a radius of 10 miles vanished overnight. There were countless negative emotions in this space, and they all rushed to the defenseless Lei Luo, wanting to completely suppress him. Ant can feel that those souls attached to Napoleon's double-horned hat are desperately burning their remaining power, in order to launch a devastating blow to the self-proclaimed emperor. Among the beasts, the strongest one will be regarded as the Beast King, but in front of the gods, this is just a low-level barbaric creature, and it is not worth mentioning at all, just as it is now stable with only 2 fingers. He took over Lei Luo, who was slashing at him with the giant sword without any waves on his face. What? The ant looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. She didn't want to believe that someone could take this sword from her so easily, and she didn't expect that the man could only rely on the strength between his 2 fingers to make her unable to break free from it. This is not the fear of falling into the quagmire, but the despair of being crushed by Mount High. As I said, I am the god here. Lei Luo flicked his fingers, and the dark and deep Kang Yan spread along the blade toward the ant. Wherever Kang Yan passed, all the souls dissipated, and there was only one survivor, and that was the ant who was desperately retreating. Even if it was just a confrontation, Auntie instantly understood the gap between the two. This is an unbridgeable gap, a distance that can never be reached between a weak human being and a great god. Damn, you have to get out of here as soon as possible. A strange thought kept driving Big Mom's body, waving the long sword against the side of her body. Next, I'll show you what the power of a true god is. Come on. With a majestic voice coming out of Lei Luo's voice, a long-lost silence appeared in the entire underworld. But, before the storm comes, there is always absolute tranquility. The next moment, Auntie only felt the continent under her feet tremble violently, and the endless souls from all directions came like a tide, all of them crawling on the ground, their heads deeply buried in the ground, and she did not dare to look directly at the person who was filled with Kang Yan. Figure. Huh, why am I seeing my body? Wait a minute, this is my soul. Ant never thought that she, who is known as the toughest soul in the world, would leave her body so easily because of an order from her mouth. At this moment, the ant looked at the azure figure in the sky, and there was no contempt in her eyes, and there was only a strong fear. I am the god in charge of the soul ruler of hell, Hades. The ancient and distant voice kept echoing in Ant's ears. All she could do was tremble, an unstoppable trembling, a trembling from the origin of her soul. Chapter 323 _ Death of the Star. Please, please, let me go. From the ant's soul, which was constantly eroded by King Yan, there was a mournful begging for mercy. This kind of behavior has never been taught to her, but she has no teacher, because it is the imprint of the soul, the fear of gods. I once met a man who said that only fleeting explosions are eternal art. Lei Luo sneered and extinguished the King Yan that burned the ant's soul. At this moment, an invincible giant hand seemed to appear in the air, holding Auntie's soul tightly in her palm, forcing her to focus on the billions of souls on the ground. Come on, witness the unprecedented art with all I have. Accumulated corpses and souls will be buried. Boom. In an instant, the dazzling white light made it difficult to open your eyes, and the terrifying loud noise made the heaven and earth surrender to it. In the whole world, only the beautiful King Yan was left, burning everything. A thought is blown away. These 6 words lingered in Ant's ears for a long time and never dissipated, and the empty land in front of her was even more shocking. It's good luck for you, you are not dead yet. A few sarcastic sneers came, and the ant only felt that the scene in front of her was gradually becoming confused. When she opened her eyes again, only the Cake Island was reduced to a melee battlefield with less than 10 people left. Back, back. The terrified ant looked at her unscathed body and did not want to believe what had just happened, but the young man who held King Yan and stood above everyone else reminded her all the time that this cruel reality is not a dream. Stop it all, or I'll kill Straw Hat Luffy now. After a long time, Katakori's roar resounded in the ears, and under the trident in his hand, it was Luffy who was already weak and afraid. Since the appearance of Lei Luo, Katakori has foreseen the final defeat, but he did not expect that the mighty BIGMOM pirate group would be ended by these few people. Next, he will use his own way to retain the last bloodline. Lei Luo, I want to challenge you. It is a one-on-one battle between men. As long as I win, I will lead the rest of the people away from this place. In the future, there will be only the Peacemaker Alliance, and there will be no BIGMOM pirates. Katakori growled hysterically. This is a mortal battle, and he has a mortal heart long before the battle begins. Everyone's eyes are now focused on Lei Luo. No matter whether he accepts or not, this one-on-one decisive battle cannot stop the victorious Libra from tilting towards the Peacemaker Alliance. One of Katakori's lives can make a difference. The only thing is to fight for the last time. It could be a few minutes, it could be just a few seconds. I have one more thing to do before I start. Lei Luo admired Katakori's approach, and even moved to the idea of bringing him under his command, but the enemy is the enemy. No matter how much we cherish each other, we will never be able to stand on a united front. Under everyone's attention, Lei Luo punched into the void. Yuck. At that moment, the belly of the ant who was still confused was sunk to an extremely terrifying level, and countless pale white balls swept out of her mouth and flew in all directions. In the distance, on a barren mountain top, the only tomb burst apart, and a huge arm burst out of the ground. On the sea, several heads that had long been soaked to the point of being swollen were desperately breathing the long-lost oxygen. In the town, the old man who had completely swallowed his breath suddenly raised his head, his old face regained its youth again, and vitality surged out of his body. In these minds, there is only the back of a god, that is a young man. We're still alive. Boss Jinbei, where are you? The members of the Sun Pirates who had been deprived of their lifespan before, looked at the corpses of the members of the BIGMOM pirates around, and shouted the captain's name. Within the golden light shield, there were no skinny murlocs, but only a strong blue murloc with abundant blood, looking at the godlike figure in the sky with gratitude. One thought, all things are born, mother. Ling Ling, here. From the ant's mouth, a few words came out vaguely intermittently, and everyone could hear what it was, but everyone knew that it was the moment when the old emperor fell. Katakori, come on, I'll let you die like a warrior. After doing all this, Lei Luo took a deep breath, and when he entered the Godzilla Sage mode, he was tightly wrapped by Susanoo, and on the outermost layer, there was a pair of dark armor exuding supreme Kamui. Pluto's cloth. This is his admiration for Katakori, and he tried his best to shoot. This battle is the greatest honor I've ever had, but I'm sorry. Feeling Lei Luo's completely unshakable terrifying power, Katakuri smiled and suddenly apologized to Lei Luo. In the next second, the entire cake island turned from hard to soft, with a strong stickiness, which was a sign of the awakening of Nuo fruit. Not good. Analu, hurry up and protect Luffy. Looking at Katakuri in front of him with a swelling figure, Lei Luo's heart shuddered, and the observation haki in his mind provided him with a picture of everything being destroyed in an explosion. Just as Katakuri finally glanced down at the younger sister Bu Rin, whom he regarded as more important than life, after he had boarded the ship under the cover of Perospero, he revealed all the kiba under the scarf. This is Katakuri's life-ending smile. Boom. It's over. Starting today, the BIGMOM pirates no longer exist. Akainu looked at the screen in front of him that had turned black and white stripes due to a loud noise, and a long-lost ease appeared on his face. I didn't expect that boy Lei Luo to hide so many trump cards. It seems that the era of great peace is not far away from us. Looking at the chair next to him, which was still cold, but there was no figure, Kizaru just smiled. The wind and waves subsided, the roar dissipated, and on the endless sea, there was only a group of figures standing on the golden light, silently bowing their heads, and offering heartfelt condolences for the scarf fragment flying in the air. Katakuri, you will always be the strongest deputy in my heart. Watching the scarf fragments silence the sea, Lei Luo put his right fist on his chest, and expressed his admiration for the deceased General Star with the etiquette of the Peacemaker Alliance. At this moment, no one noticed that a huge female body was held by a giant dragon under the seabed and sailed into the distance. Chapter 324 Accumulating corpse energy turns spiritual waves. Lei Luo, why are you so stingy and handsome? You gave Analu a pair of armor, and you don't want to give me a pair. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author, and the text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to genuine novels and refuse piracy. Quote. A few days later, at the East China Sea Peacekeepers Alliance base, Luffy, with a swollen face, complained to Lei Luo. After the decisive battle with the BIGMOM pirates, the Straw Hats were brought back to the base by Lei Luo and Sabo and his party for treatment. However, no one thought that the first thing Luffy did when he woke up was to run to compete with Analu, and the result was that he was beaten into a fat pig by Analu, who was wearing the holy clothes. Not even a chance to fight back. Hey, are you still a pirate? Okay. This is the highest technological achievement of our alliance, why should I send it to you? Seeing that Lei Luo didn't speak for a long time, Analu cut. Then why can Sanji have it, but I can't? He's also a pirate. Luffy, no matter what, Lei Luo is also my brother-in-law, and my sister also said that this is my home, so it's only natural for me to take something from my elders in my own home. HMPH, after all, it's not a relationship. It's boring, I'm going to continue to go to sea. After begging for a long time, Luffy found that Lei Luo was still unmoved. Luffy was also free and easy. He turned his head and left with the crew. Before boarding the ship, he did not forget to make a big face to Lei Luo. Looking at the disappearing figure of Wanli Sunshine, Lei Luo was also quite helpless. It's not that he doesn't want to give Luffy a set of the sacred clothes, but the sacred clothes that appear in the eyes of the world are Lei Luo's account of Jaji in advance, and he used the Imperial Palace to throw it in a time flow rate as the sea. Thief world is processed and forged in 1/10,000th of a small time. The current alliance of peacekeepers simply can't come up with extra nether cloths. Late at night, Lei Luo's room. System, hurry up, I want to draw a lottery, and it's twice in a row. After inspection, the host has only one god-level lottery point and cannot conduct a second lottery. Isn't it? According to the progress of the mission, Lei Luo, who eliminated the BIGMOM pirates, should have completed 2 missions, but why is there only a god-level lottery point reward? Could it be that the ant is not dead yet? Puff quack quack. Just when Lei Luo was about to ask if there was a bug in the system, the phone worm beside him suddenly rang. Big brother Huang Yuan, what's wrong? Charlotte Lingling was rescued by Guy Duo. It's just a secret report from Aokiji, who has established an ally with the beast pirates. Besides, the next plan. After a long time, Lei Luo, who put down the phone bug, let out a long sigh. Tiki escaped and Auntie was rescued. If Guy is going to get away with it, then it's too fucking outrageous. Wait a minute, Margot seems to be still in Titch's hands. Suddenly thinking of this, Lei Luo felt a headache, and he actually forgot about it. However, in the plan just mentioned by Kizaru, it seems that there is no link to rescue Margot by himself. Could it be that he and Aokiji will play a key role? The more he thought about it, the more complicated Lei Luo felt that he was too lazy to think so much. Anyway, no matter who he was, he would definitely not be his opponent. In the future, he could just follow the plan. Right now, the most important thing was obviously the lottery. Ding! The lottery carousel has been activated, and the prize this time is SSS level skills. Accumulate corpse energy and turn spiritual waves. SS class weapon. Thor's hammer. SS level reward. Orn, flame of the mountain. SSS class weapon. Relentless Excalibur. SS grade props. Nothingness swallowing flames. SS level skills. Skyfire 3 mysterious transformations. The accumulation of corpse chi turns spiritual waves. The supreme meaning of corpse chi. The legendary super stunt that makes all the gods smash. It is a nightmare for the gods. Bai Li, an old man, used this trick to put an end to the first level god of sleep, Hypnos. Thor's hammer, Thor's weapon, was blessed by Odin with the power of Odin, the inheritance of Asgardero. With a hammer in hand, he can be the god of thunder. Aowen, the flame of the mountain, the god of fire and forging, the artifact in the mouth of human beings, is just a bunch of defective products that failed to forge in his eyes. The ruthless divine sword, the sword held by the indomitable demon god Wangtian, contains the ruthless avenue of heaven and earth. If the sky is in love, the sky is also old, and the ruthless sword is immortal. Nothingness swallows the flames. The otherworld fire Hobi, wood expulsion, is the second-ranked fire. In fact, it is the strongest flame born in heaven and earth, and it has the ability to swallow all things, and between heaven and earth can resist its swallowing power. The number of hands. The 3 mysterious transformations of Tianhuo are a secret method passed down by Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, one of the 8 ancient clans. The stronger the flame power, the stronger the increase will be. In addition, through system strengthening, the sequelae caused by the increased time have been removed. Looking at the prizes that appeared in his mind, Lei Luo's emotions did not fluctuate at all. He seemed to feel that, along with the progress of the pirate world, the appearance of high-level prizes was inevitable, and it had nothing to do with his luck. As for the above-mentioned 6 paths prizes, the one that Lei Luo paid the most attention to was naturally the SSS level corpse chi turning spiritual waves. A skill that comes from the accumulation of corpse energy, but is classified at the highest level. It is not necessary to say that it is different. The turntable started to turn. This was the most peaceful time in Lei Luo's history. No matter which prize it was, it had a great effect on him at the moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level reward, accumulating corpse chi and turning spirit waves. The system's voice sounded in Lei Luo's mind, followed by a pile of unpredictable words. The Island of Ghosts, the base of the Beast Pirates. Many guys, I think the power of the Peacemaker Alliance no longer needs me to say more. You can see the battle clearly. Aokiji said lightly. This is a cave. Apart from Gai Duo and the 3 disasters under his command, the 6 sons of Lingkong, and the remnants of the Blackbeard, it is the unconscious Aunt Charlotte Lingling who was soaked in the nutrient solution. I'm known as the strongest creature, that Lei Luo is handed over to me to deal with. You don't need to intervene, it's just Yuhi's side, you'd better not let Lousy down. After drinking the high-strength liquor from the big jug in front of him in one gulp, Guy looked back angrily at his former wife. The close relationship between Straw Hat Luffy and Yuhi the pirates is well known to the world, and now they are related to the Alliance of Peacemakers. That is to say, if you want to fight with Lei Luo, you must secretly kill the Straw Hat gang all processed. Otherwise, the already difficult alliance of peacekeepers and the Revolutionary Army, coupled with the Yuhi pirates, would have made it unnecessary to start this battle, especially the navy that was preparing to take advantage of the fishermen on the side. Don't worry, for revenge, I will personally entangle Yuhi's hair. Titch touched his painful scar. Chapter 325 CP0 Expedition _ What did you say? The Navy has gone to war with the Revolutionary Army. At the base of the Alliance of Peacekeepers, Lei Luo fell into contemplation when he heard the information collected by Gedges. According to the original plan, the Navy's action should be in the final battle. Why is this action so sudden, and no one has informed Lei Luo of this step? Leader, according to the news from the Revolutionary Army, the leader of the Navy this time is not Marshal Akainu and the 3 generals, but a newcomer named Lu Qi. Okay, you go down first and tell everyone to prepare for support. After sending Gedges away, Lei Luo walked into the underground secret room. Lu Qi, the captain of CP9, a secret service organization of the world government, is known as the strongest CP9 organization member in the past 800 years. According to the original plot, 2 years later, he scolded Akainu and made him dare not do anything. Around a small island dozens of miles away from the Revolutionary Army's main base, Baldigo, there are more than 20 large naval warships docked, and at this moment, all of them are waiting quietly. Report Sir Lu Qi, these are the Navy soldiers who quietly absconded on the way. Under a huge number, Lu Qi, dressed in a white suit and uniform, was passing the time on the pigeons on his shoulders. He just raised his head. How many people in total? 1,400 people. Get everyone to the island as well, and remember to bring your guns. After giving the instructions, Lu Qi continued to play with the pigeons on his shoulders, completely ignoring the more than 1,000 people who were bound in front of him. After a while, except for the few members who stayed behind on the naval warship, all of them appeared in front of Lu Qi and surrounded the deserters. Snapped. Suddenly, Lu Qi slapped Spandam in the face with a loud slap with his backhand. The huge brute force sent him flying and fell to the ground. In addition to the blood in his mouth, there were also a few broken Kiba teeth. Don't understand what I'm saying. Everyone. After doing all this, Lu Qi didn't have any emotional fluctuations on his face, and still waited silently in place until all the soldiers guarding the warship came here. Tie Spandam aside for me. Looking at the dying Spandam on the ground, Lu Qi raised him aside with a very disgusting kick. Next, it's time to deal with these deserters. Everyone listens and shoots. What? Shot. Killing companions is the most forbidden rule in the Navy, am I right? This is the voice of every unmoved Navy. If Marshal Akainu was present, he would at most only impose punishment on them, and would never take their lives. Boom. A gunshot suddenly sounded, a Navy soldier fell to the ground with a bang, and a large number of birds perched in the canopy of the tree flew up. Those who do not obey orders will be killed without mercy. Lu Qi, who crushed the rifle in his hand, turned around and silently retreated to one side. Bang bang bang. The next moment, the whole island was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder, which was mixed with the bloody smell that dyed the ground into a patch of fresh yuhi, and the anger that erupted from the depths of everyone's heart. You feel very uncomfortable, don't you? Lu Qi sneered and kicked Spandam over. I tell you now, the duty of the Navy is to always obey orders. Whether it is the trash under my feet or the Navy who abscond, since they violated their duty, then they are all criminals who have been raised to military status. When the words fell, Lu Qi stomped his foot violently, and Spandam's body exploded instantly, turning into a blood mist. The only proof that he had come to this time was that he rolled in front of everyone, as if he was constantly begging for detours. Eyeball. Wave. There was another soft sound. The eyeball completely burst, and everyone's eyes once again focused on Yuhi's white clothes stained with blood. I see, this is the weak. Because he is weak, he will be played by the pirates, and thus unable to defend the security of the country. After witnessing the destruction of countless countries, I came to a conclusion, that is the weak soldier, without any right to survive. Instead of letting them live in the Navy as cancerous tumors, it is better to have us to end their ridiculous lives. That's right, in Lu Qi's eyes, the law of the weak is the most basic rule. Let alone fighting, the weak are not even qualified to live. Except for wasting air and food, they have no value at all. If this is the case, then what is the weak? Dao's strength is only 9, and even Spandam, who is not as good as normal people, is weak. Those soldiers who flee without fighting are also weak. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they have no right to choose to continue to live. You're still so extreme, Luigi. In the crowd, a man with a figure far beyond ordinary people and wearing a CP0 mask walked out slowly. Beside him, there were other members who were also wearing white suits. Our CP1 CP9 finished in a hurry. Lu Qi did not answer the questions of the visitors, but asked them. Well, they're all here. Very good. Little Lu Qi, there seem to be a few little mice in your navy. CP0, a young woman with short blonde hair suddenly giggled. The next moment, I saw the woman lift her slender fingers towards Lu Qi's position. Looking at the posture, this seems to be the finger gun in the Navy's 6th style. Without any warning, several soldiers in the Navy with their heads bowed tightly covered their throats with their hands, but even so, they could not stop the blood spurting out. Your daggers are getting scarier, Stussy. That's right, this Jinfin woman is one of the most powerful emperors in the dark world, an old monster Stuffy who calls her Aunt Xiaolingling and has lived for an unknown amount of time. Haha, are you making fun of me? It took me decades to figure out this trick, but you've only mastered it in one morning. I'm just a girl, and you're terrifying. Stuffy smiled slightly, and what he said shocked all the navies present. It was unbelievable that she didn't leave any traces on her face for decades, but Lu Qi learned this unpredictable trick, and it took only one morning. Could this be the legendary CP0? Is it scary? Since everyone is here, stop talking nonsense and start the war. When the words fell, Lu Qi walked towards the warship alone. What the Admiral dares not do, and those who dare not kill, will be done by CP today, and the CP will kill. Chapter 326 _ See you again. In the basement of the Alliance of Peacekeepers base, Lei Luo kept dialing the phone bugs in front of him, but found that no one answered, which made him have an ominous premonition in his heart. Senior Carp, tell me what happened to the Admiralty. After a long time, someone finally answered the phone bug, and Lei Luo also let out a sigh of relief, but soon, his face became gloomy again because of the voice from another part of the microphone. Lei Luo, the current navy has been completely taken over by CP0. As for Marshal Akainu and the teacher, they are under house arrest by the world government in Marijoa. This is Kirby's voice. Kirby, how many people did Lu Qi take away, and where are you now? All the navies. Besides, you have to pay more attention. It seems that guy wants to launch more attacks on you. Before Kirby could speak, the call was suddenly hung up. At this moment, there is no need to know too much. Even if it is guessing, Lei Luo has already guessed the answer. The world government is about to destroy the Revolutionary Army and the Alliance of Peacemakers, two forces that threaten their righteous status. Rumbling, _ The sudden vibration of the ground and the rolling heat wave that kept coming from the top of the head instantly aroused Lei Luo's premonition. The beast pirates, here we come. At this moment, in the gloomy sky, flames and hurricanes were constantly spewing from the mouth of a dark blue dragon with a length of several hundred meters. It was an attack that was comparable to a natural disaster and could not be countered by manpower. The current Peacekeepers Alliance, because more and more territories have been invested in it to find shelter, except for a few core members in the headquarters base, there are actually not many fighting members. In other words, the invasion of the 100 Beasts pirates, on the surface, was a deep dive into the tiger's den, but it actually hit the snakes 7 inches hard, which was the deadliest part. Lei Luo, come out quickly and die. In the air, Perospero, who was holding a candy cane, drank it violently, and beside him stood the 3 calamities, the 2 generals, Shiryu of the Rain and Poison Q, and the 6 sons of the sky. Hey, last time my boss respected that glutinous rice man with affection and righteousness, and let you go. Is this how you treat your benefactor? I Nailu, who was wearing the sacred clothes, smiled disdainfully. Apart from the giant dragon above his head, the only thing that could make people feel threatened was the tall man with jet black wings and no skin on his body exposed to the air. This guy is definitely not easy. HMPH, just say whatever you like now. Next year today, I will definitely come here again and give you all the Jinchuriki column incense. Perospero laughed, the reason why they chose to take the initiative to attack, all because someone provided them with the distribution map of all the top leaders of the Peacemaker Alliance. Call out. A laser light appeared from nowhere, and the speed was so fast that no one could sense time at all, and its target was exactly Perospero's thin throat. What? He actually took the boss's attack. Not only Analu, but even Master Yi, who has always been calm, could hardly hide his inner shock at this moment. The man who sprang out like a ghost from the beast pirates actually disintegrated Lei Luo's attack in one fell swoop. Who is he? Whether it is a navy or a pirate, all powerful people have long been deeply imprinted in their minds by Analu and Master Yi. This man with ordinary clothes and appearance has never appeared before. Ghost akin. Lei Luo stepped forward slowly, with a hint of suspicion in his voice. We haven't met. Why do you know the pseudonym I used to be in the East China Sea? Yes. At that moment, Lei Luo was stunned. He never imagined that the little pirate who met Luffy when he recruited Sanji, the little pirate who left a message of meeting in the New World, would actually be in this kind of place. Under such circumstances, showing such terrifying strength. Young governor, the governor has instructed you not to do anything if you can, even if the person in front of you is the one who made your mother such an enemy. The black-winged man who made Analu feel a little dangerous said with concern. Jin, don't worry, I will pay attention. Ajin nodded to Jin. According to the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that the former had some kind of hidden disease. No, young master, could it be said that this Jin is Gai's child? Wait a minute, no one in the Alliance of Peacekeepers has destroyed a single family recently, so why the word, enemy? Could it be that Jin's mother is an aunt who belongs to one of the 4 emperors? Thinking of this, Lei Luo looked at Jin with a hint of deep fear. Boom! With the deafening dragon roar, a cloud of skyfire suddenly descended in front of Lei Luo. You're the Lei Luo who hurt Ling Ling like that? Gai, who turned into a giant dragon in the air, opened his mouth one more time, and a kingly breath that perfectly blended anger and killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Peacemaker Alliance base, and a firm idea was born in the hearts of everyone on Lei Luo's side. In terms of more than Gai, Ant is even worse by half, and as for Tick, at least a full level difference. This was the most powerful enemy they had ever seen. What about me, and what if it's not me? Looking at the fire in front of the sky that easily burned the rocks, Lei Luo sneered. It's just that the two sides haven't fought yet, the reason for the 100 Beasts pirates is unclear, and Lei Luo is waiting for the return of other fighting forces. However, Lei Luo's strategy seems to be seen through by Perospero at a glance. How old is Gai? He has a group of cadres in special armors under his command. Those people may not be very strong, but when they wear armors, at least they can completely abuse the 6 sons of Linkong under your command. Having said this, Perospero turned his head and glanced at Lei Luo contemptuously. In addition, I heard that Lei Luo also has a trick called the 8 Inner Gates, a powerful trick that once hurt the naval hero Garp. Hearing this, even a fool would understand that there are spies in the Navy, and even in the Revolutionary Army and the Peacemaker Alliance, there will be such little mice. Right now, for the 100 Beast Pirates, it is the best time to annihilate the Peacemaker Alliance. Once all their high-level officials return, the outcome of this battle will be unknown. A trick that can hurt Garp. Kid, you'd better use that trick directly, fighting for a few seconds for your lifespan. Although Guy's words were very sarcastic, he did not directly order the action. This scene made Perospero and others anxious. At this moment, Jin gave Perospero a blank look, and Arkin sat directly on the ground very casually. Chapter 327_King and King. Guy Duo. A moody, suicidal pervert maniac. In his eyes, he never used more to bully the less, only when to fight against many, and the stronger the opponent, the better. Perospero's words are indeed reminding Guy that now is the best time to attack, but what he did not expect is that it is precisely because of these words that Guy is more determined to wait for all the officers of the Peacemaker Alliance to return. Idea. Lei Luo, let's talk. After a long silence, Jin suddenly spoke up. Let's talk. What are we talking about? As you said, the two of us have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Facing Jin's sudden approach, Lei Luo couldn't understand what he was thinking. Talking about you and me, I'm afraid I'll kill you, so let's talk about what peace is. Talk about peace. You are a pirate, and you are also the child of the two pirate emperors on this dignified sea. What qualifications do you have to mention these two words? Hey, I don't care what kind of gold or what kind of silver you are. Fight if you want, don't be in this mother-in-law, like a bitch. Before Lei Luo could speak, Anilu bore the brunt. He has learned armament hockey and the 8 inner gates. In addition to the blessing of the underworld saint cloth, he has unprecedented confidence in his own strength. Even if the other party is a powerful being who looks ordinary, Anilu also believes that he is absolutely will not be defeated. With the help of Anilu to attract Ajin's attention, Master Yi took the opportunity to exchange ideas with Lei Luo. Father, how about handing this person to me? In the face of Anilu's provocation, Akin did not fight back directly, but looked up at the giant dragon in the air. As long as you pay attention to your body, the rest is up to you. Thank you, my father. After getting Guy's more condolences, Jin just smiled at Anilu. So fast. Before the smile disappeared from his eyes, a pair of strangely shaped iron crutches were wrapped by armament hockey and landed on Anilu's chest. El Nilu, little. It all happened so fast that Lei Luo could see everything clearly, but he didn't finish his reminder. It was over. PFF'd. Anilu, who took a full 7 steps to stabilize his body, spit out the bloody phlegm from his mouth, and his face also showed an unprecedented solemnity. This time, the opponent is so fast that even observation hockey can't catch it, and he has such terrifying brute force. It seems that he has finally found an opponent who can measure his true level. The 8 inner gates, the 7th gate, the shock gate, open. Anilu glared angrily, and his whole body was instantly enveloped in blue arrogance. Even if he stood there motionless, no one would doubt the incomparably overbearing power in his body. Looking down at all of this, Guy is full of excitement on his face. He is also curious about the ultimate fighting power that Lei Luo can show later, and even now he can't control the idea of killing Lei Luo. Yes, you really have the qualifications to say what you just said. Seeing the strength of Anilu who has entered the complete body, even Jin, the leader of the 3 disasters, frowned, secretly thinking about whether he could defeat him. However, instead of being shocked at all, Jin's eyes were full of approval, and he even applauded, expressing his approval for Anilu. PFF'd. However, before Jin could say anything, the severe pain in front of his lower abdomen made it difficult for him to maintain a standing posture, and he knelt on the ground with his waist bowed. So weak. Did he not hide his strength? Not to mention Lei Luo and others, even Perospero and Shiliu of the Rain began to doubt Akin's strength. With the blood of 2 emperors, this man who can easily defuse Lei Luo's attack is just a faker unparalleled. Obviously, only the 3 disasters really know Akatsuki. Look at it, don't blink, hee hee hee. Epidemic disaster. Quinn smiled very sly, and there was a deep hidden fear under the smile, especially when there was a laughter from Ajin's body, which was obviously panting due to the severe pain, the expression on his face. The smile disappeared completely. Blood. This is my blood. I haven't seen such a beautiful thing in a long time, and in return, I'm going to kill you. When Ajin raised his head again, there was not fresh yuhi, but a strange green liquid hanging from the palm of his hand and the corner of his mouth. That was his blood, which was completely different from everyone's blood. Roar. A high-pitched roar full of chills came from Ajin's voice, which lasted for a long time without dissipating. At first, it was a human voice, and after a few seconds, it became a bit non-human, and then it gradually became like a monster's roar. Finally, it completely became a pure tiger roar, a white tiger roaring above everything. At that moment, Senbai's thick hair grew out of Ajin's body at an extremely fast speed, and on his forehead, there was a king formed by golden hair exuding supreme domineering aura. Animal fruit. Mythical white tiger fruit. Analu, don't be too arrogant, hide your trump card, or you will regret it later. Lei Luo spoke hastily. The white tiger is one of the 4 holy beasts. Apart from anything else, Ajin will definitely become more and more courageous and become stronger in battle while he is in the fruit form. If he can't solve the battle in a short time, he will definitely grow to a terrifying level. A point where even Lei Luo wasn't sure he could beat him. Hearing Lei Luo's urging for Analu, Jin couldn't help frowning, because Lei Luo's conjecture was completely correct. Ajin's fruit ability will indeed make him endlessly stronger, but this comes at a price. The unstoppable fighting consciousness and growing power will erode his consciousness incessantly. The reason why the people from the Beast Pirates asked Ajin to pay attention to his body was not because he had been injured and had hidden illnesses that had not been cured, but because Ajin, who had burst out with all his strength last time, had gone completely mad and was dominated by killing intent. The body, even if there are many guys, must be assisted by the ant to defeat Ajin without hurting him. Originally, I didn't plan to reveal this trick so early, but since you have said so, boss, then I won't hide it. When the words fell, the wings of the underworld saint cloth on the back of Analu shook, and the endless thunder crashed down from the dark clouds in the air, all gathered in his body. 1 billion volts thunder Garuda. The thunder light dissipated, and when Analu appeared in front of everyone again, he was more like a bird because of the thunder outside his body and the sacred clothing, rather than a human being, a strange bird that eats dragons in mythology. King Garuda. Chapter 328_Garuda vs. White Tiger. Garuda, also known as the golden-winged Dapeng bird, can easily reach 90,000 miles with a shake of its wings. Looking at Anilu, who was rubbing Ajin on the ground with an almost absolute speed advantage in front, Lei Luo smiled with relief. The current strength of this kid, even if he encounters a general. What a terrifying speed. What a domineering blow. This kind of destructive power and speed is probably only comparable to light in the world. Different from Lei Luo, others are extremely shocked in their hearts. No one thought that this little-known newcomer, Anilu, would be like his leader Lei Luo, and his debut was the pinnacle. At this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly gusted, and the wind blades were sharp and unparalleled, and they all attacked Analu's life gate from a very tricky angle. Boom! The overflowing sword energy spread out from Master Yi's body, which was also invisible but contained terrifying power. Hey, this is a battle between the two of them, watch it honestly. In the face of the reprimand from Master Yi, Yan Zonjin's eyes sank, the black clothes covering the whole body gradually transformed into the appearance of the skin, and the hands and feet turned into sharp claws. How could he choose to stand idly by when his own young master was beaten so badly? Roar. However, just as Jin Venerable made his move, the white tiger Ajin, who was suppressed by the thunder on the ground, suddenly raised his head, and when a dissatisfied roar came from his mouth, an extremely cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. The target is directly at Jin. This is a battle between the two men, between Ajin and Anilu. No matter who it is, even if it is his own father, Guy duo, Jin will never allow any interference. Jin, who was stopped from shooting, snorted at Master Yi, and honestly returned to his human form, because at this time, Jin's breath not only did not decay, but instead got an inexplicable improvement. Roar. Another low beast roar rang out from Jin's throat. At that moment, his originally white hair stood on end, and all the wounds on his body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, with thick black hair. Cover it all. With the black and white hair and the king character on his forehead, it seems that Jin at this time is more like the white tiger, the king of beasts. The defense has actually doubled several times. Seeing that his offensive was unable to achieve any effect on Jin for a while, Anilu instantly understood why Lei Luo wanted him to use all his strength in the first place. The opponent in front of him is simply a monster that becomes stronger when it encounters it. Lei Yuan Qianyu sword. I just heard a bang, and thousands of thunders mixed with golden feathers condensed in the palm of Anilu. A strange long sword made of thunder and covered with dense feathers appeared in the crowd. In front of you. Swish. The long sword fell, and the slash that looked like thunder but was not thunder ripped apart the space in the blink of an eye and arrived in front of Jin. At this time, with the corner of Anilu's mouth slightly raised, the slash was divided into 1,000, and he escaped into it without a trace with the help of the space crack left before. That's it. An extremely absurd idea was born in the hearts of everyone. Is this move by Anilu just for intimidation? Suddenly, before the thought disappeared, within a 10-meter radius around Jin, whether it was in the sky or the ground, there were falling feathers, and the dazzling thunderlight was quite beautiful. Remember, real danger is always hidden behind a beautiful exterior. Roar. The colorful feathers collided, and countless invisible slashes mixed with thunder fell on Jin's body, and the painful roar came out of his mouth again. Fight back, little governor. Three Calamities clenched his fists secretly, looked at Jin who was once again ripped apart in front of him, and kept urging in his heart. Fight back. How? Anilu's speed can reach 90,000 li in one breath. In addition, his combat area is very smart in choosing the air that he is best at. Jin, who has not learned the moon step, how can he fight back? Can't fight back, can't you just sit still? Do not. Roar. Just as Anilu raised the Lei Yuan Qianyu sword again, Jin saw the opportunity to open his mouth and roar. Endless killing intent and high fighting spirit were perfectly blended together, and then he used sound waves to tightly surround Anilu's body. At this moment, Anilu felt like he was in a quagmire, and his actions gradually became difficult. Sure enough, tiger-type creatures can do this trick. In Lei Luo's memory, no matter which world a powerful creature like the white tiger appeared in, there must be an unpredictable means of sonic attack. As for why he didn't remind Anilu in advance. If he couldn't deal with even a little emergency, what qualifications would he have to be called a strong man? Clap clap clap. The dazzling thunder burst out from Anilu's body, and the blue arrogance that originally appeared because of the 8 inner gates rose into the sky, and the sound wave was dissipated in one fell swoop. Kill. What happened? An indifferent voice suddenly appeared in his mind, causing Anilu's body to suddenly burst, because at this moment, the sound wave that was scattered by him actually solidified again, turning into a bloody Yuhi killing word, blocking him. In front of. And Jin, who had already rushed over, the sharp claws that shone with metal light wanted to tear everything apart. Wave tilde. The two ruthless forces collided, Yu Wei turned into a hurricane and swept away in all directions, and the ground beneath the two shattered inch by inch, spreading like a spider web. At the same time, a mixed black and white Yuhi 3 colors the figure suddenly fell to the ground, smashing a deep pit in front of everyone. In the final analysis, the air was still Garuda's home ground, and the white tiger's offensive only broke out, and the follow-up was insufficient. Understood. Lei Yujian one-shaped thunderbolt feather falling flash. Deeply felt the terror of Jin, Anilu no longer had any hold of his hand, the long sword in his hand was taken back to his waist, there was no more frightening power in the air, only a piece of gold and the feathers fell slowly, attracting everyone's attention. 20 meters. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. At the moment when the golden feather fell into the deep pit, Nilu appeared in the hand of the sword-drawing II. Boom boom boom. The heaven and earth that finally fell silent were once again replaced by the roar of falling thunder, and almost 1,000 sturdy thunders fell from the 9 heavens, just like the light of day, illuminating everything in an instant. After a long time, the thunder light dissipated, and everyone's eyes were still in a state of panic, but even so, it did not affect their perception that the previous chilling aura still dissipated with the thunder light. Damn, the power of this move is still not enough. Just as Anilu muttered, a pair of Yuhi's eyes appeared in the deep pit. Chapter 329 _ Go to War. Damn, the power is still a little bit worse. Looking at the pair of orangutan Yuhi who appeared in the deep pit below, his eyes flashing with madness and ferociousness, Anilu's face sank, he raised his hand and punched again, and the tiger roared out. Next, a different scene appeared. The date tiger, who was supposed to be brave, actually showed panic and exploded when he was only 1 meter away from the deep pit. After all, the date tiger is still a mortal tiger. He can be the king among the beasts in the world, but he can't be mad in front of the holy beast, especially the opponent is the ultimate source of his own evolution. Lei Ugnc shaped Shenyu furious thunder slash. The long sword in Enilu's hand flew straight into the sky, and the already gloomy sky was even more thunderous, and countless feathers fell like petals. Not a bad trick. In the air, Guy in the form of a dragon looked at the faint white marks that appeared on his scales, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes when he looked at Anilu. Perhaps, this kid's follow-up tricks can achieve the power to break through his own defense and make himself injured. As the feathers fell, thunder and thunder followed closely. The two were perfectly integrated, and finally condensed into a delicate slash that fell into a deep pit. This blow seems extremely slow, but it takes more than 1 second, even half a second is not enough. Swish. What? How could this be? He's still evolving. This form, even the last time the Admiral took action, has never been seen before. Beneath the deep pit, a pair of gorilla Yuhi's wings, like blood condensed, suddenly stretched out, turning into 2 big hands, and they blocked Enilu's blow with their bare hands. The next moment, the big hand slammed violently, and the slash that was dyed in blood Yuhi turned around at an extreme speed, approaching the master Enilu. Boom. One person made the sharp claws fall to the ground. Guy looked at his dragon claws more, then glanced at Anilu who had just appeared in front of him, and now he has returned to the same place, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more rampant. Someone can hurt that monster Guy. An abrupt voice sounded, and everyone raised their hands to see that it was a giant steel bird surrounded by black flames, with 3 sparrow tails floating in the wind at its tail. After a while, the black bird landed, and the 2 daughters Tina and Reiju stepped down from it. The next one to die is you. He didn't even wait for the black bird to reveal his identity. Ajin, who had not spoken for a long time, smiled heehily, and he, who had jumped out of the deep pit at some point, in the big mouth under the eyes with a mixture of killing intent and fighting intent, it is a pair of snow-white Kiba. Brother-in-law, who is that kid? Believe it or not, I'll kick him to death now. That's right, the person who came was Sanji who was wearing the sacred robe of Bennu Tortoise. This is Enilu's battle, we don't have to intervene. By the way, what about Luffy and the others? The Revolutionary Army was suddenly attacked by the Navy. Luffy and everyone went to support, and I received news from my sister and temporarily separated from them. Then it seems that this surprise can only be told to him when we meet next time. Lei Luo suddenly smiled mysteriously. Even Tina and Lei Ju couldn't guess what the surprise in his mouth would be. Which bastard doesn't have eyes and dares to invade Lao Su's headquarters? At this moment, a thick cloud of white smoke floated up, and behind it, there were several ships, and all the peacemakers on the deck were wearing initial combat uniforms. That fellow smoker came quite fast. Seeing the solid figure, even in the face of the 4 emperors Guy, who never took a step back, Lei Luo smiled. The current smoker, who has acquired the 8 inner gates and Konoha, katana, plus observation haki and armament haki, diligence, has achieved a leap in strength, reaching the point where he is infinitely close to a general. Hey, smoker, don't show your abs all day long and make it look like our league is so poor, then. After Master Yi complained a few words, he threw an ethereal glove towards the smoker. Hee, Lao Tzu's heavenly dark star, smoke demon, and underworld saint cloth has finally been created. Taking the gloves, smoker laughed happily. Boss Jinbei went to Ball's brother to support him, so I brought the Sun Pirates. Fuck, Smog's underworld cloth is so handsome. Xiaoba, who had just arrived at the base, looked at Smog who was already wearing a battle armor in the air, and looked at Lei Luo with envy written all over his face. It's just a pity that Lei Luo does have a set of unowned underworld sacred clothes in his hand, but it was prepared for Gedges after his strength reached the level of a general, and Xiaoba didn't have the chance to get it. Xiaoba, don't be sad, we don't have any. After the leaders of all parties of the Peacemaker Alliance gathered one after another, they all stood behind Lei Luo, waiting for the leader to start the battle. Boom. At this moment, the dragon shadow in the sky roared and changed, and a burly man the size of a hill appeared in front of everyone. A Jin who is inseparable. And this person is the captain of the 100 Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, the Beast Guy. I should have gotten rid of this pervert sooner. Analu, who fell behind Lei Luo, complained. You are all together. After a long period of silence, seeing that no one was approaching on the island, Guy spoke more slowly. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Almost there. Glancing at the cadres behind him, Lei Luo nodded. In that case, let's go to war. Guy raised his head and roared a lot. The moment he let go of his palm, Ah Jin, who was constantly emitting animal roars, grinned grimly, and his body shot out like a cannonball and approached Analu. You are afraid of you when you are a father. Feeling that he was being provoked, Analu also held the Lei Yuan Thousand Feather Sword to face him. Hey, the old man with the sword. Jin called Master Yi frivolously, but the only response to him was the unparalleled Wuji sword chi. The two of them have long been uncomfortable looking at each other. Sanji Kurozu, Drought Jack is handed over to you. Smog in the air didn't talk nonsense at all, and directly chose the strongest among the rest, Plague Quinn, one of the 3 plagues of the Beast Pirates. Of course, if Yan Zhao hadn't shot, his target would not be Quinn. Since the first batch of personnel in the battle, the remaining troops on both sides are naturally not to be outdone, roaring and rushing towards the opposing camp. Tina and Leiju caressed the ring on their hands, and their bodies were instantly covered by the sacred clothes, and they greeted the Juice Minister Smoji and the Biscuit Minister Keligia. Perospero, I will not give you any chance to set up the battle. The air beside Perospero suddenly exploded, and it was just a snap of Gurge's fingers. Chapter 330 The Shock of Lei Luo, the Soulless Person. Yax, Xiaoba, you two will lead the troops to deal with the 6 Sons of the Sky and others. Leave Shiliu of the Rain and Poison Q to us white-bearded remnants. The two sides quickly fought together completely, and only Lei Luo and Gai Duo, who were the leaders, remained silently standing in the same place, without any intention of taking any action. At this moment, Yuhi made the island where the pirates are located. Yuhifa, what relationship do you have with the 5 old stars? A man dressed as a clown who looked very funny grabbed the collar of the dignified Yuhi-haired Shanks and scolded angrily. In the face of such provocation, Shanks didn't even make a move, and even the cadres behind him retreated with a wry smile, even if the other party came alone. Bucky, calm down, let's sit down and have a good talk. Why do we have to do it as soon as we come up? Yuhi let out a laugh, not showing any signs of anger, but constantly comforting the man in front of him. That's right, the person who came is Bucky the Clown, one of the 7 Wuhei under the current king. Sit down and talk. I'm not in the mood to have a good chat with you. The world government has always been a place that Captain Roger hates, and as a person who inherited the captain's legacy, you actually have a secret connection with the 5 old stars. How can I tell me to calm down? After the words fell, the conqueror's haki whistling out of Bucky's body was like a substance, constantly impacting everyone's hearts. At the same time, with him as the center, everything around was cracked, and the gap was as smooth as a mirror. High-level conqueror's haki plus the awakening of devil fruit ability, this is Bucky's true strength. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, Bucky is just a clown who jumps off the beam. He is weak and pitiful. The only thing worth noting is that he was once a trainee on Roger's ship. However, for this Yuhifa's close friend, only seniors such as Rayleigh and Yuhifa pirates know that this clown who makes fun of everyone is pretending, and his combat power has never been slower than Yuhifa's. As for what was defeated by Luffy who had just left the sea, whoever was present did not know, it was just acting. For this kid who was chosen by his best friend, it is Bucky's real purpose to escort him after testing, otherwise why would he always appear on the road of the Straw Hats in the early stage? You should remember the opponent rocks that the captain and Garp defeated at that time. As the name rocks came out of Yuhi's mouth, Bucky froze for a moment, then let go of the hands that were gripping his collar tightly, and motioned Yuhi to continue speaking. I got the news that he is not dead yet, and is now hiding among the celestial dragons. What? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? You pretended to be crazy and sold stupid, and after a lot of hard work, you got into the Navy. If I go to you, won't your plan be forfeited? Speaking of which, Yuhi gave Bucky a whitish look before continuing. But then again, how is your intelligence collection going? What is the ultimate goal of the world government? It is related to the 3 ancient weapons. At present, the Pluto battleship is hidden in the capital of 7 waters. The Sea King is not a weapon, but the mermaid Princess Bakesing. As for the last king. After some conversation, Bucky and Yuhifa's faces turned serious. It seems that we need to go to the Revolutionary Army and the Peacemaker Alliance to win over allies. After a little thought, Yuhi revealed his plan. Ga. Coincidentally, the carrier pigeon of Bucky Express was flying at this moment, and the situation of falling on it made Bucky's face change suddenly. Shanks, don't act rashly. The world government and the Navy have taken over the Navy, and privately contacted the Beast Pirates to launch an attack on the Revolutionary Army and the Peacemaker Alliance. Peacemaker Alliance base. The battle between the two sides has always been in a state of glue-like paint, and it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. The 100 Beasts Pirates have a slight advantage in high-level combat power due to the superiority of the number of cadres. On the other hand, the Peacemaker Alliance gains an advantage in lower-level operations due to the increased holdings of all combat uniforms. That is to say, in the current battlefield, as long as one side wins the high-level or low-level battle of the two sides, the battle situation will tend to be one-sided, until the two leaders who will decide the final outcome are completely divided. Little devil, this place is too small to be able to use it. What do you think of replacing you with an empty island as a tomb? Guy sneered a little more, as he already had a definition of the final outcome of this battle. Not to mention other things, just the battle between him and Lei Luo. Guy admits that he can't beat the peak powerhouses such as Whitebeard, Roger and Carp in their heydays, but he is confident that they can't kill him either. Lei Luo may also have the fighting strength of the 4 emperors, but in this respect, it is enough to judge the level of the two. How do I feel? Why don't I take you somewhere? After the words fell, a faint blue phosphorus fire appeared in the palm of Lei Luo's palm. With a wave of his hand, all the surrounding scenes completely disappeared, replaced by a lifeless area, Yomatsu Hirasaka. Is that why you and Ling Ling suddenly disappeared? Looking at the unfamiliar scene around him, Guy, who couldn't feel the breath of his subordinates, did not panic at all, but smiled calmly. This is because of his confidence in Ah Jin. Also, it is precisely because of the special ability of Ah Jin's fruit that Lei Luo, who was worried about what might happen, did not choose to have a head-to-head confrontation with Guy, which the latter is best at, but came to Yomatsu Hirasaka. The invincible immortality exists in the flesh. Can your soul also be immortal? Accumulate corpse gas and burn the soul. Lei Luo glared angrily. Gai Duo, who was a few meters away, suddenly surrounded by blue flames. This is a flame that ignores the body and directly attacks the soul. It is the nemesis of all souls and the dead. 1 second, 2 seconds. A minute. A full 60 seconds passed, and Lei Luo's expression became solemn. Even the ant may not be able to hold on to the flame for a minute, which seems to have no effect on Gai Duo. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Lei Luo, who noticed a little abnormality, directly opened the Sharingan of 9 Tomo Samsara, but when he opened his eyes to explore Gai's body, the solemnity and confusion on his face turned into shock. Gai has no soul. Have you finally found it? Looking at Lei Luo's never-before-seen appearance, Gai smiled disdainfully. He, who has survived countless ways of dying, has not tried to directly make his soul fly away. It's just that I'm sorry. Gai's soul, which is different from ordinary people, is born and completely integrated with his body. Chapter 331_1 One word cut. The body and soul are completely integrated. In Lei Luo's long-term memory, this situation seems to only appear in the fantasy world of immortal cultivators, and it is unique to the body cultivator. Now, in the comic world of pirates, there is such a terrifying existence. Lei Luo knew very well that if he wanted to defeat Gai Moore, he only needed absolute suppression of force, but if he wanted to kill him, he had to destroy all his flesh, not even a piece of flesh and blood. So this is the secret of your immortality. When the words fell, Lei Luo stared at the moment when Gai was sneering, and the dark flame instantly crossed the space, covering Gai's right arm, burning roaringly. Amaterasu. This move, which is accustomed to the title of the strongest physical attack, originates from the black flame inside the sun. Ignoring any attribute restraint, the only way to extinguish it is to burn out all the targets of the caster. What if you don't die? The flames of Amaterasu will never cease. Swish. A burst of wind sounded. Even Lei Luo never thought that Gai Duo would be so ruthless and decisive. Seeing that he could not extinguish the black flame, he cut off his right arm decisively. Looking at the arm that was gradually burnt to ashes on the ground, Gai didn't show any expression, as if the arm had nothing to do with him by nature. Hey, next, it's your other one. Poof. Just when Lei Luo was about to release Amaterasu again, the sudden domineering brute force in his abdomen knocked him off in one fell swoop, leaving a long line of black flame mixed with blood in the air. However, before Lei Luo could take action, the rough black shadow that was coming from him smashed onto his body again and again, and the original majestic hill disappeared completely after a few seconds. It turns out that you only relied on your special ability to defeat Ling Ling, weak chicken. Bah! A mouthful of thick phlegm spit out from Gai's mouth, but just as he was about to land, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, and a figure crossed the space and punched him in the chest. Damn it, it's cool to hammer me, isn't it? The golden light dissipated, revealing Lei Luo's furious face. At this time, his whole body was covered in blood, and he was in an unprecedented embarrassment. Many things can only be understood after experience. Just like Lei Luo now, he understands why Luffy was killed by Gai with one more thunder 8 trigrams. This fleshly body burst out with pure power, and even the peaks of Yomatsu Hirasaka could be shattered. You must know that the material here is several times harder than the mortal world. Wizard Godzilla Sage Mode, Susanoo, God and Buddha State, Open. Facing an opponent of Gai Duo's level, Lei Luo will never keep his hands, and this is not because of how strong Gai is, but because he is really motivated to kill. Gai, who took a few steps back to stabilize his figure, looked at the behemoth that appeared in front of him. Not only did he not have any fear, but instead had an extremely hideous and crazy look on his face. It's this feeling of being life-threatening, that's what I've been chasing for decades. Little devil, you surprised me, so get ready to be crushed to death by me. I saw Gai's complexion sank, and the smooth wound on the right shoulder began to wriggle rapidly, and a brand new arm actually grew out like this. With an invincible body coupled with a super self-healing ability and a decisive personality, Amaterasu seemed to have a tall and powerful character in an instant and became a weak chicken. Dragonoid form, activate. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful heartbeat came from Guy's chest. At this time, he constantly exhaled this rich white air with high temperature from his nose and mouth, and the surface of the bulging muscles around his body was covered with scales. No, I can't let him complete his transformation. Sensing that Guy Duo's power in his body seemed to continue to rise at the moment, Leiluo waved his hand, and the sacred sword of Hades appeared in his hand. It was an ordinary iron sword that was pitch black, clean and bright, without any impurities, but it was this sword that once fought the 9 realms, defeated countless powerful men who made the world tremble, and helped Hades achieve the prestige of Hades. You can force me to use this sword, you are worthy of pride. Leiluo sneered, although the iron sword in his hand was just an imitation forged by Gage using Zanpakuto Hirenmaru, but its power is by no means comparable to that of ordinary magical weapons. One word cut. The fully armed Leiluo jumped up, and the unpretentious iron sword in his hand just waved lightly. Ice, dark flame, golden light, atomic light. At that moment, a slash that contained almost all of Leiluo's abilities appeared in the air. There were tens of thousands of ways, and the terrifying power emanating from it made even the space tremble. The next moment, tens of thousands of sword chi turned into light and returned to the iron sword, and everything still looked so ordinary. Walk in the void. With a flash of purple light, Leiluo's figure had passed through numerous space nodes and appeared behind Guy Duo. Cut. A sword fell without any sound. The unpretentious iron sword, the unremarkable slashing, and the final silence, all of which seemed to have no destructive power at all. At this moment, Guy's many transformations are still completed. Now, he is like a dragon made of steel, standing majestically in front of Leiluo. Is proof of strength. Little devil, is this your trick? It's not as good as your punch just now. When the words fell, Guy's right hand, which was as fast as a ghost, slammed out, and pinched Leiluo in his hand. Previously, Guy and Leiluo in their normal state were like giants and ordinary people, and they are still the same now. In the setting of Pirate World, although body size cannot represent everything, it is a symbol of strength and defense. There are many Guys at the moment, and it is indeed worthy of the name of the strongest creature in the world. However, did Leiluo's previous sword really have no destructive power? Blast. Leiluo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and slowly spit out a word. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the muscles on Guy's body suddenly bulged, and in addition to the sound of the powerful heart beating, there was more of an endless roar. One is a one-word slash. One sword turns 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords return to one sword. One is 10,000, 10,000 is one. The sword energy permeates the body, from the inside to the outside. This is the subtlety of this trick. PFF'd. With the wanton destruction and explosion of the sword chi in his body, Guy's scales and armor seeped out the blood he described, and in his mouth, it was already filled with blood. Destroy the inside first, then destroy the outside. The myth of immortality will definitely come to an end. Chapter 332 Desperate Trick. Guy, who threw Leiluo to one side with his backhand, fell to his knees on the ground, and his fists swung due to severe pain left one deep hole after another on the ground. It's all like this, but it still has such a strong destructive power. Looking at the mad-like guys in front of him, Leiluo frowned slightly. For some reason, he always had an ominous premonition that grew in his heart. Ah! On the ground, Guy's huge rolling body twitched violently, and then a roar resounded in the sky, and the pain from the broken internal organs turned into sharp swords, constantly stimulating his brain. Don't waste the opportunity like this. Leiluo's heart became stronger and stronger, and the underworld holy clothes that locked his head suddenly opened, and an atomic breath with an extremely destructive aura surged out of his mouth, almost reaching Guy's head. Atomic breath, Godzilla's ultimate trick, the king of monsters, is that it condenses all the nuclear energy in his body, compresses it to the extreme, and ejects a beam of destruction. The power is enough to obliterate everything into the most basic atomic form. What actually escaped? I don't know if it was a coincidence or what. Guy, who had already been bleeding from the 7 orifices, rolled over and passed the atomic breath, and the land under him completely dissipated, not even the dust. Leave. Woo tilde. At this moment, the sound of the explosion in Guy Duo's body finally ended, and a long, rough breath was slowly exhaled from his mouth. That's what it feels like, cool. Guy Duo, who got up from the ground, shouted, if it wasn't for the large and small wounds on his body that hadn't healed, Lei Luo really would have wondered whether his one word / really had no destructive power. The internal organs are broken and immortal, which is obviously beyond human cognition. But this is Guy Duo, an undead monster, a monster who takes suicide for fun. Dragon Hot Cannon. While Lei Luo was shocked, Guy was more than a bow, and landed on all fours like a beast. The terrifying high temperature continued to emanate from his mouth, and the fire became brighter and brighter. Boom. When the flames condensed to the ultimate, Guy's entire body turned dozens of meters away due to the anti-shock force, and a terrifying heat breath that was 100 feet long shot out, approaching Lei Luo. What the hell? At this moment, Lei Luo understood why he had an ominous premonition in his heart before. The destructive power contained in Guy's many tricks was even greater than that of the eruption of the big underwater volcano. In the face of such a devastating move, even if it is as strong as Lei Luo, he would not dare to choose a hard shake easily. Central Asian Hourglass. Ding! The breath of heat flies by, no grass grows wherever it goes, and even the space is faintly broken. In the air of Yomatsu Hirasaka, there is only a figure made of gold, floating alone. What kind of trick is this? Why did it block my ultimate trick so easily? Although Guy Duo, who was slumped on the ground due to collapse, was shocked in his heart, but years of combat experience were constantly forcing him to maintain inner peace, take all the time to absorb the energy around him, and replenish his previous consumption. 2.5 seconds, the golden light on Lei Luo's body flashed away. Looking at the desolate surroundings around him, he swallowed subconsciously. If it weren't for the bug-level life-saving artifact like the Central Asian Hourglass, I'm afraid that my current self would almost become a scum. For a time, Guy was so powerless to fight again, and Lei Luo, who couldn't completely destroy him, was helpless, and the two fell into an extremely tacit, non-interfering silence. Damn, what the hell is going on to destroy this monster? Lei Luo, who was connected to Yomatsu Hirasaka's breath, could clearly feel that if Guy had attacked 2 or 3 more times, there would be cracks in this space. How many times will Guy be strangled with the crack of time and space? This idea was quickly denied by Lei Luo. I am afraid that when this space completely collapsed, Guy would never let him go. This is obviously not the answer Lei Luo is looking for. Hey, system, does my 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan have the ability to kill ashes together? Suddenly, Lei Luo suddenly thought of Otsutsuki Kagaya's Nirvana. Killing the ashes together is a trick that uses one's own bones as a weapon. If you touch it, the knot will turn into fly ashes along with the bones. This trick is obviously the most effective method to deal with the many guys in front of you. Sorry, killing ashes together is unique to those who have used the fruit of chakra, and the host cannot learn it. Come on. Feeling that Guy's breath was gradually leveling off, Lei Luo was a little panicked. For now, Lei Luo has won the battle. After all, compared to the seriously injured Guy, he is almost unscathed, but precisely because the enemy is the undead monster, Lei Luo must completely destroy it. Extermination is a real victory, otherwise, everything is empty talk. However, the strongest move that Lei Luo has been able to perform so far is to condense his own strength. The one word / with the underworld sacred clothes as the medium, but the power of this move can only do more damage to Guy. If only my underworld holy clothes were Hades's, killing a guy is just a matter of moving a finger. After thinking about it, Lei Luo made a decision that he felt crazy. Detonate all of Yomatsu Hirasaka's soul with the accumulated corpse gas, the maximum power of the accumulated corpse gas and soul burial to break the attack, the one word slash to attack the inside, and then use the atomic breath to make up the knife. With Gai Duo's current state, it is absolutely impossible to resist. Calm down. However, there is a great risk in doing so, that is, when the power of the corpse chi and soul burial breaks out completely, I am afraid that even Lei Luo will be involved. In addition, such a high-intensity trick will inevitably shatter this space, and the subsequent cracks in the space will be enough to make Lei Luo die. Take advantage of the world in the sky, so you can get out in the moment of the explosion. Facing the system's kind suggestion, Lei Luo just sighed helplessly. In order to make the power of the corpse chi and soul burial reach its peak, I am afraid that there is no other place to do it except the underworld. Then use Avalon's scabbard and Liuku fairy thief. After being reminded by the system, Lei Luo remembered the two heaven-defying things that he had forgotten for a long time and had always existed as a passive skill. The Avalon scabbard, which can heal all injuries, and the infinite life expectancy of the user. And the real immortal Liuku immortal thief. System, I love you to death. Go away. Now that everything is ready, Lei Luo has no worries. The blue flame that flew out of the palm of his hand has not penetrated into the depths of every soul. Chapter 333 Go back in time and come back to life. At the base of the Revolutionary Army of Baltimore, Lu Qi, who was fighting with Sabo, looked at the Straw Hats and Jinping who came over, and frowned. At present, the Revolutionary Army relies on the existence of the dragon, the pervert, to fight less and fight more without showing a tendency to lose. If a third party intervenes at this moment, especially the existence of Conqueror's Haki, the Navy will sooner or later be defeated, and even the entire army will be wiped out. Good chance. Fire punch. Sabo punched out, and the sea of fire spread instantly, completely engulfing Lu Qi's figure. At this moment, look at the East China Sea. The battle between the pacifists and the beast pirates has always been in a state of evenness. For now, the only variable may be the disappearance of Enel and Akin. Aokiji, do it. Suddenly, two figures landed on the island. Ice Age. In one breath, the sea freezes and ice spreads. Whether it is a person or a thing, as long as the strength is not strong enough, all of them will turn into beautiful ice sculptures, which will be broken at the touch of a touch. The appearance of the two added some variables to the war. Holy Land Mary Joa. Sakaski, the five of us have given you enough face this time. It is an unprecedented decision to invite so many of you naval officers to the World Conference. The bald old man, one of the 5 old stars, smiled politely, but the sarcasm in his tone could not be heard by anyone present. Inviting naval cadres to participate in the World Conference, and then letting the CP organization take the opportunity to control the Navy, is what is the difference between directly vacating the position of Lieutenant General or above. In previous years, only one marshal was allowed in the Navy to participate in the World Conference, so I hope this time the rules are not broken. After a little contemplation, Akainu said slowly, this move of the 5 old stars has greatly affected the secret plan between Lei Luo and the Navy. You're just the head of a group of dogs raised by the world government. Do you really think of yourself as a wolf king? You'd better not be ashamed today. The long-haired old man, one of the 5 old stars, snorted angrily, obviously dissatisfied with Akainu's attitude. Yomatsu Hirasaka. The most powerful corpse chi and soul burial is roaring, and the terrifying power derived from it will tremble for anyone who sees it. The entire Huang Izumi was constantly shaking, and huge cracks continued to spread on the ground and space. Even so, there were still countless souls constantly expanding, and then terrifying power erupted. One word cut. It was that unpretentious sword again, but this time, to Lei Luo's surprise, Gai Duo didn't dodge anything, so he chose to fight hard. Do you like hard hitting? Lei Luo chuckled, the inner core of his body continuously fission and compression, and finally all condensed in his throat. Atomic spit. However, at this moment, Gai Duo suddenly burst out and moved Lei Luo's upper and lower jaws with his hands in a very ruthless state. Dragon Hot Cannon. Just as the atomic breath was about to come out, the hot breath in Gai's mouth entered Lei Luo's mouth first. Boom. The two powerful energies met and exploded with a bang. The terrifying power swept through Lei Luo's limbs and Mukuro recklessly. Almost at the same moment, all the sword energy in Gai Duo's body was detonated. Cough. PFF'd. At this time, Lei Luo, with thick smoke in his mouth, his hands tightly covering his throat, his body curled up on the ground, the severe pain from his abdomen made him unable to maintain any additional form. Gai on the other side is also more than half a catty. He was already in the weak stage and forced to use the dragon fire cannon again. When his body functions were almost completely necrotic, the sword energy of Wan Yizizan burst out again. However, in such a situation for the two of them, the unstoppable accumulation of chi and soul is undoubtedly added to the frost. Gai, who claims to be immortal, felt for the first time at this moment that his life was threatened, and death was coming. Lei Luo, who owns Avalo's scabbard and Liuku Immortal Thief, doesn't even have the strength to motivate them, so he can only hold on and maintain his will. I went to your uncle, I didn't expect to be put together in the end. Looking at the constantly collapsing space around him, Lei Luo was indignant. He never imagined that at this juncture, he would be shown a hand by this brave and reckless man in front of him. It is detected that the host's life is threatened. Do you use your skills to go back in time? Just when Lei Luo was about to despair, the sound of the system suddenly sounded, causing a long-lost light to appear in his turbid eyebrows again. That's right, I can also go back in time. This is the big move of the old man in the League of Heroes, and it can be directly resurrected. Hurry up. Lei Luo, who found that he couldn't speak because his throat was destroyed, couldn't help but rejoice again. Fortunately, he could communicate through consciousness and system. Rewind time is on for 5 seconds. When the sound of the system sounded again, Lei Luo almost fainted in anger. He forgot the most important point, that is, Old Man Time's ultimate move must be triggered within 5 seconds to have the effect of resurrection. The systematic countdown in his mind kept counting down, and Lei Luo, who had no choice, desperately mobilized his remaining energy, and absorbed all the souls around him on his body. 1. Break it to Grandpa. Boom. The blue flame exploded, the space shattered, and the earth disappeared. Gai, who caught a glimpse of this scene, couldn't believe his eyes. That kid actually chose to commit suicide at this time. However, before Gai could regain his senses, a dazzling white light suddenly rose from the place where Lei Luo was before, which was filled with a divine power that belonged to a godlike stalwart. It's impossible, impossible. Seeing the young man walking out of the white light looking at him with a smile on his face, Gai's many facial features were completely distorted, and now he even suspected that he was hallucinating. A person who just died in front of him can no longer die, and his body was blown to dust. How could he be resurrected so suddenly? This is impossible. Then why are you surprised? If you don't die, I can't be resurrected. Lei Luo gave Gai another look, as if looking at a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. The corpse and soul burial is still continuing, and this space is obviously on the verge of collapse. Lei Luo still felt a little pity at the thought that he might no longer be able to use the corpse gas underworld wave in the future, but then he thought about it. If this space could not be repaired by himself, could the corpse gas underworld wave be used as a killer move? Transferring the enemy into the collapsed space and being smashed by cracks is exciting, but this is just a conjecture at present. Chapter 334 War of Panic. Admiral Aokiji, you. No, it should be Kuzan, Deputy Admiral of the Blackbeard Pirates. After knocking Quinn over with a punch, Smaller looked coldly at the approaching person in the distance. Admiral Aokiji, in Smog's mind, is the most hopeful candidate to become a naval marshal, but such a person with real righteousness would actually join the Blackbeard Pirates. how could this make him not have a trace of turbulence in his heart? Smog, you've become stronger, and now I'm afraid I'm not sure I can easily defeat you. Aokiji chuckled and responded. The inability to defeat Smog easily does not mean that Smog cannot be defeated, but the terrifying blessing brought by the jet black armor he is wearing now, and seeing with his own eyes the pheasant of the BIGMOM pirates' demise, can't help it. Of extreme attention. Two idiots, talking about old times in front of Lao Su, don't they take Lao Su seriously? A carp hit hard, and Quinn blocked Smog's sight. Such a nimble fat man is rare. At this moment, the battle at the pacifist base was also suspended because of the arrival of Tiki and Aokiji. Of course, with the exception of the two killing gods above the 9 heavens. Hey, everything should end. Today is the death of your peacekeepers. With contemptuous eyes swept across the faces of everyone, Tich sneered. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The battlefield that was originally inseparable was suddenly joined by two general-level terrifying existences, which was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Whoa! At this moment, the dark flames ignited fiercely, bypassing the ice sculptures with great spirituality, and attacking the laughing Tiki. At that moment, the dark flames collided with the thick black mist, and the terrifying high temperature actually caused the frozen island to faintly melt, rolling all over the place. Sanji, who is worried about the safety of the Straw Hats, will never allow any foreign forces to intervene to break the current battle situation, especially since the other party is, in a sense, the enemy of Luffy's heart. Hey, Aokiji, don't hurry up and help put out the fire. Sanji's flames couldn't hurt Tiki's hair at all, but the double superimposed pain was unbearable for him. But then again, Blackbeard, who was rolling all over the floor, looked at Sanji with a look of greed in his eyes. He must take possession of these underworld holy clothes that can bring terrifying increases. Woo! The green pheasant blew casually, and the air exhaled from the mouth instantly turned into a cold wind, which easily blew the black flames away. What is the purpose of these two people coming here? Both sides were bewildered by this question. According to Guy's plan, the current Aokiji and Tiki should be blocking the Yuhi pirates, and they should never appear here. Similarly, in the eyes of the Peacemaker Alliance, Blackbeard who captured Margao should have fled as far as he could, and why did he dare to appear? Boom! Just when everyone didn't know the reason, a blood shadow mixed with thunderlight fell in the air, and the murderous intent pervaded it, making the temperature that had plummeted due to the ice age even more chilling to the bone. How can you idiot have the same virtue as your father? You can't kill him if you beat him. When Analu's voice spread, he never imagined that Akin, the pervert monster, would actually be able to complete a more advanced evolution with only half of his body left. The current Ajin has completely lost the appearance of a human, except for the golden king word accident on his forehead. Yuhi is full of hair and blood, like a blood demon god from hell, which makes everyone's heart tremble. Just like this, even if it is the top 3 disasters, it can only guarantee undefeated. Guy must join hands with Ant to knock it out and release the form of the devil fruit. Roar! A chilling roar came from Ajin's mouth, and the bloody aura emanating from his body was extremely strong, and slowly condensed into a shocking killing word in front of him. Just this word shocked all the powerhouses present. Even if they were only watching from one side, they only felt a sense of bloodthirsty madness, constantly attacking their consciousness, and it was about to completely corrode it. Assimilation. Damn, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lei Yuji and Chi-shaped 9 heavens divine feather falls thunder tribulation. Analu flicked his right arm, and the Leiyuan thousand feather sword in his hand shot up into the sky. At that moment, the feathers composed of thunder pulp fell from the sky like a shower, and the thunder roared constantly above the 9 heavens, and the birds and dragons roared incessantly. Looking up, a dragon and a bird are entrenched in the sky, and they crash down with the supreme Kamui Yuhi, wanting to turn everything along the way to dust. This trick must be avoided. This is the only thought in everyone's mind, but in front of Ajin, who has been bewitched by the bloodthirsty demonic energy, the concept of hiding has never appeared, not even once. Kill. Ajin, whose smile became more and more sinister, did not hesitate a bit. Holding the word double kill, he approached the Thunder Dragon and Thunder Sparrow. Ah! Enelu smiled. The idiot in front of him was just a beast that only knew destruction. Facing such an offensive, his first thought was not to attack Enelu's body, but to kill and stop killing. Tough Dragon Sparrow. Enelu, be careful. However, at this time, Master Yi, who noticed the abnormality, hurriedly shot, but even for the first time, his sword chi still did not block the Yuhi light that came rushing in. That's right, the huge killing word that Ah Jin left behind was not a decoration. Okay, two terrifying people, these are two levels of panic. Tich subconsciously took a few steps back, and instinct drove him to stay away from this dangerous area. Boom. After a long time, the thunder light and blood energy dissipated together, and a head fell from the sky. If it wasn't for the faint king character, everyone would be able to think that this was the monster full of killing intent just now. On the other side, he was sturdy enough to endure a full-sized Enelu, even in the sacred clothes. He could clearly feel that the cracks in his internal organs appeared in many places, and even more appeared in his consciousness. A touch of lingering bloodlust. Enelu, don't get lost in the killing intent. Just follow me. Master Yi, who was standing beside Enelu, could see it the most clearly. At this moment, Enelu's muscles were bulging around his eyes, and all the whites of his eyes turned into dark Yuhi, which was full of thirst for blood. Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, let's get everyone out of here first. Drought Jack's voice even trembled. He just saw that under Akin's only remaining head, flesh and blood were constantly wriggling, and he was about to enter a brand new terror form. Chapter 335_Living Hell. Tianwei is not alarmed. Thousands of changes are especially determined. Lingjing returns to one. Hundreds of things do not invade. With the formula taught by Master Yi, Enelu's restless mind gradually calmed down. Swish. On the ground in the distance, countless tendons and veins suddenly appeared under Ah Jin's head, reorganizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Granulation sprouted, blood was born, and a half-human, half-beast-like body was about to take shape. Not good. Enelu, continue to follow me. Sanji, Smoke, don't take action to end that monster. Master Yi could clearly feel that with Ajin's rebirth, Enelu's killing intent that should have calmed down turned violent again, and climbed to an unprecedented height. Indiscriminate demon god. Who dares to touch the young master of my family? The three disasters swarmed up. Even if they finally died in the hands of a Jin, they would never watch a Jin be killed, because this is the only bloodline of the man who gave them a new life. At this moment, Tiki, who had already retreated to one side, nodded to the green pheasant. The ice age ended instantly. The Mukuro corpse on the ground and the wounds of the two men and horses immediately rushed out several strong bloody auras, towards the end of the ice age. Akin and Enelu shrouded away. The dirt is not stained. If it is dirty, Ah Jin. With blood in his body, Enelu finally could no longer restrain the murderous intent that permeated his body. At the same time as he shot Master Fei in the first chapter, his figure turned into a Yuhi blue light, swept towards the grinning Grin who had been resurrected again. Gold. Why Yuhi blue? Master Yi, who also learned the 8 inner gates, hurriedly took a look, and at the heart of Enelu, the gate of death that represented absolute power was completely smashed at this moment. Good day. You and I can have a good time today. Ah Jin laughed wildly. He had been waiting for this battle for a long time. The white tiger fruit, a devil fruit born for killing and fighting, and when it continuously transforms its form to those with greater power, it consumes the most cherished lifespan. Now, Ah Jin has entered the final form, and the surging power contained in the body has already surpassed the previous form dozens of times, but what he did not expect is that in the last moment of his life, he will meet the same person. The same lifespan has been exchanged for a ruthless man who is almost dozens of times his own strength. Boom. A simple punch to bang, without any bells and whistles, but just like that, the aftermath of the expanding energy is visible to the naked eye like ripples, as this world is close to the top 3 disasters. Master Yi and the others, who were dressed in the sacred clothes, were blown away in just one breath, and rolled to the sea in embarrassment. It was frozen by the green pheasant, and the sea was full of cracks at this moment. PFF'd. The power that the top forces are unbearable, how can those ordinary people bear it? The blood in their mouths, their bodies that were shattered and turned into dust, was their final destination. They were submerged into the bodies of Ajin and Anilu with bloody killing energy, and turned into the destination of the source of their power. What's the matter? Why did that ominous foreboding suddenly become so strong? In the endless void, Lei Luo's heart beats more and more violently with his void walk and world pass. He seems to have seen a killing. An ultimate killing is taking place at the Peacemaker Alliance base. The mountains of corpses, the bloody sky, and a living hell on earth, whether it is the Beast Pirates or the Alliance of Peacemakers, no one has survived. Damn, it's hard to get in touch here, I have to hurry back. The idea is finalized, Lei Luo no longer estimates the load brought by the space shuttle, and now he must prevent what he just saw from happening. Look at what, if you don't want to die, don't hurry up. Master Yi roared at the still-alive powerhouses on both sides, that the death of Anilu and Ajin was still inevitable. In this case, we must do our best to reduce casualties. However, what Master Yi didn't know was that his decision led Lei Luo to see that hell scene. Holy Land Mary Joa. Abolish the King's 7 Marshalseas and wipe out all pirates and forces that violate the world government. This sea needs a great Qing. The Wu Laoxing's words holding the first-generation Gush stopped abruptly in the middle, and looked at the east with horror. Not only him, even ordinary people present can vaguely feel that in the direction of the East China Sea, there are several extremely strong forces colliding suddenly, and the destructive power of the earth-shattering cry of ghosts and gods erupted. In another room, on the empty throne that represented peace, the figure who appeared at some point was grinning. All of this is getting more and more interesting. The Revolutionary Army Base Bao's brother. Sabo, have you ever felt the direction of the East China Sea? Hurry up and get rid of these navies. Grandpa Carp is not in the East China Sea now, Dan and the others may die. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, who has always been seen as calm in the eyes of the world, is also full of panic at this moment, and all of this stems from that war. No. At the base of the Alliance of Peacekeepers, Anilu looked at the body he had penetrated, leaving 2 bloodstains in his eyes. I killed Gorgeous. I killed my comrades. I am going to kill all of you pirates. After a short period of kingming, Anilu has already entered a deeper state of madness. In his eyes, only killing is left, and the group of pirates who will appear in front of them will cramp out their bones, drink blood and eat meat. Compared with Anilu, Ajin has always laughed so madly. From the moment the two started fighting, his will has been completely dominated by killing intent. Now, before his life ends, he will see everything destroyed. The 8 inner gates, dead gates. Open. Master Yi and Smog, who have seen through everything, fully understand that if they want to stop the killing in front of them, the only way to stop the killing is to kill them. Their only choice is to open the last gate of the 8 inner gates as well. Smog, no. However, the fact was that in front of Tina, Smoker, who had not yet had time to open the 8 inner gates, chose to sacrifice his life in order to block the sharp claws that attacked her. Sister Tina, I'm going one step ahead. Leiju smiled, also opened the final door of death, and rushed into the battlefield with Master Yi. Lei Luo, where are you? Come back quickly. Looking at the dear friend who had grown up with her in her arms, and the sister whose life had come to an end when she got along with her every day and night, Tina finally couldn't bear the emotional outburst any longer. She knelt on the ground and tried her best. He shouted Lei Luo's name with all his strength. Chapter 336 Method of Resurrection. In the endless void, the impatient Lei Luo tried his best to hurry on the road, but in this extreme crisis, the guidance of the world pass still reached the end. Lei Luo, come back soon. In a trance, Lei Luo seemed to hear Tina's cry of endless despair and complete collapse. That direction. As the figure sank into the void, the day-like aurora made it difficult for Lei Luo to open his eyes, and at the same time, there was a faint smell of blood wafting from his nose and mouth, and it became more and more intense. Here, it is an extremely flat, mirror-like island, without any flowers, plants and trees, just countless corpses and mukuro, and the blood that is constantly poured into the sea. The former Peacemaker Alliance base, now the hell on earth. Seeing this scene, Lei Luo only felt an irresistible force slamming into his mind violently, and he could barely endure the extreme dizziness, dragging his uncontrollable trembling body, walking every inch land. Anilu, Fire Calamity, Master Yi, Gurges, Sanji, Perospero. Seeing the familiar faces on one corpse after another, Lei Luo's mind felt like a violent storm, and all the light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by nothing but dullness. Who is that? That's Reiju. Finally, when he saw a head that disappeared completely from the lower jaw, Lei Luo only felt that everything around him was spinning. Tina, where is Tina? Where are you, Tina? Lei Luo, who walked forward in a daze, kept whispering the name of the lover who guided him back here. This is the last light that keeps him awake. Lei Luo, why are you coming back now? Why? Dongfang of the island, as the only surviving Tina, stared blankly at the familiar figure that was getting closer and closer to him, and roared angrily. What she saw with her own eyes just now was tragic, only Lei Luo can save it, but where is he and why is he coming back now? I don't know why, I don't know. Lei Luo, who fell to her knees in front of Tina with a plop, kept reappearing in her mind the picture of hell she saw in the void. He didn't know why he came back so late, he didn't know why he didn't choose to leave Guy alone in Yomatsu Hirasaka, and he didn't know why he finally used the corpse chi and soul that was enough to shatter the space. At this moment, the only thing he knows is that everyone is dead, even if it is Tina in front of him, it is just his fantasy. In the real reality, there is a thorough wound on Tina's chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting the bonus God level lottery points won. The sound of the system suddenly sounded, but Lei Luo did not respond. In the system's judgment, the person who finally won the battle was Lei Luo. However, in Lei Luo's perception, he was defeated, and it was a complete defeat. Qingzi, you are waiting for me here, I'm going to take Lei Luo's Devil Fruit ability. In the far-off sea area, Tich endured the pain and smiled at the green pheasant. On his chest, there was a sharp claw slashing through the wound left, and the blood kept dripping. Tiki, who originally planned to take advantage of the fisherman, did not expect that Ajin and Anilu would be so terrifying. If they hadn't escaped quickly, I'm afraid they would be just a cold body lying on the island. However, looking at Tich's back, Aokiji did not choose to stay, but rushed to the island one step ahead of him. Others don't know it, but Aokiji, who is a naval spy, is very clear. Guy is not dead. He has already colluded with the 5 old stars. He left his heart in the world government, and that is Guy's first time. 2 lives. Go away. The moment Guy Duo and Qingzi set foot on the island, a pure killing intent suddenly erupted from Lei Luo's body. His slightly thin back was like a world-destroying demon in the eyes of the two of them. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. After hesitating for a while, Tiki still thought that his own life was more important, but when he was about to pull the green pheasant to escape, he found that the green pheasant had already appeared in front of Lei Luo. Snapped. Qingzi, you are a fucking lunatic. I won't accompany you here to fool around. Seeing the green pheasant, he couldn't help but raise his leg. After kicking Lei Luo's figure a few meters away, Tiki turned into a black mist and escaped at extreme speed without turning his head. Am I not clear enough? Get out. Eyeless Lei Luo walked to Tina again and knelt down. However, what was waiting for him was another kick. Do you know that Charlotte Lingling is recovering from her injuries on Skull Island, and Guy isn't dead yet? When Lei Luo came to kneel again, Qingzi still kicked, but this time, he who hated iron and steel, almost roared out these secrets. I don't care if they die or not, the last time, if you dare to disturb me again. Before Lei Luo finished speaking, Qingzi's furious fist fell like raindrops. Today, he must wake up this self-willed idiot. In a blink of an eye, the blazing sun in the east rose, and the warm sunlight shone on Lei Luo, who was still kneeling in front of Tina with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and the panting Aokiji. People can't be resurrected from the dead. Didn't this painful lesson make you realize it? It's not you who caused all these tragedies, but the Tianlong people who claim to be gods, the 5 old stars, Yimu, and the world government. Quote. Throughout the night, Qingzi kept persuading Lei Luo, but he remained unmoved as if he had lost his soul. I have a way to resurrect them. Because of the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind, Lei Luo's body shook violently, which startled the green pheasant. Say, no matter what the price is, I'm willing. Accumulated corpse chi turns spiritual wave plus reverse corpse chi underworld wave. The method given by the system is useless in the eyes of Lei Luo. Yomatsu Hirasaka has been destroyed, and when the souls of all people come into contact with that space, they will be detonated by the accumulation of corpses and souls. You haven't figured it out yet, the Yomatsu Hirasaka you blew up earlier is not the underworld of the pirate world. Then why didn't you talk all night? It's not that the host didn't ask. I'm fucking, that's all. Under Aokiji's attention, Lei Luo stood up and took a deep breath. A faint blue flame emerged from his body and rose into the air, forming a huge blue uzumaki. Chapter 337_Prophecy. With the opening of the reverse corpse chi underworld wave, a huge light blue uzumaki appeared in the air, and it could be faintly seen that the lifeless souls drifted aimlessly. That feeling of going straight to the end of death. Don't care, Aokiji, you can ask for more happiness. Looking back at the Peacemaker Alliance base, after hesitating for a while, Tich chose to rely on the ice under his feet to go away. Because the huge uzumaki in the sky, in his eyes, is like the underworld descending, which is the final place that people can only reach after death. It's just that, even now, Tich has not completely judged the true identity of Aokiji, whether it is an undercover agent sent by the Navy. Aokiji, build an ice wall for me, and I don't want anyone other than you and me to know Akatsuki for everything I do next. Lei Luo's voice sounded. A huge wave of yuhi stained with blood suddenly rose on the sea level. Uzumaki corresponds far away. The light blue energy bodies are strong and weak, sometimes sprang out of the uzumaki, sometimes submerged in. They are all waiting quietly, waiting for the king who is enough to judge their life and death below to issue instructions for action. The corpse's energy turns into a spiritual wave, and the soul returns to the body quickly. An imposing aura surged out of Lei Luo's body, condensed into a huge black shadow standing behind him, exuding a mysterious power that suppressed everything. It's a force similar to Conqueror's Haki, but it's by no means Conqueror's Haki. Only the emperors of the world who have survived several Eternals can have the tyrannical spirit of the emperor. Do it with confidence, Lei Luo, you must be the man in the prophecy, the man who opened a new era. Seeing this, Qingzi smiled, because at this moment, his memory surged, and the dusty memory appeared. Decades ago, there was only one recognized overlord in this sea, the Rocks Pirates. In the future Navy or pirates, there will be a man who will completely overthrow the world government, and he will open a new era, an era of great peace, or a darker era. This sentence comes from the mouth of the first strong man, Rocks, who openly fought against the world government, only to sit on the empty throne and become the king of the world. Right before his death. It was such a legendary great pirate who was defeated only by the cooperation of Roger One Piece, the naval hero Garp, and the departure of Whitebeard and others. At the moment of his own death, he saw the future. At that time, Aokiji was just a major general who followed Garp all day long. Although the prophecy was banned by the world government to avoid disturbing the social order, he never forgot it. The future is an extremely ethereal concept. It can be tomorrow or next year. Even if it's just the next second, it can be called the future. As for who the man was, no one knew Akatsuki except the dead rocks. And as early as a few years ago, one of the 4 emperors, Yuhi Fa Shanks, found the answer in his heart. Now, Aokiji has also found the answer to everything he entrusted. Empty Island. What happened in the East China Sea? The frail Margao leaned against the wall and walked down the almost empty street alone. Since everyone in the Blackbeard pirates left, he who was imprisoned used the power of the fruit to save himself from the Halu stone handcuffs at the cost of cutting off his hands. Just now, he witnessed firsthand dark clouds rolling in the direction of the East China Sea, and it seemed that 2 figures were fighting fiercely here. Afterwards, the 2 figures disappeared, and after a long silence, the black and gray clouds were scattered by the killing intent, and the sky was stained with blood. Yuhi, that feeling, just from a distance, made people tremble, unable to calm down for a long time. Now, the cloud of blood that covered the sky was blown away by a strange force, a mysterious force that had never appeared before, and the huge Uzumaki that emerged seemed to connect 2 parts of a world one after another. This kind of terrifying strength, even when Dad was young, he couldn't do it. As this the man Daddy said was enough to change the world order. Margao suddenly smiled, his arms turned into wings made of blue flames, and he drove away in the direction of the East China Sea. Holy Land Mary Joa, the World Conference is still going on. The weakest sea area in the East China Sea is really unexpectedly frequent. The figure sitting on the empty throne, a symbol of peace, grinned, holding 3 wanted warrants with extremely high bounties in his hands. The most vicious criminal in the world, the Revolutionary Army Commander Long. The pirate who was bet on one arm by Yuhi Shanks, Straw Hat Luffy. The former admiral of the Navy, the current leader of the Alliance of Peacemakers, is regarded by the world government as the most malignant existence, Evil Eye Lei Luo. The son of prophecy will never appear, neither of you. A strange purple flame suddenly appeared in the palm of the shadow, and in a moment, the wanted order was burned into a white smoke and dissipated, leaving no trace. In the past few decades, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Dragon, and even Roger's son Ace who appeared later, Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, and Straw Hat Luffy who broke all conventions. Too many people are regarded by the older generation or the stronger ones as the man who is about to change everything in the prophecy. However, the world is still in the palm of the world government, and no one has been able to shake its supremacy so far. Even the Revolutionary Army has turned against several kingdoms that have been quietly killed by the CP organization. East China Sea. Huh, am I dead? Analu, wake up. Don't be alarmed, the demons will retreat. Lei Luo, where are you, why haven't you come back? At the base of the Alliance of Peacekeepers, Aokiji didn't know what words to use to describe his current mood. Summoning the soul of the deceased, repairing the broken body, and finally blending the 2 perfectly by means of the sky, so as to achieve the purpose of resurrection, is this still something that can be done by one person? Before the disappearing Uzumaki in the sky, Lei Luo, who had a few more white hair on his temples, looked at the people below, just smiled lightly, and everything in front of him was completely swallowed by the darkness. Pulled by gravity, it fell towards the vast ocean. Not good. The sudden disappearance of the Emperor's aura made Qingzi find Lei Luo who was in a coma, but it was too late for him to help him. Lei Luo's fragile body simply could not bear the collision with the ice. Chapter 338_Declare War. Swish. Just at this critical moment, an azure flamingo flashed by. Months later. That stupid dog in the system didn't tell me in advance that the price of using the accumulated corpse gas in reverse is actually consuming life. Lei Luo opened his eyes in a daze, but his eyes were still cloudy. With Liuku a mortal thief, which can be called a bug skill, his lifespan has long been almost infinite, so the way of consumption has changed into the aging of body functions. The main thing is that the aging seems to be permanent this time, and there is no way to make up for it by ordinary means. System. Consuming life. Gedges, who was standing in front of Lei Luo's bed, wondered if his leader had screwed up his brain because of this accident. However, soon he was stunned for a moment, and then a long-lost smile appeared on his face. The leader is awake. The leader is awake. Surprise cheers resounded throughout the peacemaker base that was still under construction in just a split second. Really, the boss is awake. I knew the master would be fine. Gurges, hurry up and wake up Reiju-sama and Tina-sama, why are you standing there? After chatting a few words with the people who came, Lei Luo turned his attention to Aokiji and Margao. Through the explanation of these days and the proof of Marco, everyone also knows Akatsuki's identity as an undercover agent. Qingzi, Xiaoma, what's going on with the Revolutionary Army? The base was destroyed, and the peacemakers temporarily lost all communication equipment. Lei Luo, who was worried about the alliance, had to ask the two of them. However, with the emergence of the Revolutionary Army, the joy on everyone's faces instantly faded. What happened? Where's Sanji? Wait a minute, why is this Aokiji just an ice clone? Lei Luo, who noticed something was wrong, was shocked. This abnormality seemed to have announced the end of the Revolutionary Army. It's just that he still doesn't want to believe his guesses. After we were resurrected that day, Sanji rushed to support as soon as possible, but Lei Ju did not continue talking, but took out the newspapers from the past few months and handed it to Lei Luo. The navy was victorious, and the top officials of the Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hats fled. Unexpectedly, Sanji Kurozu is arrested. Conscience found. Except for Yuhi Fashanks, the other four emperors announced to join the navy. After the war, the Straw Hats and the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army came to the naval headquarters again. History repeats itself. Yuhi made his appearance. The curtain ended, the 5 old stars appeared, the Revolutionary Army dissipated and Yuhifa died. The disruptors of society, only the last evil remains, the alliance of peacemakers. Sanji he. Lei Luo looked at the bold and enlarged titles, and turned to look at Lei Ju. There was no answer, no physical expression, just endless silence. Impossible. Skyburst Bennu is an underworld robe that can be infinitely reborn in flames. Sanji can't die. Lei Luo roared, he couldn't believe that he had become like this during the time he was sleeping. After a long time, Lei Luo's mood gradually calmed down. After this big event, how many people are still alive? Sabo and Luffy were rescued by Long and Yuhifa desperately, only the two of them. Facing the answers given by everyone, Lei Luo just asked indifferently, why don't you support? That's right, why didn't the alliance of peacekeepers as an ally provide support? If they were there, the Libra of victory would definitely shift. With the support of the Peacemaker Alliance, the Revolutionary Army will not perish, the Yuhifa pirates will not dissipate, and Sanji will not die. Unfortunately, there is no if in life. This cannot be blamed on any of the people present, because when they learned the news, it was already the brother of Ball who was in ruins. Moreover, the news that Yuhi and Dragon died in battle has come. 3 years, during this time, find Sabo and Luffy, develop our army, and make a final declaration of war to the world government. This is the highest order issued by Lei Luo. Holy Land Mary Joa. It's really a masterpiece, it's all like this, and it's still alive. In the underground secret room, the 5 old stars, who represent the highest symbol of power in the world, actually knelt behind a figure whose face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, in the basement of New Oda, except for the accident of the 6 of them, the only thing that counts as life is Sanji, who is immersed in strong acid, destroyed and reborn. Lord Yimu, the abilities of these battle armors of the Peacemaker Alliance seem to be not only to enhance the combat effectiveness like combat uniforms, but they also have more terrifying hidden effects. The long-haired old man in the 5 old stars smiled coldly. On that day, he who personally executed Sanji never thought that after a few seconds, the flames on the battlefield gathered in the sky and turned into black flames. Among them is the resurrected Sanji. The characteristic of Skyburst Bennu is its infinite resurrection, but the resurrection time needs to be determined according to the injury. After Lei Luo's return, Sanji did not complete his resurrection, precisely because the injury was too heavy. Find a way to take off his bracelet and give it to me. I am through a word and turned to leave. Even the powerful man was not immune to such a temptation. After watching the only king in the world leave, the 5 old stars looked at each other with helpless and wry smiles on their faces. Sanji's bracelet, they have tried all kinds of methods, and they even don't hesitate to corrode the muscles and bones of the whole body like Sanji is now. But even if this is the case, Sanji can be reborn in the flames, and the bracelet that represents the sacred clothes is impossible to start. It seems that an attack on the peacemakers' alliance is necessary before there is any hope of finding a solution. Boom! The bald-headed 5 old stars just finished their words, and the ground shook instantly, and a tyrannical breath mixed with cold killing intent rushed straight to the foreheads of the 5 of them. Lei Luo. I heard that it was Sanji you arrested, right? High in the sky, Guy Duo, Ant, Titch, and the powerhouses of the CP organization have surrounded Lei Luo tightly. At this moment, Lei Luo's hands are pinching Lu Qi's throat. The next moment, light blue flames burst out from Lei Luo's palm, but for a moment, Lu Qi's eyes became dim, only the endless rotten aura circulated in his body, and there was no sign of a living person, his soul completely dissipated. Just relying on you defeated generals, can you stop me? Tell Wu Laoxing and Yimu to get out of here. HMPH, I'm not too old, but my tone is not too small. Lei Luo, today you've cast yourself into a trap. Don't blame us for bullying more. Wu Laoxing, who walked out of the basement, snorted coldly, apparently directly issuing a kill order. 3 years later, the alliance of peacekeepers will crush Mary Joa. As I said, God can't save your end. Chapter 339 Final chapter of the mission. God can't save your fate. Lei Luo just snapped his fingers, and the temperature of the entire Mary Joa plummeted instantly, and even the tall building that represented the absolute face of the world government was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. From a distance, it looks like a huge iceberg, very majestic. Looking at the whole world, there is only one person who can do this, Qingzi Kuzan. Sure enough, Kuzan, you play infernal affairs well, but what's the use? The figure of the 5 old stars holding the first generation of ghosts moved. The knife was not sheathed, and there was no slash, but the ice that had frozen the tall buildings turned into dust in the blink of an eye. PFF'd. In the shadows, the figure of Aokiji appeared, with a shocking wound on his body. This is the true strength of the 5 old stars, surpassing the higher rank of the admiral. Can you still laugh when you're about to die? The bald-headed Wu Laoxing chuckled, picked up a piece of broken ice on the ground at random, and smashed it at Qingzi with his backhand. Attack Aokiji with ice. Lei Luo, who wanted to intervene, also chose to wait and see. However, at the moment when the piece of crushed ice was about to touch the Aokiji, armament hockey instantly covered it. No, this bald donkey armament hockey is a little different. Lei Luo was surprised because he found that the piece of ice had been transformed into armament hockey. According to common sense, armament hockey can only cover a layer on the surface of an object, and such a substance completely condensed by armament hockey has never appeared. And this is undoubtedly the deadliest threat to those with natural devil fruit abilities. Hey, 5 old guys, are you old enough to forget about the old man's iron fist? At that critical moment, 2 wrinkled fingers stretched out from behind the wall and firmly clamped the strange substance. Cap. At this moment, the 5 old stars instantly understood why Lei Luo came alone, and why Qingzi would reveal his identity in such a dangerous situation. All of this is to let the world government relax its vigilance, because their goal is to rescue the imprisoned core high-level navy. You stupid pirates, what are you waiting for? The 5 old stars angrily yelled at Guy for waiting for you, but, except for the CP organization, no one listened to them and dispatched them. Just kidding, which of the pirates present is not the one who used to dominate the sea, saying that there is a unique horror. No one can directly order them to do anything except I am. Don't waste time, go first. After roughly estimating the fighting strength of both sides, Sengoku, who had just escaped, made a decision immediately. What are you running away from? I opened the 8 inner gates and killed one with one punch, believe it or not. Fighting has always been what Garp is looking forward to, especially when the opponent is not weak, his hands are already hungry and thirsty. Fuck your uncle, don't eat or drink during this time, you have the strength, but we don't have it. After making an okay gesture to Lei Luo, Sengoku dragged Garp and led the crowd to the beach, leaving only Lei Luo in the rear. Strange, what's the situation? Looking at the figures of Sengoku and the others leaving, Lei Luo found that he did not see Akainu's figure, but this is not the point. The point is that the 5 old stars are actually standing there, letting the senior Navy officers pass by. He just lowered his gloomy face without any words. I am, what do you mean, look down on us? Lei Luo just said the name after the last Kebi and Bailu Mabe escaped from sight. Let the 5 old stars who are the highest power representatives in the world dare not speak out. Except for the Lord Yimu who stands above everything, I am afraid there will be no second person, not even Garp. Of course not, I don't look down on you, I just think it will be more fun this way. In the high-rise building, there was a mixed voice of male and female voices. Have you practiced the sunflower collection? How can you speak yin and yang in a weird way? Sunflower collection. I don't know what you're talking about, but remember one thing, I'll wait for you for 3 years. After the words fell, Lei Luo only felt that the space in front of him shook for a while and then suddenly cracked, and a beautifully packaged box appeared in front of him. A little gift, I hope I can gain the insight of the leader of Lei. Unfortunately, I don't have anything for you. After a cold snort, Lei Luo turned around and walked away. After a long time, there was no one in the Holy Land Square, and the damage under the high-rise building was repaired, and everything was as if Lei Luo had never been in the future. These bastards, don't wait for me. Lei Luo, who walked to the shore, found that the ship he was on couldn't even see the hair, so he couldn't help complaining a few words. That's all, just fly back. However, just as Lei Luo entered the boundary of the East China Sea, the gift box given by IM in his arms suddenly burst open, and under the action of gravity, a round thing sank into the sea with a plop. Creak. At that moment, the blue veins burst out on Lei Luo's forehead, and the crucial Kiba crown made his head tremble, and the endless anger was instantly ignited in his heart, which was burning and could not be extinguished. It never occurred to him that IM would make such a big joke with him. The spherical object that fell into the sea earlier turned out to be the head of Admiral Akainu. 3 years later, I will definitely end you with my own hands. Lei Luo's fists clenched loudly, blood slid down his fingernails and into the sea. Ding! System quest activated. Endgame. Endgame. Overthrow the world government in 3 years, kill IM, and exterminate the Draconians. This will be Lei Luo's last mission in this world. Late at night. Scream. Shout out to Lao Su. In the underground secret room of the world government, the 5 old stars kept pouring all kinds of liquids into the container where Sanji was located, but they threw everything that could be linked to words such as corrosion and high temperature. During the day, the group of pirates and Lei Luo actually made the 5 of them slump like this. Although it was an order from Lord Yimu, the 5 people who had never been treated like this, naturally couldn't swallow this breath. Sanji, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the younger brother of Leiju, the mistress of the Peacemaker Alliance, is the perfect combination of the pirate and the peacemaker. His screams are the most beautiful music in the world. Just add the lava into it. I want to see how long he can last for this little bird that can be resurrected infinitely in the flames. I can't wait to hear his roar and begging for mercy. At the same time, a clown-like figure came to the Peacemaker Alliance with several corpses. Chapter 340 _ Clown Visiting. You can't help hiding your identity at last, Bucky the Clown. All the peacemakers have already left this island and went to a secret place that no one has found. Lei Luo is the only one left, silently waiting for someone to visit here. Bucky the Clown, the trainee crew on Roger's ship, one of Yuhi Shenk's best friends, a character that even Whitebeard still remembers and has never missed participating in any major event. How do you know that I must be hiding my identity? The soft moonlight pierced through the night and shone on Bucky's funny makeup face. This was a murderous but unusually calm face, another look that not many people in the world have ever seen. Ha ha ha, if you have to have some brains, who would think you were an ordinary person? A figure who, in the eyes of the Navy, was nothing more than a clown, and participated in the Battle of Atwal unscathed. He fought against the Eight Treasures Navy, the Ward Pirates, and the naval forces led by Zephyr several times without defeat. The body was divided into several pieces, and the big adventure in the whole world could finally appear intact. In the face of Magellan's attack that made the Blackbeard pirates unbearable, the panic on the surface was entirely due to luck, but in fact, he never made a single move and escaped from the underwater prison. Being immortal under the sandstorm of the Desert King K. Rockville, ignoring the slash of the world's first swordsman Hawkeye, being frozen by Aokiji is no problem, escaping from the pursuit of Akainu, escaping the laser of Kyabu, being beaten by many old men the strong will remember. Since Luffy went to sea, he has been featured in countless major events. Such incidents, Lei Luo can be said to have 3 days and 3 nights without repetition. Just imagine that a person who can do these things is really a ridiculous person with a lot of luck. The answer is of course 2 words, no. The flight execution on Straw Hat Road in Rog Township failed due to thunder and lightning. Perhaps this is quite ridiculous in the eyes of the world, but Long, the revolutionary's commander-in-chief, once told me that after that incident, he owed you a favor. Also, in Rog Town, you were arrested by Smog with the Sea Tower Stone net. As a devil fruit person, you just ignore the Sea Tower Stone. I think there should be few people who can do it. Furthermore, I don't believe that a little pirate would choose to ignore it after learning that his best friend had become the prestigious 4 emperors. Lei Luo directly started 3 consecutive lore shots without giving Bucky any room to refute. In this clown, there are so many things that cannot be explained by common sense, and can be described by luck blasting and just right. Only the stupid and weak like Luffy will think that the clown is just a clown. You're not quite right, that dragon, you owe me more than once or twice. Bucky's words were obviously joking on the grounds of softening the atmosphere, but the muscles on his face couldn't squeeze out the humorous smile that should appear on this occasion. I don't care how much the dragon owes you, I just want to know if the underworld King Rayleigh and others, as well as the few kings under the Chihuahai who suddenly lost news, are all related to you. Everyone is understanding, there is no need to beat around the bush. Lei Luo directly raised the only confusion in his heart. After the World Conference, the 5 Old Stars announced the abolition of the King's Shichibukai, and named them the Evil Pirates. But it was such a coincidence that except for Bucky, Whitebeard too, and Doflamingo who was imprisoned in the Great Undersea Prison, the others seemed to have evaporated from the world, and there was no news. The same is true, as well as Rayleigh, Shachi, and Kuroka's. I just hid it. Then why did you come to see me this time? One is an alliance, and the other is a few of them. After the words fell, Bucky turned to look at the corpses he brought, and it was all the officers of the Uhifa pirates. In front of the world government, the gods take away the dead body without knowing it, not to mention ordinary people can easily do it. It's easy to make an alliance. You and I are nodding, but Yuhi sent them. What do you mean? Lei Luo stroked the white hair on his temples, and his tone was somewhat helpless. The world government must have known Akatsuki about his own resurrection of all peacemakers, and Bucky, who has the ability to match the CP intelligence organization, must have gotten the news right away. It's just that there happened to be a special existence where Uhifa several people died, Ant Lingling. Lei Luo owns the corpse chi and the underworld holy clothes of Hades, the underworld king. Controlling the undead is only a trivial matter for him, but if the soul of the deceased does not enter the underworld, it is controlled by others. Just as Akainu cannot be resurrected by Rayleigh, precisely because Yomatsu Hirasaka doesn't have his soul. It's not a very good plan to risk attacking the world government now. I brought their souls with me. I saw Bucky's chest suddenly cracked, and then his heart was divided in two, with a few clusters and extremely thin light blue flames flickering faintly, and it seemed that it might be extinguished at any time. The last question, except for Yuhi who sent them, the other souls. The top leaders of the Revolutionary Army, your subordinate Jinping, and the Straw Hats gang. It's just that my ability is limited and I can't bring all the corpses. If you agree, Uncle Rayleigh and the others will bring all the corpses. It turns out that the world government only released the disappearance of the Revolutionary Army and the pirates, but in order to attach a photo, in the final analysis, the corpses were quietly snatched away by Bucky. Okay, let's make an alliance. In the face of Lei Luo's condolences, Bucky has no surprises. Among the discerning people, doubts and suspicions only exist all the time and will never appear at all. Obviously, the two present belong to the latter. Then I will leave this side to you. Before dawn, I will bring everyone here again. Good. Seeing Bucky, who had not touched the ground with his feet and was still able to levitate, Lei Luo was surprised again. The splitting fruit must have both feet on the ground to activate the fruit power, which now seems to be just what Bucky wants the world to see in the final analysis. Just like the clown in the circus, he can only be seen laughing forever. System, I, the one who rescued the Yuhi pirates, can count as completing the task in reverse. Are there any special rewards? Looking at the long-respected names in front of them, Yuhi sent the pirates in this way for the first time, Lei Luo suddenly asked the system. Host, what do you think? I think it could be. Go away. Okay. Hokage I can only draw S-rank rewards, Chapter 341 to 360. Chapter 342 God's Dynasty, established. What did you say? Mr. Long and everyone have the possibility of resurrection. Can Shanks and the others be resurrected too? After getting a firm answer from the Empress Hancock, Sabo and Luffy finally had smiles they hadn't seen for a long time. In the past few months, the two of them faced the endless pursuit and killing of the world government, and had to run away desperately. Once there was time, they would never rest, but would train each other. The purpose is to avenge the deceased. Where are Uncle Rayleigh and the others now? Let's go find them. Luffy can't wait to see Shanks, and now he has the strength to return the straw hat. Similarly, Sabo is also very excited. If Lei Luo can really revive the dead, doesn't it mean that Ace can too? The three brothers have another chance to reunite after being separated from each other at a young age. However, just as Hancock took out Rayleigh's life card, a water bomb was shot from a distance, shattering it. Finally found the two of you, and it seems that there is an unexpected joy. On the top of the mountain not far away, a group of men and women in red suits looked down at the three of Luffy below, with a sinister smile on the corners of their mouths. CP1, Rockstar. Luffy and Sabo gnashed Kiba's teeth and said the name of the Yuhi-colored free-haired man in the lead. That's right, you heard it right, it's called Rockstar. 2 years ago, Yuhi made a newcomer to the pirates. He was dressed as a pirate. Anyone who participated in the second big event will never forget how Yuhi Shanks, who came to prevent the tragedy from happening again when Luffy's faction was about to lose, was penetrated by his cronies behind him. Chest. However, even the 5 old stars did not expect that Yuhi's strength was so pervert. Even if time was short, he still turned the tide of the battle with his conqueror's haki, which could be called pervert. If it hadn't been for Lord Yim to take action in the end, I'm afraid the final result would have been the complete defeat of the world government. It can be said without controversy that, in the first major event, Kirby stood up and fought for the last few seconds without fear of life and death, changing history. In the second major event, only Clausda is qualified to recognize the person who changed history. It was also in the follow-up battle that everyone understood that this weak person who calls himself a big pirate in the eyes of the world is terrifying to the level of a general. Sabo, he gives it to me, and the rest to you. Luffy-chan, what about me? Just stay here, they're too dangerous. After the words fell, the figures of Luffy and Sabo collided with CP1 in an instant. Only Hancock was holding his forehead with his jade hand, and there was a possibility of fainting at any time. A straight man like Shang Luffy will never understand that his concern is the most dangerous attack for Hancock. Holy Land Mary Joa. The World Conference has been over for a long time, but the people of many countries are very surprised, why their kings have not returned, only the navy has come to their territory, and temporarily dominates everything in the name of protecting the safety of one side. There is the throne set up by the ancestors 800 years ago to build peace. Do you want to break this precious peace? Boom. Just as the little king of the unknown country finished his words, his head exploded without warning, and the mixture of brain and blood splashed on the ground, causing the kings who spoke other words to choose silence. Humph. Peace. Do you believe in this ridiculous word? This is a world where the strong eat the weak. Only we Tianlong people are the real gods. Between gods and humans, there are two kinds of beings that are destined to be unequal. Master Yimu is the king of our Tianlong people. What qualifications do you stupid mortals have to question the king of gods? The four of you are too fierce. Learn from the old man and do it directly. The 5 old stars sneered at the overwhelmed kings with their heads bowed in front of them, their faces filled with sarcasm. Thump. Finally, someone chose to give in, kneeling in the hall with all 5 bodies on the ground. He turned a blind eye to the disgusting mixed liquid on the ground, allowing it to stain his forehead and long hair. With the leaders kneeling, the last trace of dignity in the hearts of other kings was shattered. Now they are no longer human, but ordinary mortals, ordinary people who do everything to survive. Good. Sitting on the throne, Yimu laughed wildly. The reason why he dared to agree to Lei Luo's 3-year contract was that, apart from his absolute affirmation of his own strength, his biggest trump card was the powerhouses of the more than 170 franchise countries. If you want to ask those countries that have never joined the world government or who have withdrawn later, maybe you can still linger for a few days before. After all, they have the protection of the Revolutionary Army. But now, they have only 2 choices, surrender or die. Puff quack quack. Suddenly, there was a sound of a phone bug in the next room, and the long-haired 5 old star turned back to Yimu, bowed his head and saluted, then turned and left. Master 5 old stars. No, not good. Straw Hat Boy. Before the words fell, the person on the other side of the phone bug was obviously terminated suddenly, but the call that still didn't hang up made the long-haired 5 old stars still waiting quietly. Hello. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds of silence, a young angry voice came from the phone bug again. I don't care if you are Wu Laoxing or Yi Mu. Listen to Lao Su now. Sooner or later, Lao Su will definitely beat you up. You brazen brat, who do you think you are? The long-haired 5 old stars are quite disdainful, even if the other party killed Rockstar's terrifying existence, he did not take it to heart. A mortal is a mortal, and it is absolutely impossible to compete with God in a very poor life. Listen, I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King, Straw Hat Luffy. Do. Looking at the phone bug that was hung up, the long-haired 5 old star just snorted. The next day, all the TV stations or newspapers were broadcasting a message. The empty throne welcomed its owner, the only God King in the world, Lord I Am. On this day, everyone in the world saw the approval of all the heads of state, and the civilians who dared to resist also deeply understood why they did not wait for the king, but only for the navy. When it arrives, the ruthless navy will take the life of anyone who protests without hesitation. Finally, the originally extremely unequal system was broken, and the world was completely covered by a brand new dynasty. Chapter 343 _ Find Ancient Weapons. After finishing the CP1 led by Clausda, Luffy and Sabo also showed a look of exhaustion on their faces. CP is the strongest force under the world government. Although there are few people, they are all strong among the strong. If the base is not discussed, the Navy is in front of them, that is, there are a few more similar carp. Pervert only. However, what about this individual factor? The Navy will always be a bad move at the level of a single round general. Hancock, let's set off now. Don't let Lei Luo and the others wait too long. Facing Sabo's urging, Hancock just looked at the raw mica in Rayleigh's hand, and his brows became even tighter. According to the guidance of the life card, Rayleigh is still in the East China Sea category at this time, but his position seems to be constantly rising. That's right, the secret development place envisioned by Lei Luo is exactly the infinite land that Anilu longed for, that is, the moon. You mean that they are now in a higher position above the Sky Island? Even Luffy, who has always been carefree, was somewhat surprised after hearing Hancock's explanation. Can humans really survive in that kind of place? Besides, the three of them seem to have no way to step into that taboo place for humans. Boom. Suddenly, the space in front of the three of Luffy began to vibrate faintly, and everything around them seemed to be stagnant in half. The wind did not rise, the flowers and trees stopped abruptly, and time stood still. After a while, the flowers, plants and trees resumed moving with the wind as before, but there was one more person on the island. My clone will take you to the infinite land. Lei Luo whispered, and then a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, wrapping the three of them away from here. At this time, on an unknown island on the sea, roaring artillery fire mixed with thick smoke rose up, and the ground was covered with the bodies of naval soldiers. Edward Wable, unlike your mother who died, you'd better just surrender. The person who spoke was the captain of CP2, a woman with an extremely ugly face, known as Vimalakirti, the Wicked Woman. My dearest son, in order to protect mother's safety, you must kill all these abominable navy. Behind Wable, a small woman with sunglasses and a wrinkled face pretended to be dying, and her words were bound by love, pushing the continuation of the battle. Call out. However, at the moment when everyone was ready to take action, the Navy took the lead in rushing out a laser beam, which bypassed the layers of obstacles with great precision. Eyebrows. Mom, what's the matter with you? You, damn Navy, I'm going to kill you. At that moment, Conqueror's haki exploded. Wable's eyes were blinded by hatred. All he had to do was to let everyone present be buried with his deceased mother. Damn it, who did it? Vimalakirti took the lead, and the long sword in her hand blocked the big sword that came from the head. The brute force actually shocked her into pain. Anger can affect people's emotions, it can devour reason, and it can also erupt in combat power that surpasses one's past. The broadsword moved as he wanted, and while the attacking force was heavy, the coordination was quite clever. For a time, Wable actually completely suppressed the entire CP2 organization by himself. That person, that's Lei Luo. While dodging, Vimalakirti inadvertently saw Lei Luo not far away, who was smiling and looking at all this, and instantly understood all kinds of talents and what Lei Luo meant. He wanted to sit and watch the snipe and clam fight. Hey, it's him, he killed your mother. Kill, all of you are going to die. No matter how Vimalakirti yelled, Wable couldn't listen to him. Now, he just wants to cut all the people alive in front of him in half, so as to dispel the hatred in his heart. For this accident, Lei Luo just happened to encounter it, and it just happened so coincidentally, and the next victory was meaningless to him. At the moment, the most important thing is to go to the Seven Waters and Fishman Island to find two ancient weapons. In the face of the final decisive battle in 3 years, everyone understands the anti-sky effect that the three ancient weapons will have. Therefore, it is not only Lei Luo who has acted. The people of the world government have already secretly chosen to start. Bingshan, honestly hand over the blueprints of Pluto Bruton, or the finished product created by your ancestors, otherwise I'm not sure whether Kiki Luo and your little secretary can survive the gun. The capital of Seven Waters was occupied by the swarming navy a few months ago, and all the boatmen were in prison. The truth. It is rumored that Pluto Bruton is a super battleship, and it can wipe out a small island in the world with one shot. This is the worst battleship in history that represents power. Now, the original design drawings were destroyed by Frankie a few years ago, but according to the revelations of the young people, the iceberg has a rubbing seal, and the battleship of Hades seems to be silent somewhere. Bingchen, the current navy is no longer the representative of justice. Don't be blinded by the love of your son and daughter. What you have to do is to be worthy of the whole world. Kobo said his last words, and resolutely chose to take the long spear from the navy's hands and buckle it at the temple of the little secretary. As the only iceberg who knew the secret of Akatsuki Hades at the time, the biggest burden was himself and this little secretary. Kobo, who knew in his heart, did everything he could, and after knowing the life of the little secretary himself, he swallowed a gun and committed suicide. Geek. Just when Kokoro closed her eyes and was about to start her plan, a variable happened. There seemed to be something wrong with the pistol, and the trigger could not be pulled, which made her fall into despair again. Could it be that even God chose to stand on the side of the Navy? Fortunately I got it. Lei Luo, who held the gun tightly in his big hand, breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression changed suddenly. On Fishman Island, Lei Luo, who had just landed in the light dun clone, didn't have time to do anything, and the fishman dressed as a beggar suddenly fell in front of him. Lord Lei Luo, please, save Fishman Island and Bakesing. You are Shark Star, the great prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. The loud shouts of the two sounded one after another, but what attracted the helpless sighs of the pedestrians on the roadside turned their heads and left, as well as a large number of naval troops rushing in from a distance. As the mermaid princess Bai Xing, the Sea King Poseidon, it seems that at this moment, it is more fortunate than fortune. Chapter 345 Peacemakers, Gather. In the last 3 months, how are you doing with the tasks I assigned? Sitting on the throne, Yimu played with a peculiarly shaped dagger in his hand, and asked casually to the 5 old stars who were kneeling in front of him. Since the last time he saw the person in front of him resurrecting Lu Qi by means of defying the sky, the 5 old stars who had secretly planned to take advantage of the fishermen in the final decisive battle completely dispelled the thoughts in their hearts. Im's power is unimaginable at all. All they can do is to honestly complete the task and accompany Im to complete the game. A game. That's right, in Yim's mouth, his final battle with Lei Luo was a game carefully arranged for decades. Sir, report, we have successfully used the secret technique you rewarded to combine the 3 ancient weapons into one. The words of the 5 old stars fell, and there was a frenzied laughter from the throne. The 3 ancient weapons, the world only knows that they are powerful enough to destroy the world, but no one knows Akatsuki. If you want to achieve that step, there is still a crucial step, and that is to unite the 3. In the laughter that resounded through the government building, the 5 old stars all shrank their pupils. At that moment, the hazy mist covering Yimu's face slowly dissipated, revealing a beautiful face that was even more delicate than a woman, the face of a young man whose brows were somewhat similar to Lei Luo. Lo, rocks. A name that was wiped out by the world government and had been covered in dust for decades, slowly spit out from the mouth of the 5 old stars. Lord Im, who has dominated the entire world, is actually the only overlord in the sea, the most powerful pirate rocks ever. Hey, since you've seen my real face, don't blame me. Suddenly, Yimu stopped laughing, and looked at the 5 old men who had been shocked and never returned to God with a playful look in his eyes. Lord Yimu, we will never tell outsiders your true identity, please let me go. See the master. After a while, with the bodies of the 5 old stars shaking together, they knelt down towards Yimu again, and the address in their mouths also changed from adults to masters. If there is still a 7th person present at this moment, they will be stimulated by everything in front of them, and they will begin to doubt whether all the cognitions in their lives are correct. Because, the eyes of the 5 old stars have all turned into the color of Yuhi the gorilla at this moment, and there is a dark Tomo slowly emerging. These are the same eyes as Lei Luo's evil eyes, and the same eyes as Yimu's eyes, 9 Tomo Samsara Sharingan. 3 months, but only 120 days. During the cultivation, it will only quietly pass the fingertips, and it will come to the day before the final battle. Above the moon. Is this day finally coming? Lei Luo walked out of the room and looked at the blue planet in the distance. For this day, everyone has been waiting for a long time, because this is the last understanding for anyone. Standing on the top of the tallest building, Lei Luo looked around. There were cyan arrogance shining everywhere, and dozens of blue arrogance, which was the embodiment of the 8 inner gates. At this time, the alliance of peacekeepers has reached an unprecedented level of combat power and strength. In the history of pirates, there is no force that can compare with it, not even the qualifications to carry shoes. 108 selected underworld Saint Cloth owners represent that the 108 are at least at the level of generals. For the rest of the troops, the newly developed technological combat uniforms and weapons made from sea-building assimilation gas are still standard. Navy 6, Domineering and the 8 inner gates are the 3 most proficient skills for everyone. Looking at this super fleet that he personally trained, Lei Luo still felt a little pity. The strongest god-level holy garments in the underworld holy garments are Hades, the king of the underworld, Hypnos, the god of sleep, Danados, the god of death, and the god of 4 dreams. Just found Pluto. The rest of the god-level holy clothes did not find any relevant forging materials at all. However, these are not important, because soon I will leave this world. Peacemakers, gather. Lei Luo's voice is not too small, but it is clearly audible in everyone's ears. Gather, the leader's order. Everyone has been waiting for 3 years. In the past 3 years, they have been training hard, in order to build the era of peace in which everyone is equal and there is no exploitation and oppression. Everyone obeys the order and marches toward the Holy Land Mary Joa. Following Lei Luo's order, the moon trembled slightly, and then 10 battleships rose from the ground. Yo, it's not bad, it's made to look good. Originally, this was just a blueprint that he threw to Gage and Frankie, but Lei Luo never thought that the 2 of them actually built it, and it was a full 10. That's right, this is the final product of 10 fusing the Silver River flying warships and one of the ancient weapons, Pluton Bruton. At the moment in the Holy Land of Mary Joa, the 5 old stars have already led everyone, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Alliance of Peacekeepers. What's that? Tiki looked at a few azure blue dots that were constantly flashing above the 10,000-meter altitude, and said lightly. There is no need for someone to answer. As far as the current world situation is concerned, there is no need to explain too much who is coming. Everyone enters the war preparation alert mode. Wu Laoxing gave an order and silently looked at the continuously magnifying blue light in the sky. The current world government, like the Alliance of Peacemakers, has gathered many powerful beings standing at the peak. In addition, they also have a larger number of grassroots soldiers and more than 100 first and second generation peaceful reformers. I just didn't expect that the navy of the past would actually mix with the pirates to become one faction. The ant said with a sneer, if it was in the past, without the arrival of the Peacemaker Alliance, everyone present would definitely go their separate ways and start an extremely bloody melee. I just want the lightning kid who killed Ah Jin, you can do the rest. Guy snorted, he couldn't forget Lei Luo's unparalleled power, and he couldn't forget the thunderbolt figure that blew Agent into dust in the video that Titch brought back. There are so many old friends this time, I just don't know if they can survive in my hands now. The person who spoke was Shiki the Golden Lion, and now he was completely indifferent. Beside him stood the same vampire, Count Yuhi, Ryder, and a group of veterans who should have died. Great Pirate. Chapter 346_Mystery. Today's Holy Land Mary Joa is different from the past. It does not have the majesty of the past, and it has the meaning of just a fanatical chill. With the roar, hundreds of figures rushed out of the high-altitude spaceship, each with their arms crossed, staring coldly at the people below, and the leader Lei Luo even had a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Fire! Without any warning, blue light spots were continuously extracted from the surrounding air, condensed on the pitch-black steel pipes that appeared in front of the 10 spaceships, and blasted out like a heavy bombardment. This is the battleground between the two sides fighting for ultimate dominance, and no one will remind you of the start of the battle. The extremely blue light full of destructive aura is like strips of sinister earthly giant pythons, always opening its huge bloody mouth, trying to devour the entire island. The deafening roar continued, the ripples of energy continued to spread, and objects like shreds of paper spread in the air, causing Lei Luo's complexion to change suddenly. Impure world reincarnation. Where did you learn this trick? Looking at the golden lion, Earl Yuhi and the others who had blocked the heavy artillery, Lei Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that I am is definitely not as simple as imagined. Hey, kid, the real battlefield is only endless fighting, and no one will explain it to you. Shiji chuckled, and at that moment, the clods on the ground rushed into the sky in the shape of a lion's head, trying to tear Lei Luo into red fragments. Swish! It was too late, but it was too fast. Just at that moment, several thunder snakes suddenly rushed towards them and collided with them. Go away, this thunderbolt bastard is my prey. Seeing Analu's shot, Guy disregarded any friendship with his comrades and smashed Shiki aside with a backhand strike of Thunder 8 trigrams. At the same time, the golden sword energy slashed out from Shiji's feet, approaching Lei Luo without stopping. Alpha Raid. An emerald green sword light burst out, dissolving the golden sword chi, and jumped up to attack Shiji, who was temporarily unstable. Two idiots. Hey, smoking kid, I see, my opponent is you. Little devil, do you immortals have such a big tone? The battle between Count Yuhi and Smoke was also triggered in one breath. At this moment, there was only killing intent and tension in the air. At the moment when an ancient tree was shaken and fell to the ground by the fluctuations caused by the battle between the 6 people, the blood of the two sides was surging, and the final battle officially started. Lei Luo, who was still standing at the commanding heights, still had his arms folded over his chest. He didn't make a move, because I am, the leader of the enemy, had not yet appeared. All he had to do was wait. The shouts were like thunder, the artillery fire was like a rainstorm, and the hot blood was mixed with killing intent. Looking at the shadows of swords, lights, swords and swords without any order, as well as the corpse that appeared shortly after the war and the weapon of the lost master, turned to dust at the feet of everyone, Lei Luo understood what it is called Feng Xiaoxiaoxi and Yi Shuihen. She will not return. In the face of the enemy's angry eyes, return with a roar. Faced with a fatal blow that cannot be avoided, simply do not dodge, and be sure to pull a few enemies back before dying. In the face of the enemy army that was advancing as fiercely as a beast, there was no concession, only the sound of fighting and the blood splattered in the mouth. This is the energy that people desperately release for their own ideals, and for the peace of the world. Even if they die here, there is no regret at all. The price paid for peace is always only blood and new souls. You are all great heroes of the world. The roar sounded from Lei Luo's mouth, inspiring all the peacemakers present. The raging fighting spirit was like substance, burning invisibly in the air. The leader's affirmation proved that each of them must have a meaningful existence even if they are unknown. Let's fight with confidence, my warriors, never fear death, because I am the god of death. Lei Luo turned the conversation, and the blue flame in the palm facing the sky was like a galloping river, and it was like the axe that opened the sky by the great god Pengu. The huge Uzumaki slowly emerged, and the heroic spirits came back again. Kill. Comrades in arms are resurrected and fight side by side again, even with Yuhi in their eyes. They can never stop the peacemakers from enjoying the brotherhood in this battle, and can't stop them from giving everything for justice and peace. For a time, the peacemakers' fighting spirit exploded, turning into the purest force, feeding back everyone's beating heart. For the dawn of victory to come to the world, the 8 inner gates, all open. Kai Yuhi's arrogance roared out, this is a vision to open the door of death, and it is also the will of everyone to die. The only one who wins in the end is the alliance of peacemakers. Hee, do you think you are the only one who can bring the dead back to life? The government building was shattered without any warning, and Yimu with a hazy face flew from it. The eyes of Yuhi, the orangutan, met Lei Luo, and there was nothing but madness. The same eyes, the same power, but a completely different way of resurrection. Mystic Impure World Reincarnation. A crisp snap sounded from Im's palm, and the bodies of the government troops on the ground exploded slightly, followed by endless pieces of pale white paper flying in the air, finally gathering to form dead figures one after another. Lei Luo, you should understand that the people of Impure World Reincarnation are immortal, and the energy in their bodies is inexhaustible. What are you fighting against me? I am laughing happily, as if he had seen the goddess of victory favoring him. The infinite resurrection of one side, the absolute immortality of the other side, these two forces that the world aspires to collide together, without any mercy, and with viciousness and decisiveness. I have an almost infinite lifespan and can splurge freely, and you control the millions of Impure World Reincarnation. Can you be distracted to deal with my attacks? Lei Luo's sarcasm reached Yimu's ears. An unpretentious iron sword appeared behind him. One word / activate. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the triple Rashomon appeared out of thin air at Im's place. Who the hell are you and why are you doing these tricks? Whether it was the Impure World Reincarnation, the triple Rashomon, or the pair of eyes that were exactly the same as his own, they were all like Im's face, making Lei Luo unpredictable. Who the hell is Im, and why are there so many tricks in the Hokage world? Want to know? Then make sure you don't die too soon. After the words fell, 3 different patterns appeared on Yimu's eyes, and the natural energy around him kept pouring towards his body, turning into a giant Buddha's coat in the shape of a monster in samurai armor. Chapter 347 _ Battle of the Generals. How is this possible? Lei Luo sucked in a breath of cold air, and the beating rate of his heart suddenly increased. The blessing of the 3-in-1 Sage Mode, the Godzilla coat, Susanoo, and the form of God and Buddha, in this world, except for himself, how could there be a second person who can use it? Are you surprised? Then I'll show you what else I can do. Call out. A laser beam shot out from Im's raised fingertips, easily piercing Lei Luo's chest. This is the power of glitter fruit. Looking at his healing wound, Lei Luo's face gradually became gloomy, and an extremely absurd idea came into his mind. The so-called Yimu, is it because of the evil thoughts that he unintentionally scattered? However, this conjecture was quickly overturned by Lei Luo. Not to mention whether he has scattered any evil thoughts, just from the perspective of time, Im will definitely not have any relationship with him. Who the hell are you? Lei Luo roared. This unknown sense of mystery made his spirits very uncomfortable, as if he was in a hellish fantasy. Wait a minute, illusion, 9-tomo samsara Sharingan. Could it be called demonic illusion? No, demonic illusion is a unique ability in the Hokage world, and will never appear in the pirate world. Coupled with the ability of 9-tomo samsara Sharingan to see through all laws, it is absolutely impossible for him to be in demonic illusion. That being said, everything Im just showed is true. After a glimpse, Lei Luo, whose body was stiff, was shocked by the reality. Want to know who I am? Let's wait until you survive. Kill the ashes together. A sharp white bone shot out from Yimu's palm, directly crossing the space node, breaking free from the shackles of time, and piercing Lei Luo's face. The effect of killing the ashes together is a smash that transcends time and space. A faint breeze blew through, and Lei Luo, together with the bone, turned into strands of powder and scattered freely in the air. Boss. Lei Luo. Chief. The people who checked the vision for the first time only felt that in their chests, there was an unquenchable rage that was constantly rising, like the demons of the ancient times, engulfing their reason. Kill kill kill. Those who appear in front of my eyes will die. The peacemakers turned into murderous devils, killing the enemies that appeared in front of them without any reservation. They want to avenge their leader, the leader who takes the responsibility of building the era of great peace. Calm down. Just follow me. Live without worry. The spiritual platform is quiet. Master Yi swept Count Yuhi away with a backhand sword, the sword energy forming a shield, and the meditation art was continuously chanted from his mouth. Lei Luo is not dead yet. No one knows this better than he, who is in sympathy with Lei Luo. Besides, the gigantic Uzumaki in the sky, which kept resurrecting the peacemakers who died in battle, did not stop spinning. Hey, Carp, listen up. Sengoku and Suru, who had also sensed everything long ago, sandwiched the crazy Garp between the left and the right. The bloodthirsty monsters produced by the hatred and killing intent devoured their reason are inherently terrifying. If the body is at the level of Garp, with the support of infinite resurrection, it will definitely become the priority target of both sides. Sure enough, just when Gai Duo was about to join forces with Ant to attack any road, a golden light prison sheltered him, and the flying powder in the air also returned to its original position. I really don't know what you're thinking. Even if you can escape the co-killing of ashes, you still have to risk it. There is some confusion in Yimu's words, but these are not important, because there is no room for any turnaround in the battle between him and Lei Luo. If you don't fight hard, how will I know whether your move is true or false? When the words fell, Lei Luo, who also had 4 forms in one, followed his heart. Thousands of lightsabers condensed behind him, and the armor of the Hades immediately wrapped him around him. The system has said that co-killing ashes can only be used by those who have eaten chakra fruits and who have Rinnegan. Since everything about IM is true, then there is only one possibility. He is Lei Luo from a parallel space. Seeing that Lei Luo finally started to face the battle, Im's eyes did not show any indecision. The burning dark flames condensed into battle armor and attached to his body, and tens of thousands of Gudodama, truth-seeking ball, appeared in the behind him. Have you also taken control of Yin-Yang escape and become a 6 paths immortal? Lei Luo grinned, the iron sword in his hand burst out with divine light, and he slashed down towards Yimu. What about the same ability? What about the 6 paths immortals, the god-level underworld clothes of Hades, the underworld king? He is the only one in the world. It seems that he felt the horror contained in that sword, and IM didn't dare to despise it at all, and with a big move, a transparent crystal wall blocked him. Boom! 2 extremely strong energies are venting recklessly, the earth is trembling, and the sky is retreating. Even if it is a god, it will definitely choose to escape in the face of this kind of offensive. PFF'd. Above the sky, Lei Luo and Yimu were still banging on each other, but the 2 sides fighting below suffered as a result. They were simply unable to stop that splendid look. Even if any defensive means touched a trace of the power that penetrated from the air, it would turn into nothingness in an instant, with only white scraps of paper and blood flowing in an endless stream. The immortality of impure world reincarnation, and the infinite resurrection brought about by the accumulation of corpse energy, made Lei Luo and Yimu unleash their full power without any scruples. Lei Luo, you have to solve the battle as soon as possible. The pirate world can't bear the collision of you 2 monsters too much. The system prompt sounded suddenly, first reminding Lei Luo how powerful the opponent he was facing was. Then don't waste time. Accumulate corpse energy and turn spiritual waves. Lei Luo, who took advantage of the distance to escape, pulled enough distance from IM. Above the raised arms, endless accumulation of corpse energy was constantly surrounding, and there were several huge Uzumaki added to the sky. What is that? What a terrifying power. Could it be that there really exists a god in the world? This energy may be enough to destroy everything in the world. All over the pirate world, countless people looked at Uzumaki who suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. Today is the day when the world government and the alliance of peacekeepers will have a decisive battle. No one does not know it, but what they cannot imagine is that there are such powerful human beings in the world. No, this can no longer be said to be a human being, this is a god, and only a daunting supreme god can possess such a mighty power. The unmatched power of all human beings. Chapter 348 _ Strongest vs Strongest. Feeling the overwhelming terror emanating from the air, the government troops and the peacemakers chose a truce with great tacit understanding. Lei Luo's move is too terrifying. If Yimu didn't have a move to compete with, then the result of this battle would have been obvious, and there was no need to continue the fight. However, if Yimu can break out a stronger means, then Lei Luo's end is only death. The Peacemaker Alliance has completely dissipated today, and there is only the existence of the government in the world. No matter what the result is, it has already directly announced what the future world will look like. What everyone can do is to witness the rise of an emperor of a brand new era. Everyone, I'm sorry, I can't support your resurrection anymore. In the air, Lei Luo's heavy and apologetic voice sounded, and at that moment, all the peaceful people who had experienced death before collapsed to the ground, and their souls poured into Uzumaki. Life and death are no longer important to those who have experienced death. They have neither the desire for life nor the fear of death. They only hope that they can contribute their last strength to true peace. Therefore, each of them had only blessings on their faces when they fell, blessings for Lei Luo's victory. Call out. I saw Lei Luo's arms for a while, all the energy in his body gathered between his hands, and a giant energy ball shining with blue light appeared in his hands. Just like the earth, beauty and destruction coexist. Children, you must have suffered a lot during your father's absence. Suddenly, somewhere in the Uzumaki, a tall soul appeared, and there was a sparkling light in the eyes that looked at Margao and his party. Dad! A roar containing longing rang out from the mouths of all the white-bearded crew members at the scene. At this time, they all knelt on the ground, holding back their tears, just hoping that the old man who sheltered him when he grew up could see him. It's a good life, even if it's suffering, it's still very good. Dad, run slowly and pay attention to your body. At that time, another young figure rushed out of Uzumaki, and while his tone was a little reproachful, he did not forget to support Whitebeard. Hearing this familiar voice, Margao and his group shuddered suddenly, and they couldn't help it any longer. To be able to see my deceased father and brother again, even if I die in this battle, I have no regrets. However, on the side of the peacemakers, apart from Marco, there were two others who looked at the young figure who appeared later, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and their tears were like Izumi. Ace. Hearing the call buried deep in his memory, Ace turned his head sharply and looked at the two best brothers in his life. Mr. Lei Luo, my two brothers may not be very obedient. I hope you will take care of them in the future. Ace will thank you in advance. Just after smiling and waving at Sabo and Luffy, Ace turned around and bowed deeply to Lei Luo with the help of the Whitebeard. A rare reunion, Ace will never let his brother see his unsatisfactory appearance with sand in his eyes. Cap, Sengoku, and everyone, long time no see. Captain Roger. Roger, I'm sorry I didn't take care of Ace. Another soul emerged, and it was the famous One Piece Roger. It's rare to meet, don't say such things, there are a large group of old friends behind me. Roger put his arms around Ace's mother with a laugh, and looked back at the old-time powerhouses flying out of the Uzumaki in the air. At this moment, whether it is an enemy or a friend, a bloody feud or a great kindness, it is already a smoke of the past. If we meet again, we are all friends, and an old friend who accompanied me through a glorious period of time. Teacher Zepha. Father and mother. Child, Daddy is here. With the appearance of souls, everyone sees the person they want to see most in their life. Lei Luo fulfilled their promise. Let's all say goodbye, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see you again in the future. Lei Luo smiled helplessly. After these souls entered the spiritual wave, they would no longer exist in the world or the underworld. This is the method of accumulating corpse energy and turning spiritual waves. Human beings use the trick to kill gods. Everyone gathers all their strengths and bursts out a unique trick that is enough to kill gods. Father, 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 are you annoying? Everyone in the world listens to Lousy. If you don't want to die, then bring all your strength to me. After a while of silence, Im's roar resounded throughout the world, and at this moment, he also raised his arms high like Lei Luo. At this moment, everyone around the world except the Alliance of Peacekeepers raised their arms subconsciously and pointed their palms in the direction of the Holy Land Mary Joa. 10 days ago, the 5 old stars forced everyone to do so after hearing Yimu's order, or else they would end up killing the whole family. In the face of this kind of punishment that is even more vicious than the death penalty, the people who are just ordinary citizens can only choose to surrender and let the light blue light swept out of their palms, and the sense of powerlessness constantly impacts their brains. Not good. I am as condensing vitality bombs. Seeing that the energy bomb that Imto lifted was getting bigger and bigger, Lei Luo exclaimed, and hurriedly turned to face the souls who were still looking at their relatives and friends, and nodded solemnly. Goodbye, everyone. The voice that hit the depths of the soul sounded, and under the leadership of Roger and Whitebeard, thousands of souls turned into the cleanest energy, submerged into the energy ball in Lei Luo's hand, and became a part of the corpse accumulating energy and turning the spiritual wave. On the one hand, it relies on the strength of living people, condensed vitality bombs. On the other side, the souls of deceased people are gathered together, and the accumulated corpse energy is formed to turn spiritual waves. Between the two, it seems that they are born to represent the enemy of life and death. Once they appear, the sky will be shattered. Go to hell, Lei Luo, who made me ruthless all my life. The victory of this battle will definitely be me, because this is everyone's strength. The roars of Yimu and Lei Luo sounded in unison, and even the timing of their moves was exactly the same. With such a high degree of tacit understanding, Lei Luo even felt that if the two of them knew each other, they would definitely be no weaker than Ace, Sabo and Luffy, as well as brothers like Naruto and Sasuke. Boom! 2 powerful energy bombs collided with each other. This is the strongest trick they can use. Everyone, whether they were government troops, peaceful people, or ordinary people, held their breaths, quietly watching and waiting for the result of the collision between the strongest and the strongest. Chapter 350_Misfortune. Call out. No one could have imagined that at the moment when the corpse chi turned the spiritual wave and was about to devour Yimu, Lei Luo suddenly gave a loud shout, mustering all the strength of every cell in his body, and forcibly threw it into the sky. Boom! The splendor like a meteor exploded the sky, and above the Holy Land Mary Joa, there was a hole like the ancient times, but that time there was a Nua mending the sky, but this time only 2 weak figures fell to the ground. Are you taking pity on me? I don't need your mercy. I am lying on the ground, with all the muscles in his body broken, cursing viciously Lei Luo who was supported by the iron sword in his hand not far away. Useless death can't change the rules of reality, I just hope you can go back. Lei Luo's voice was devoid of any emotion. Having just experienced death, he deeply understood the feeling of powerlessness and yearning for life. At the last moment, he chose to let Yim go, because he is a human, a person with emotions and flesh. Are you going back? Yimu kept mumbling, and silence fell between the two. On the entire island, only young geese wailed around the dead old geese. Boom! The huge Uzumaki reappeared in the sky. This is Lei Luo's determination to revive the peacemakers. Is it finally over? People from all over the world looked at the giant hole in the sky in the distance, and the 2 powers that contained the destruction of the sky and the earth also disappeared. This battle, which represented the end, finally came to an end. Damn, what is that? Suddenly, a huge mermaid with wings on its back rose into the air and rushed into the hole that was blasted by the accumulated corpse energy and the spiritual wave. It was the fusion of the 3 ancient weapons that Yimu had painstakingly forged. The ultimate trump card, the god of the gods who is enough to completely destroy a world, the god King Zeus. There is no violent power, and there is no energy fluctuation. Some are just the continuous decomposition of Zeus, the body's shape or the clear and light gas, which gradually repairs this gap. Seeing all this, Lei Luo just smiled. He knew it was Im's choice, proving that he knew his fault and turned back. The god King Zeus has the power to destroy everything, but in mythology, he has a father who protects human beings from growing up. There. The flames of war that were about to go out ignited again. Among them, a black-feathered bird with a peculiar shape spread its wings and flew high. This is the Bennu bird reborn from the ashes, and it is the return of Sanji. It seems that Tianbaoxing's holy clothes are really suitable for you. Feeling the breath that appeared behind him, Lei Luo did not stop, but continued to search for the souls of everyone who lost their subjective consciousness and swayed with the wind. He wanted to resurrect all the peacemakers. Swish. PFF'd. It was too late to speak, and a big hand wrapped in pitch-black armor appeared without warning and pierced Lei Luo's chest. Unstoppable blood gushed out from his throat, which was hard to stop. 4. Why? In an instant, Lei Luo, whose blood had collapsed to the limit, slowly turned his head back. The horror in his eyes was far less than the confusion. He didn't understand why the person who attacked him was actually Sanji. Ha ha ha, Lei Luo, now is the real end. Before Sanji could answer, Ain's laughter entered Lei Luo's ears. At this moment, Sanji, his eyes are dull, the skin around his body is covered with a strange light green light, and he stands there motionless like a robot, only the dark green liquid runs along his arm, continuously. Injected into Lei Luo's body. You won't be able to escape from me with Sanji alone, right? If I didn't let him go, even if you came to rescue yourself, it would be impossible. I slowly got up from the ground, the trembling muscles, obviously not fully recovered from the injury, are still on the verge of extreme danger. However, the current Lei Luo was obviously more seriously injured, and as the only person present with normal mobility, he personally pierced his chest. This damn white star just got out of my shackles, otherwise, it would not be as troublesome as it is now. Looking at the big hole in the air that was still being repaired, I said with some resentment. From the beginning, he made follow-up preparations for his failure, but what he did not expect was that Bai Xing's consciousness was restored because of his weakness, and he chose to sacrifice himself to save the people. Looking at Yimu who was approaching him step by step, Lei Luo closed his eyes. That was the pace of death. 10 meters, 9 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just when Ain's bloody fingers were about to touch Lei Luo's eyes, Sanji's big hand that penetrated Lei Luo's chest suddenly pulled out and punched him in the face with a backhand. PFF'd. The savage force struck, and Yimu's fragile body instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string, and the mysterious haze on his face also faded. At this moment, Sanji's eyes gradually returned to normal, and Lei Luo's figure also turned into thousands of light spots and disappeared in place. It turns out that the abnormality in Sanji's body was noticed by Lei Luo 3 years ago. What just happened was just a scene to reveal Ain's true identity. In the empty Uzumaki, the intact Lei Luo descended like a god, sneering down at Yimu who was struggling on the ground. Those who have been given a chance and have not repented have no need to live in the world. Accept your final punishment, I am. Starting with the iron sword, the golden rays of light poured into it, and the subtle sharp sword energy wandered in the space, and the cracks appeared faintly, showing the terribleness of this sword. God's wrath and punishment. Lei Luo threw a mouthful of blood on the sword body, the huge Uzumaki in the air began to vibrate continuously, and golden light emerged from it, converging into a golden broadsword, with the momentum of smashing the yellow dragon, ignoring the constraints of time and space, attacking Yi. At that moment, the wind whistled, the sky shook, and the waves from the sea slapped the coast crazily. When the gods were angry, they would naturally become the most realistic embodiment. Boom! The golden broadsword fell, and everything was cut in half under the fierce and unparalleled sword energy. Whether it was space or the earth, it was difficult to stop the power of this sword. How could this be? The exclamation sounded. Lei Luo's heart was pounding, he couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. That I, who had been fighting with him for several years, the behind-the-scenes boss of the world government, the emperor of the Tianlong people, actually had a face that was 70% similar to him. Even if he hasn't seen that face for more than 10 years, Lei Luo will never be unfamiliar with it, because that's the person he longs for, the person he wants to see the most before his death, his own son in the future. Chapter 351 _ the final chapter. You are my son. Lei Luo rushed down and hugged Im, who had run out of time, in his arms. Go away, I don't have a father like you. Facing Lei Luo's trembling questioning, Yinu tried desperately to break free from his embrace, but he couldn't even breathe. Why does Im own the 9-tomo Samsara Sharingan? Why does Im have the Sage Mode of the Three Immortals? Why is Im able to activate the killing ashes that even Lei Luo can't use, and why? Countless questions resurfaced in front of Lei Luo's eyes again, and no explanation was needed at this time, because the kinship from blood was enough to explain everything. I am Ta, the biological son of Lei Luo. Why did you become like this, and why did you come to this world? Lei Luo kept whispering in his mouth, his brain has long been blank, all of this is simply unacceptable as a father. I actually killed my own child, I actually killed my own child. At the moment when Im's hideous smile completely solidified, Lei Luo's whole body seemed to have lost his soul, kneeling on the ground, motionless. Standing beside Lei Luo, Sanji sighed helplessly. Although he didn't understand what happened, he knew that Lei Luo was going through an unprecedented experience of inner demons. Suddenly, a thin white smoke wafted out of Yimu's body, and Lei Luo, who was confused, slammed it into the palm of his hand. System, explain, what the hell is going on? Lei Luo's furious roar circled in his mind. The white smoke he held was not Yimu's soul, but a special existence similar to a system. The future, like you, is the chosen one, but his system seems to be shaped by all kinds of extreme negative emotions. After the system's words fell, everything in front of Lei Luo gradually became illusory. Hokage world, Lei Luo left a year later. Your father is Lei Luo. Ha 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 ha, how can you imagine a great man as a father just because you were born weak? Konoha Academy, several genins sneered at the only student who did not pass the test. It was the future. It's just for some reason. The future in his childhood suddenly suffered from a serious illness. When he recovered, not only was his physique weaker than ordinary people, but he couldn't condense even a trace of chakra inside his body, and he once became the laughingstock of his peers, a bully. Object. But even so, he still did not give up lightly in the future. He secretly vowed that he must become a Jonin-like might guy. However, the cruel reality will soon wake up the future. His physical fitness, let alone daily training, even walking has become extremely difficult. When he was just over 10 years old, he had a long head of hair early, and his body exuded thick hair. Intense death. Kagaya Haim, Yuhi and others searched for all the treasures in the world, trying to save future lives, but in the end, they were empty-handed. One day, the tomb of the future collapsed, and an incarnation of hatred crawled out of it. Host, that's it, only endless hatred can give you indestructible power. That's right, the future has become the one chosen by God. With a negative system, he has completed his revenge against all those who bullied him, and his strength is no less than the myth left by Lei Luo. System, why have I done so much, but I still can't completely dissipate the fire of hatred in my heart? Because the person who caused the tragedy is your biological father, and you must complete your revenge against him. Where is he now? Another world. As long as you step into the space in front of you, I will send you to the world where your father is. Good. Coming to the world of pirates, the future is attached to the body of a young man who died accidentally under the waves, the young man named Rox. After learning the timeline of Lei Luo from the system, he conquered this sea in the name of Rox in the future, leaving a prophecy that would be convenient for him to find Lei Luo in the future, and then he faked his death in front of the world. Mu's identity lives on. I am a mother, he is a child with only a mother, and the meaning of surviving to this day is to complete his revenge. Under the decoding of the system, Lei Luo, who knew all the ins and outs, sneered. He would never have thought that the source of the tragedy in front of him would actually be caused by himself. On the other side, Sanji, who saw Lei Luo laugh for a while and cry for a while, had no choice but to sigh. He didn't know why, but what he could do was to pass the cigarette in his arms to Lei Luo. Boom. After smoking a cigarette in silence, the corpse gas in Lei Luo's body emerged again, and the Uzumaki above the sky also turned, and the souls of the dead peacemakers were reshaped and flew out from it, escaping into his own body. Within. Sanji, where's the boss? Where's I am? After the reborn Analu surrounded himself, he hurriedly asked Sanji. He was afraid that the death he had imagined would become a reality. In the same way, everyone who returned from the resurrection focused on Sanji, and only Master Yi left quietly without saying a final farewell to his comrades. Two sisters, my brother-in-law asked me to bring you a message, see you in a year. After speaking, Sanji just smiled, turned and walked towards the straw hats, but stopped for a moment and looked at the vast sea. I am a sinner, and the road of redemption must be completed. Sanji, help me tell everyone that the mountains and rivers meet, and see you in a year. Lei Luo's words echoed in Sanji's mind again. At this moment, somewhere on the sea, a man with Chinese hair smiled and explained what he had seen to the boy who had no life in his arms. Master Yi, come and sit, let me tell you too about this mysterious sea. At that moment, the Wafa man spoke from the sea to the land, and all the ages of the earth, as well as all things in the universe, these unheard of knowledge. However, what neither Lei Luo nor Master Yi noticed was that the heart of the young corpse seemed to be beating slightly. 3 months later, the Holy Land Mary Joa resumed its former prosperity, but now the owner here is a group of peacemakers who have created a new era, and the empty throne that symbolizes love and peace is left untouched. It's just that on the wall above the throne, there is a smiling man with evil eyes, dotted with a few large characters, that is the supreme evaluation of all the people for him. The Guardian of the World, Lei Luo. Chapter 352_Surprise, Resurrection Hope. Time passed without a trace, and Lei Luo took Master Yi to various places in the pirate world, looking for a way to resurrect the future. After discovering that the future still has a heartbeat, Lei Luo was ecstatic, and frantically used the ability of accumulating corpse energy to revive the future, but found that no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. In the future, although the heart has not stopped beating, it will never wake up, like a living dead. Master, after so many years, this world may not have a way to resurrect the young master. Master Yi, who was behind Lin Luo, said somewhat decadently. From the duel called the Battle of the Century, to the present, they have been searching for 30 years in the pirate world. The fruit of Huang Izumi was eaten by the future, but it did not wake up the future. Yi, don't persuade me, are you letting me watch my son die in front of me? Even if he is completely different, my blood is still flowing in his body. Lei Luo's back is hunched, like an old man in the twilight. After several years of searching, he was able to reach the sky with his strength, but his mood will have long since become a little depressed with the loss of the future. Master Yi wanted to say something, but found that he had no words to convince Lei Luo to change his mind. If he had a child and was in a dying state, he would, like Lei Luo, try to find a way to save his child at all costs. Silently following behind Lei Luo, Master Yi said no more. All he can do is to follow behind his master and accompany his master all the time. A new world, an unnamed island. Lei Luo looked up at the mountain in the distance, feeling extremely excited. 2 months ago, Lei Luo, who had given up hope of finding a way to revive the future, suddenly received a quest issued by the system, and the quest reward was a random world pass that Lei Luo desperately wanted to get. Since there is no way to revive the future in the pirate world, then I will go to other worlds to find it. One world will not work. Then I will travel all the worlds. I must find a way to bring my son back to life. In the following time, Lei Luo used all the powers of the pirate world to find the location designated by the mission, and finally found the target 2 months later. Standing at the entrance of the Millennium Dragon's lair, Lei Luo couldn't hide his excitement. Future, waiting to be a father. Lei Luo jumped up gently, and entered the 1,000-year-old dragon's lair in the form of golden light. The lair was obviously abandoned. Although there was no sunlight in the cave, it was not damp. Some bones of beasts that were eaten by the 1,000-year-old dragon were scattered in the cave. All around, the smallest of these skeletons are hundreds of meters high, but in this cave, they are still not spectacular enough. It is indeed the most mysterious creature in the pirate world. It's just that the nests where it once lived are so atmospheric, even the bones of giant sea kings can't occupy even 1/100th of a millionth of the place in the whole. Golden light art. Lei Luo's head, and he looked around with the light, and soon saw a huge bulge at the top of the cave. Without much effort, Lei Luo jumped up. This is obviously the place where the 1,000-year-old dragon lord lives. If the treasure that the system quest asked him to find is in this lair, it will definitely be placed here. Next, without much effort, Lin Luo found the props required by the mission in a corner, a black stone engraved with the complete historical text. Different from the 3 scattered stones in the original One Piece, the historical text on this stone is very complete. As long as you can read the text engraved on it, you can know what happened in the 100 years that Akatsuki One Piece lost. However, Lei Luo was not interested in these, and immediately used the random world pass after getting the reward of the task. A little bit of fluorescent light scattered, and soon condensed into a door of light in front of Lei Luo. After the light gate is a time passage leading to a random world. Finally, after looking at the world of pirates, Lei Luo didn't tangle too much, and after biting Kiba, he stepped directly into the door of light. Outside the 1,000-year-old dragon's lair, Master Yi rushed into the cave with a feeling, and looked up, but Lei Luo was nowhere to be seen. Master, I will definitely protect the young master's body. After saying a few words to the air, Master Yi sat cross-legged in the cave, where he would wait until Lei Luo returned to the pirate world. Lei Luo has no way of knowing about Master Yi's decision in the pirate world, and even if he did, he wouldn't stop Master Yi's actions. Right now, he only wanted to enter the new world quickly, but he was afraid that there was no way to resurrect the future in the new world he entered. With mixed feelings, Lei Luo continued to move forward in the time channel in an uneasy mood. As countless images flashed before his eyes, finally, Lei Luo walked out of a door of light. As in the previous situation, the accumulated corpse energy in Lei Luo's body will quickly dissipate with a little push, as if it will be depleted in no time. For this situation, Lei Luo did not panic. After all, he had already experienced it once. What world is this? He looked around, and wherever his eyes passed, there were square white stones Jinchuriki columns standing in front of him, and Lei Luo happened to be standing on top of a stone Jinchuriki column at this time. Looking down, people in modern clothes are constantly shuttling through the stone Hashirama, as if there is a big terror behind them. Regarding the unknown situation in the new world, Lei Luo acted very cautiously, and 9-tomo Rinnegan launched, looking towards the stone Jinchuriki column behind those people. That's. Under the gaze of 9-tomo Rinnegan, 3 or 4 monsters with a size of 50 meters were constantly walking towards the place far away from the running crowd. The upper body and lower body of these monsters are connected by joints, and their movements do not seem to be fast. It may also be because they dare not destroy the surrounding stone Jinchuriki column. For a long time, these monsters have not caught up with even a fleeing person. The meaning of hell. Lei Luo was shocked, and already remembered the name of the monster in front of him. The world of death. So I came here this time. Thinking about it carefully in my heart, it seems that there is no example of resurrection in the world of the god of death. The only thing that has hope of resurrecting people is probably that thing. If you want to get that thing, you have to get out of here first. Hell, there is very little ink in the original death god, and I don't know much about this place. Seeing the meaning of hell constantly approaching him in the distance, Lei Luo began to think about how to use the little power left to kill them. Chapter 353 _ The Meaning of Hell. The meaning of hell was gradually approaching, but it was too late for Lei Luo to get out of the way. Moreover, the accumulated quartz chi in the body cannot be replenished after being used up. If you just dodge, I am afraid that even Lei Luo can't dodge for too long. It's the right solution to find a way to kill these hells. Lei Luo recalled the death animation he watched before. The meaning of hell is the incarnation of the will of hell. The ability is higher than the deputy captain of the death squad, but lower than the death captain. And although the meaning of hell will not really die, after being dispersed, it will take a while to reunite the body. The reason why the meaning of hell makes people feel invincible is because the attack of the blame is ineffective against them, and the god of death cannot enter hell under the constraints of the rules. Guilty, killed, bottom of hell. Resurrection. Lei Luo remembered more and more things, and suddenly realized that he had forgotten the most important place. The lowest level of the region. The lowest level of hell that can revive the guilty. Lei Luo was so excited that he couldn't help but praise the system for a while, and even made him directly reach the hell with the resurrection function in the god of death. But how do you get to the bottom of hell? Lei Luo bowed his head and pondered. In his cognition, the bottom of hell has never appeared in the anime, and he has never mentioned any method to reach the bottom of hell. There is only one sentence in the original book: the culprit will reach the bottom of hell after being killed by the meaning of hell and then be resurrected and continue to be killed until the culprit is exhausted and unable to resurrect. This thread. Do I have to kill the will of hell before I can find the bottom of hell? Lei Luo saw that he was about to reach the hell in front of him, and his heart was full of contradictions. Being killed by the meaning of hell means that Lei Luo will become a blame person, and the blame person cannot leave hell. If he wants to escape from hell, he will be attacked by the meaning of hell, but the attack of the blame person cannot hurt the meaning of hell at all, even if the ability is great, not even a day. Therefore, the consequence of being killed by the meaning of hell is that Lei Luo becomes the blamer, and then becomes a part of the blamer in hell forever, trapped in the hell of the world of death forever. What's the point of finding a way to resurrect if you lose your freedom? Lei Luo denied this method and looked down at the culprit who escaped. Let's find these culprits first to understand the situation. Maybe there are other ways for me to find the bottom of hell. After making up his mind, Lei Luo is no longer tangled, the corpse gas is tumbling in his body, and the God Buddha model is looming. He doesn't know the power system of the world of death, so he will go all out when he is ready to get started. Ding dong, an emergency is detected. Activate the mission. Victory in the first battle. Victory in the first battle. Kill the meaning of hell and save the culprit being chased. The task completion will be rewarded with a god-level lottery point *1. The sound of the system sounded in Lei Luo's heart, which strengthened Lei Luo's idea of killing these hells. Without hesitation, Lei Luo completely activated the God Buddha mode. Roar. As if feeling Lei Luo's killing intent, he opened his mouth and roared in the near hell, smashing a culprit hiding beside Shijinchuriki column into meat pie, then jumped up and smashed his fist at Lei Luo standing the stone Jinchuriki column. Boom. The smoke and dust were everywhere, and the stone Jinchuriki column on which Lei Luo was standing burst out with countless rubble falling to the surroundings, smashing the heads of many of the culprits who could not dodge under the stone Jinchuriki column. In the smoke, the meaning of hell stood up, and in front of it, a golden figure as huge as it appeared, blocking the iron fist of the meaning of hell in front of him. The power is terrifying. It seems that the power system in the world of death is also very high, but in the golden figure, Lei Luo's eyes were wide open, and the corpse gas in his body soared. The next moment, the golden figure let out a silent roar, and pushed his arms hard, pushing the huge body of the meaning of hell away, freeing up the golden figure in his hands. The figure then punched the forehead of the meaning of hell. Boom. When the explosion sounded, the meaning of hell was smashed by Lei Luo with a punch. At the same time as it fell with a bang, the body of the meaning of hell quickly differentiated, and as soon as it touched the ground, it turned into a little black light. This scene made the culprits standing under the stone Jinchuriki column terrified, not caring about the hellish intent of slaughtering their comrades on the side, and all the culprits exclaimed. Who is that person? He was able to attack the meaning of hell. We are saved. Godman, save me. I have meat to eat with the boss. Boss, save me. You will be my reborn parent from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Ignoring Shi Jinchuriki, column, S blasphemy, Lei Luo looked down at the other two places. At this moment, the other two hells who were torturing and killing people had stopped their movements and looked up at Lei Luo. You, not to blame. Intermittent words rang in Lei Luo's ears. It was the voice of hell, without emotion, even seeing his companions, death, in front of him did not fluctuate in the slightest. They are dead things without their own thoughts, and all their actions represent the will of hell itself. The meaning of their existence is only to torture and kill the guilty people in hell, so as not to make them feel better. Nonsense! Can blame people hurt you? Lei Luo shouted loudly and jumped down from the stone Jinchuriki column. In midair, the golden figure stretched out his hands, and a golden light shot out from his palms. The target was the meaning of hell that was closest to Lei Luo. Light escape. Judgment. The golden light condensed on the top of hell's intention, turned into a sky-splitting sword, and slashed down with endless might. Boom. The meaning of hell raised his arms to resist the falling golden sword, but it was useless, and was split in half by the golden sword and the arm. When Lei Luo landed, the last infernal intent had already rushed over, but Lei Luo ignored its attack. After a few minutes, this infernal incarnation was also killed, turning into a little black light waiting to condense again. The meaning of killing 3 hells will consume less than half of the accumulated corpse in the body. It seems that the energy in the body needs to be converted into energy attributes suitable for this world as soon as possible. Putting away the God Buddha mode, Lei Luo turned to look at the culprits around him, and soon came to the side of a wounded culprit. Do you know how to get to the bottom of hell without dying? When Lei Luo was questioning, there were a few people in the distance from a certain Shi Jinchuriki column looking at this place from a distance. This person can kill the meaning of hell. I'm afraid it's not the same blame as, and his ability is very strange. It doesn't seem to be the ability of the god of death. Is it a high-level imaginary? Whatever he is, as long as he can help us break through the gates of hell. Hey, as long as you can break the chain on your chest, the meaning of hell is nothing to worry about. Chapter 354_blame. Are we going to get in touch with him now? One of the people on the stone Jinchuriki column in the distance spoke, then turned to look at his partner. His eyes were mostly asking. Don't worry, we'll talk about it when we figure out what he's doing in hell. Ultramarine. Got it. A tall and thin figure whose hands were tentacles and whose head was bandaged to cover his eyes walked out. After agreeing, the figure quickly swept to where Lei Luo was. Let's just wait here for news from Ultramarine. The man sat down as he spoke, and when the people around him saw this, they also sat on the ground with a smile. Boss Zhu Lian, what are you going to do when we return to this world? A fat man with green hair on the top of his head asked boredly. But before Zhu Lian could answer, he continued talking to himself. I want to follow the boss all the time. It's best to kill a few gods of death who are patrolling the world. Zhu Lian looked back at Mai Luya and didn't answer, but the smile on the corner of his mouth showed that he was very satisfied with my decision. On the other side, Ultramarine was standing on a stone Jinchuriki column, watching every move of Lei Luo not far away. Do any of you know how to get to the bottom of hell without dying? Lei Luo turned his head and asked the culprits around him. All the dead souls with chains on their bodies were stunned, as if they didn't understand what Lei Luo was talking about. Only the bottom of hell can go there after the blamer dies, and it's impossible for the blamer to break into it at ordinary times. Big brother, why are you asking this? There is nothing to see at the bottom of hell. There is only a river of yellow and orange. Every time we are killed by the meaning of hell, our souls will fall into the river without knowing it, and then after 10 it takes half a month of pain and torture to climb out of the river again, and then suddenly appear here from the bottom of hell unconsciously. Quote. Yeah, Even we ourselves don't know how to get to the bottom of hell, let alone a living person who wants to go to the bottom of hell. Big brother, the bottom of hell is not a place where the living can go. You don't know, the blamer who enters where will have to shed a few layers of skin even if he doesn't die. Yeah, where, you will see your own muscles grow a little bit with your own eyes, the sense of rebirth of flesh and blood, as if tens of thousands of ants are eating your flesh and bones. And Huang Izumi water will keep you awake all the time, and I don't know if it is a psychological effect or a special effect of yellow Izumi water. Immerse in yellow Izumi water, and your whole body will feel extremely sensitive, as if the feeling on your body has been magnified millions of times. Quote. Not only that, the last time I fell to the bottom of hell, I found out that it wasn't Huang Izumi, but a raging flame. I couldn't stand it all, I could only be burned in the flames, just 10 days. Time, I feel like where I have spent 100 years. There are also huge grinding discs that make you have to run all the time, and you will be crushed when you stop, and you can only leave after being crushed 18 times. But the pain of crushing your body and bones, you only need to taste it once. Would love to try a second time. Quote. I have also experienced the mountain of knives. The oil pan. A group of guilt people remembered the bottom of hell. At first, they talked endlessly, but the more they went on, the fewer people spoke and the less they said, until finally everyone shrank on the ground and shivered. Looking at the culprits lying on the ground, Lei Luo inevitably felt a little sympathy for their experience, but he knew the background of the god of death. These culprits are all people who have done a lot of evil in this world, so although Lei Luo sympathized with them, he did not feel that they were sadly. The most important thing is that the information provided by these culprits lying on the ground is completely unhelpful to Lei Luo. It seems that asking these culprits who have been resurrected from the bottom of hell but haven't even gained their abilities is a waste of time. With a heartbeat, Lei Luo rang out those who escaped from hell in the original book. Those who have the skills and are able to fight against the vice-captain of the god of death, maybe only they can make Lei Luo find the passage to the bottom of hell alive. With this in mind, Lei Luo looked up and looked around. He didn't believe that those culprits were not nearby. After all, 3 hells had just died here. As a culprit who wanted to escape from hell, how could they not be interested in this situation? Woolen cloth. After some searching, Lei Luo saw the tall and thin figure standing on the stone Jinchuriki column not far away, smiled slightly, and the next moment, the golden light tied the thread, and Lei Luo's figure had appeared beside Qunqing. Friend, take me to see your boss, I need to ask him something. Lei Luo tried to slow down his tone of speech. On the one hand, he did not want the other party to understand his eagerness to find a passage to the bottom of hell, so that he would not be passive in the subsequent conversation. On the other hand, the power in Lei Luo's body uses a little less, so he doesn't want to waste his power too much at this time. We have to find a chance to draw a lottery as soon as possible. It is best to obtain an item or skill that can supply energy in the body indefinitely. Otherwise, it is too troublesome to be unable to restore the energy in the body in the world of death. Lei Luo pondered secretly, just now he has won a god-level lottery point. Ultramarine looked at Lei Luo up and down, and he heard Lei Luo's questioning about those who blamed people just now. As Yuhi Lian's confidant, his IQ is not bad. We do know how to enter the bottom channel of hell, but we don't know whether a living person can enter. Ultramarine was outspoken, judging from Lei Luo's movement speed just now. If they wanted to use force to force Lei Luo to help them break the chains on their bodies, there would be no trouble. And now the other party seems to have something to ask for their help. Taking this opportunity, if the two sides can reach a cooperation, tell Lei Luo to go to the bottom channel of hell as a bargaining chip, and exchange Lei Luo to help them break the chains on their bodies, the best of both worlds, it is one great way to solve the problem. Lei Luo naturally knows what the other party thinks, but helping them is nothing to Lei Luo, as long as the energy in his body can be replenished. God-level lottery points, you must be strong this time. Lei Luo murmured silently in his heart, then motioned to Qunqing to lead the way, and soon came to the place where Yuhi Lian was. The two sides talked briefly for a while, and soon reached a consensus. As long as Lei Luo reaches the bottom of hell, he will help Yuhi Lian and his subordinates to break the chains on his body. Chapter 355_Fallen Heart Flame. Refine the energy in the body. There is no night or day in hell, so Lei Luo and others did not rest here for long, and soon set off for the bottom of hell. Boss, are we really going to take him to the bottom of hell? Halfway through the journey, I, Luya, with green hair, whispered to Yuhi Lian, who was walking in the front, as if I was very puzzled by my boss's decision. The dangers at the bottom of hell are self-evident. Even going with Lei Luo's strength at this time would be dangerous, let alone them. It wouldn't hurt us to take him to the bottom one, we've been there many times anyway. Yuhi Lian turned her head and glanced at Lei Luo, found that the other party was just following at the end honestly, and there was no other movement. She whispered again. The opponent's strength is good. I haven't seen his strength until now. Everyone will be careful. If he has any suspicious behavior, don't hesitate to beat him immediately, and then use force to let him help us destroy it. Drop the chains. Yes, boss. The few people who followed Yuhi Lian replied in a low voice, and gradually approached Lei Luo without a trace. Lei Luo, who was walking at the end, had already discovered the abnormal behavior of these culprits, but now he is not in the mood to pay attention to them, because he has already started calling the system in his heart. System, I want to draw a lottery. Lei Luo recited in his mind, and then a huge turntable appeared in his mind. The turntable was divided into 6 areas, and each area had a prize. S-Class Weapon, Lake Toya. S-Level Skills, Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist. S-Class Item, Fallen Heart Flame. S-Level Exercises, Qianyuan Burning Blood. S-Class Item, Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal. S-Class Weapon, Iron Crusher Kiba. Seeing Lake Toya reappearing, countless black lines appeared on Lei Luo's forehead immediately. This is the beginning of the adventure of the third world. How come Lake Toya still appears in FUC? Does this imply that I will go to the Silver Soul world if I cross again? Thinking of this, Lei Luo couldn't help trembling. He didn't want his lower limit to be lowered infinitely. Fortunately, apart from Toya Lake, the other rewards are still decent. Otherwise, I would have abolished your rotten system. The world of all heavens and 10,000 realms is not just a literal 10,000 realms, its world is enough to describe it as a sea of smoke. As for the S-level items, skills, bloodlines, etc. In each world, there are many, enough to be inexhaustible. Lei Luo was talking to himself, but he couldn't see that the system in his body was grinding Kiba's hands, as if he was ready to eat people. Lake Toya, the wooden sword held by the protagonist Silver in the anime, Silver Soul, is explained by the protagonist as a gift from a fairy. The power is infinite. The specific situation. It is more reliable to check it on Baidu. Lias Haoyan Shattering Fist, the third-ranked S-class hero in the anime, One Punch Man, is the housekeeping skill of Kiba Bangu. Even if the dragon-level geek was hit, he could not escape the end of his body and bones. Fallen Heart Flame, the strange fire held by the protagonist in the best-selling novel, Fighting the Sky, is known as a cheating training device. With this strange fire, the body will exercise energy on its own at all times, and the energy purity is far from comparable to ordinary characters, and this different fire also has the effect of transforming energy, which is very suitable for the current situation of the host. Qianyuan Blood Burning Technique. The exercises acquired by the protagonist in the popular novel and anime, Once Upon a Time There Was a Lingjian Mountain, consumes the practitioner's lifespan to speed up their cultivation, and even allow those who cannot practice to step into the realm of cultivation. Is regarded by the sect as a wicked method, and almost kills the people who practice and spread the Qianyuan blood burning technique. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal. The Dragon Slayer magic in the anime, Fairy Tail, has a super healing ability. As long as you don't die, you can use the Sky Dragon Slayer magic to heal, and the effect is surprisingly good. Iron Broken Kiba. the weapon held by the protagonist Inuyasha in the anime. Inuyasha is a super powerful demon sword, made of Kiba, the big monster dog general. The stronger it is, the higher the growth of iron-broken Kiba, and the theoretical growth value is almost infinite. After a brief glance at the item introduction, Leiluo thought that he would never draw Toya Lake, and then the turntable started to turn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-class item, Fallen Heart Flame. The final lottery result did not disappoint Renault. For the current Leiluo, Falling Heart Flame is the most suitable reward for him. As a hot flame appeared in his body, Leiluo felt that the accumulated corpse energy in his body was constantly being burned and transformed by the Falling Heart Flame, condensed into another energy form and filled his body again. This situation continued for about 2 or 3 hours, until Leiluo felt his body full of energy, and the hot feeling slowly disappeared. Light escape. Yuhi perception. As soon as his mind moved, all the surrounding situations were absorbed into Leiluo's heart, and the energy in his body also quickly decreased by 1 point when the ability was activated. However, at the same time as the energy was reduced, the feeling of dryness and heat brought by the Falling Heart Flame also emerged, and the consumed energy was replenished in a short time. Very good, there is Falling Heart Flame to transform energy, and in the future, you will no longer have to worry about being weak and unable to last for a long time. In a good mood, Leiluo felt much more pleasing to the eye when he looked at the guilty people who surrounded him in the center. Guys, I said how long until we get there? Leiluo asked Yuhi Lien, who was walking at the forefront. Now that the energy problem has been solved, the only thing left is to find a way to resurrect the future. It's up front. Yuhi Lien said without replying. The group accelerated, and 2 or 3 steps came to the front of a jet black Jinchuriki column. This stone, Jinchuriki column, is the door to the bottom of hell, but under normal conditions, it's impossible for us to go in. While speaking, Yuhi Lien stretched out her hand and touched Shi Jinchuriki column. Before she got close to Shi Jinchuriki column, the outstretched hand was bounced out by a white light. There is a barrier set up here, and we can't break this barrier with our strength. Yuhi Lien activated his ability, and a flame condensed in his palm, smashing towards Shi Jinchuriki column with a fiery breath, but was easily extinguished by the white light in front of Shi Jinchuriki column. I'll try it. Leiluo took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch the front. The same situation as Yuhi Lien happened to Leiluo at the same time. However, Leiluo did not give up, but reached out again. This time, Leiluo mobilized his inner energy, and his palm approached Shi Jinchuriki column again under the golden light, and then the golden light and the white light became deadlocked. The energy is very pure, and the entire hell is used as the backstage supply station. I am afraid that with my current strength, I cannot break this barrier. After a long time, Leiluo silently closed his hands and said a little unwillingly. Chapter 356_collaboration breaks down. We have taken you to the bottom entrance of hell. Should you fulfill your promise and help us break the chains on your body? Yuhi Lien, who had been waiting behind Leiluo, said that when she saw that Leiluo could not stand against the white light of the enchantment, Yuhi Lien once felt that she had met a great person. But in the end, Leiluo didn't win the enchantment, which made Yuhi Lien let out a sigh of relief and lowered his evaluation of Leiluo a bit. For them, although they were frightened by Leiluo's strength, they would not be caught off guard. As long as they find the right opportunity, they will of course attack their master. And in front of me, it seems like this opportunity. Our pact seems to be that I go into the bottom of hell. Now I'm not in, so our pact is not done. If you still want me to help break the chains, find a way for me to break the enchantment. When that time comes, I will help you break those chains without you needing to tell me. Looking at the dark stone Jinchuriki column in front of him, Leiluo said without looking back. Are you trying to break the contract? Do you think we have something to ask of you, so I dare not do anything to you? Yuhi Lien's tone became colder, and behind him Iluya and others also stepped forward a few steps, and everyone surrounded Lei Luo in the middle. It's not that we broke the contract, but our agreed conditions have not been reached, so I will never help you break the chain at this stage. Lei Luo turned his head and faced the culprits fearlessly. Boss, what nonsense do you do with him? Beat him directly, and then let him help us break the chains. Forcing him to take action. As long as he does it, we can use his attack to break the chains on his body. There is no need for him to do it himself. That is, let's deal with him together. As long as he fights back, with our ability, as long as we pay attention and let his attacks hit the chains as much as possible, they should be able to destroy these damn chains. The people behind Yuhi Lian were eager to try, and only Yuhi Lian stared at Lei Luo's eyes. Friend, I didn't want to be so troublesome, but since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame us. Go. Yuhi Lian heard the boss's order and immediately turned into a streamer and ran towards Lei Luo. Boom. The first person to attack Lei Luo was the ultramarine green who brought Lei Luo to Yuhi Lian. The two tentacles on his arms danced wildly, destroying the ground beside Lei Luo and under his feet. Smash Lei Luo's face. Tips for carving bugs. Facing the oncoming fist, the corners of Lei Luo's mouth were slightly upturned, and the energy in his body surged wildly, forming a shield on the surface of his body, and then only heard Lei Luo's light drink, but the figure had disappeared in place. Day Tiger. Lei Luo appeared behind Mai Luya, clenched his fists with both hands, and quickly attacked with a straight punch at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, compressing the air between the two to the limit, and finally turned into a fierce tiger and rushed towards Mai Luya. Boom. Even though I, Luya, was the one with the best defense and strength among my companions, I was still unstoppable by the day tiger in my body. No longer worrying about the lack of energy in the body, Lei Luo can use all his strength for every attack. Facing these culprits whose abilities are only comparable to the vice captain of death, Lei Luo can solve it with only physical techniques. Seeing the death of their companions, there is nothing unusual about these culprits. As long as the chains on their bodies are not broken, then they are immortal, and they only need to survive the torture at the bottom of hell to be resurrected. Friend, don't waste your efforts. Even if you can kill us this time, our ability will become stronger after the torment at the bottom of hell, and death and resurrection again and again will only make us stronger. Quote. A fat man came behind Lei Luo at some point, and at the same time as he stretched out his arms, large mouths of blood appeared all over his body. There is no doubt that as long as Lei Luo was hugged by him, he would definitely the first time was eaten up the flesh and blood of the body. Light shield. Resist halo. A dazzling golden light flashed from Lei Luo's body, turning into a halo and rushing around. The fat man behind Lei Luo let out a hoot and was immediately thrown away. Before he landed, Lei Luo was already standing in front of him. It's okay to brush Kiba more. So many mouths, are you trying to stink? With a punch, the fat man with a mouth all over his body hung up, and his soul turned into a streamer and got into the jet black Jinchuriki column beside him. Scoff. Boom. While Lei Luo was killing Fatty, two tentacles emerged from the ground and headed straight for Lei Luo's cock. They were so ruthless that they wanted to abolish Lei Luo's lower plate. Looking like a wretched, attacking is so wretched. With a thought, Lei Luo turned into golden light again, dodging the attack under his feet, and at the same time, a golden light shot out from his fingertips, targeting a ground beside Lei Luo. Light escape. Laser light. Ah! There was a scream of pain, and then the ground quickly shattered, and the tentacle monster with a large hole in its chest jumped out of the ground. At this time, the ultramarine blue, hands, feet, and all parts of the body are covered with tentacles, and there is also a tentacle sticking out from the two mouths, and the image is a tentacle monster. It looks so disgusting. Can you stop coming out to be scary? Lei Luo turned into golden light. Before Qun Qing could react, he already grabbed the chain on the tentacle monster. Golden light emerged, and the chain that bound the tentacle monster suddenly shattered, turning into black light and disappearing in front of the three of them. I'm free. I'm finally not to blame anymore. Seeing that the chains tied to his body were broken, the tentacle monster was very excited, and turned to look at Yuhi Lien. His excitement was beyond words. I'm finally not to blame anymore. I can finally return to this world. Yeah, you're not to blame anymore, but you won't be able to return to this world. Lei Luo's voice sounded in front of the tentacle monster, and at the moment Yuhi Lien wanted to rush over, he punched out, and the tentacle monster's body instantly became torn apart. Without the shackles of the chains of hell, the death of Ultramarine becomes a real death, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Why did you kill him? Yuhi Lien shouted excitedly. Ultramarine was his confidant, and among his subordinates, the strongest and most loyal to his subordinates. How could Yuhi Lien not be angry if such a good subordinate died? It's nothing, I just don't like his appearance. Speaking of tentacles, Lei Luo can't help but think of those hot cartoons. Pervert's love is beyond words. Chapter 357 Attention from people in the dark. In the hell covered with stone Jinchuriki column, Yuhi Lien stood motionless in front of Lei Luo, and on him, a layer of raging flames was burning. The hot breath melted nearly half of the white stone Jinchuriki column near him. This is the ability that Yuhi Lien obtained from the constant resurrection at the bottom of hell, Yuhi Lien Hellfire. With the power of Yuhi Lien's Hellfire, Yuhi Lien can fight the three of the Ultramarines by himself, but he can't do it as easily as Lei Luo, let alone kill the most powerful Ultramarine of the three. This person in front of me can kill Quan Qing and the others so easily. I'm afraid I can't help him with my ability. In this case, it is better to continue to cooperate with him. Oh, it's just a pity that the Ultramarines are. Yuhi Lien couldn't stop thinking about it, and although the Yuhi flame on his body continued to rise, he never shot at Lei Luo. After a while, Yuhi Lien came back to his senses, and the focus of his eyes shifted from Lei Luo's body to Lei Luo's hands. The fire in his eyes was instantly replaced by a kind of joy called fanaticism. Those palms covered in golden light, it quickly caught most of his attention completely. Sure enough, you can really break the chains of hell. While muttering to herself, Yuhi Lien took 2 steps closer to Lei Luo, and it was obvious that Lei Luo was the person he was dreaming to find. These chains can be broken as long as they are at the level of Captain Death. Your strength should not lose to Captain Death. If you are not subject to the rules of hell, I am afraid you can break these chains yourself. Lei Luo had already probed the strength of the hell chain when he broke the chain before, so this is only the case now. What's the use of saying these? As long as we are still to blame, there is no chance to break these chains. Yuhi Lien didn't catch what Lei Luo said at all, looked at Lei Luo coldly and said, "Is our agreement still valid? As long as I help you get to the bottom of hell, you will help me break the chains on my body." Hearing that, Lei Luo nodded lightly. "Naturally effective, as long as the barrier in front of you is broken, I will help you break the chains on your body and give you back your freedom." Okay, it's a word. Yuhi Lien removed the flames that had been lit and sat silently waiting for Mai Luya and Taijin to be resurrected. Seeing that the opponent lost his fighting spirit, Lei Luo also removed the simplified version of the God Buddha mode and stood aside. Time passed quickly, and when Lei Luo had been waiting impatiently, a dark shadow sprang out from the jet-black Jinchuriki column. When the shadow stopped, I saw that I, the green-haired Luya, had come back to life. Luya, who is tall and strong, has grown even bigger after this resurrection, but his eyes were extremely tired. When he first appeared, he couldn't even concentrate. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Luya gradually regained his senses, and his eyes gradually brightened. The moment I saw Lei Luo, Luya clenched both hands and subconsciously prepared to attack Lei Luo. "Stop." Yuhi Lien's voice sounded at the right time, stopping my green Ya's actions. "But boss." I wanted to say something more, but after seeing Yuhi Lien's eyes, I was still very unwilling to put away my fist. "It's not over." When I was walking by Lei Luo, the voice of Mai Luya whispered into Lei Luo's ears. Lei Luo didn't bother to pay attention to him. Although his strength has indeed improved after the torture at the bottom of hell, in Lei Luo's opinion, he is still too tender. Then, half an hour after I was resurrected at Luya, Tai Jin, who was all over his mouth, was resurrected from the bottom of hell. However, unlike my Luya, Tai Jin was absent for longer after being resurrected, nearly an hour or so. The moment he returned to his senses, when he saw Lei Luo again, the first time he saw Lei Luo was not an attack, but he was so frightened that he froze in place. Tai Jin will kneel in front of Lei Luo on the spot. Not yet. Yuhi Lian's voice sounded. Tai Jin's strength was the worst among them. If it wasn't for the fact that it was not easy for hell to gain power, I'm afraid Yuhi Lian would have kicked Tai Jin out of the team long ago. Everyone has already gathered. What are your plans next, and how can you find the clues to destroy this barrier? When Tai Jin stood behind Yuhi Lian, Lei Luo asked at the right time. There are more powerful culprits in hell than us. Some culprits are much stronger than me and have lived longer in hell. Maybe they will have clues about this layer of enchantment. I'm going to find them now. You can follow me, or you can just wander around here. Anyway, the meaning of hell can't help you. After Yuhi Lian finished speaking, she turned around and took the lead to leave, but Tai Jin, who was behind her, spoke up. Where's Ultramarine? Aren't we waiting for him? Yuhi Lian didn't answer Tai Jin's question, and walked into the distance on her own. Don't wait for him, he is completely free. Mi Luya, who followed behind Yuhi Lian, answered Tai Jin's question on Yuhi Lian's behalf, and the tone of voice could not tell whether she was happy or sad. These powerful culprits, without exception, are all sinners who have been tortured at the bottom of hell to gain power, and the stronger they are, the more times they enter the bottom of hell. That kind of torture, that kind of pain, has long been deeply imprinted in their hearts, so they want to cut off the chains of hell on their bodies. One reason is to escape the great cage of hell, and the other reason is that among them, no one wants to go back to the bottom of hell again to experience that kind of piercing pain. Perhaps for them, the real death is another kind of freedom. It's just that there is a slight gap between this freedom and what they want most. Lei Luo doesn't understand the thoughts of these blasphemers, and he is too lazy to understand their thoughts. He came to this world for a very clear purpose, to find a way to resurrect the future, and then find a way to return to the pirate world to resurrect the future. Although there is no clue about the latter matter, the method of resurrecting the future is close at hand. Not far from Jinchuriki Column, another dark stone in hell, several culprits gathered beside a young man. Black Saber, is your perception correct? The Reiatsu under Yuhi Lian's commander called Ultramarine has really disappeared? Asked a culprit who also had chains on his body. There's nothing wrong. I felt a very strong spiritual pressure just now. It's the same as the feeling when the meaning of hell was killed. It should be that person who killed Yuhi Lian's men. It's very strange. It seems that only the tentacle monster's spiritual pressure has completely disappeared under Yuhi Lian's subordinates. The spiritual pressure of other people has not completely disappeared. I am afraid they just entered the bottom and revived. A guilty man in white clothes and long white hair replied. At this time he was slowly opening his closed eyes. In this way, there really is a person who is not to blame in hell. It shouldn't be wrong, but judging from the current situation, that person may have reached some consensus with Yuhi Lian. Yuhi Lian, that scumbag, I'm afraid I can't deal with that person. I'm really looking forward to someone who can kill the meaning of hell. Chapter 358 _ Stronger Culprit. I'll go first. You two are too slow. A culprit who was advancing with the black knife suddenly accelerated and disappeared in an instant. Next to the black knife, another culprit pouted after seeing the opponent's actions, and turned his head to look at the black knife. I don't know what he is anxious about, and that person can't run away. Even if the other party is not to blame, the meaning of hell will not let him go in and out of hell casually. Heidao didn't show any expression when he heard the words, he just said lightly. However, because of his shot, the meaning of hell has been killed 3 times. I am afraid that there will be more will of hell looking for him in the future, so we still have to speed up our pace and find him as soon as possible, lest he be killed by the meaning of hell. Become the same culprits as we are. Quote. While speaking, the speed of the Black Knife suddenly increased a lot, and the two blamers advanced on the stone Jinchuriki column one after the other. They all have skills similar to Shunpo, the Shinigami, so the speed is very fast, and soon they will be able to see the dark stone Jinchuriki column where Lei Luo is. At this time, Luya and the others were just resurrected, and Yuhi Lien was turning and walking into the distance. Yuhi Lien, you're not being kind. You don't tell your old friends about such a good opportunity. A voice came from overhead, and the culprit who was one step ahead of the two men stopped at Yuhi Lien's head. Purple electric lights flickered on his body, and bursts of thunder sounded. Aware of the difference on the top of her head, Yuhi Lotus immediately burst into a flame of Yuhi Lotus, and then a punch slammed into the air, and the blazing Yuhi Lotus hellfire followed the punch to the culprit who appeared in the air. It's been a long time since the old friends met. They didn't say hello when they met. They just added fists and feet together. This is a bit unreasonable. The culprit in the air shifted his direction in an instant, and while avoiding Yuhi Lien's fire fist, purple thunder flickered all over his body, and the next moment, a bucket-thick purple thunder Jinchuriki column fell from the sky and slashed at Yuhi Lien on the ground. Boom! Boom! Yuhi Lien clearly knew the power of the purple thunder Jinchuriki column, and the flames rose from her body, condensing into a wall of fire in midair, blocking the purple thunder Jinchuriki column in the air. However, the purple thunder Jinchuriki column did not dissipate, and some small thunder and lightning overflowed, smashing a lot of stone Jinchuriki column around with scorched holes. Zolei, what are you doing here? I will manage this area that I said earlier. Yuhi Lien tried her best to resist the purple thunder Jinchuriki column in the air, but the culprit in the air seemed very relaxed. Hearing Yuhi Lien's shouting, the blamer known as Zilei chuckled, and the thunder on his body gradually disappeared. At the same time, the purple thunder Jinchuriki column with the thickness of the bucket also gradually became thinner until it disappeared. Yuhi Lien, don't think you have the capital to negotiate terms with us. You must know that we are the rulers of this layer of hell. Zilei looked arrogant, completely ignoring Yuhi Lien under him. Although the two of them were sinners who entered hell at the same time, and the time when they became blamers is similar, but because Zilei entered the bottom of hell far more times than Yuhi Lien, the difference in strength between the two sides is still very obvious. Due to various personal reasons, the number of times the guilt person can enter the bottom of hell is not the same. For example, Zilei, who is crazy by nature, has an extremely firm will, and can withstand the various tortures of the bottom of hell, so he dares to seek death at any time. And then use the hand of the meaning of hell to enter the bottom of hell to improve strength. Another example is Yuhi Lien. His character and will do not have the ability to court death at any time, so after he is strong enough to protect himself, he has not been killed by the meaning of hell for a long time, and his strength is naturally incomparable to Zilei. Of course, in this process, the guild of hell has collapsed due to the torment at the bottom of the region, and there are many cases where they cannot be resurrected. It is also because of this reason that there are not many guild people in the same period as Yuhi Lien and others in the current hell. As far as Yuhi Lien knows, one is him, one is Zilei in the sky, and then there are Black Sword and Shira. At the same time that Yuhi Lien was shocked by the strength of the sky purple thunder, the Black Knife and another culprit with a scar on his face also came here from a distance. Black Saber, Shira, you. Seeing the person coming, Yuhi Lien's face turned blue for a while, and Yuhi was completely speechless. As the soul of the guild at the same time, Yuhi Lien found that the gap between herself and them seemed to be too big. Don't be nervous, we're not here to trouble you. Heidao didn't speak, but the newly appeared Shira opened his mouth first, and pointed to Lei Luo in the distance. The meaning was obvious, their goal was to discuss something with Lei Luo. Yuhi Lien is naturally clear about their thoughts, and asks that the culprit in hell doesn't want to cut off the chains on his body. I advise you not to think about the threat of force. His strength is much stronger than you think. Yuhi Lien stepped aside, and Yuhi Lien, who knew that she was invincible, was very sensible and did not want to stop the three. If there is only one person, Yuhi Lian is confident that he can stop the other party, but if the three people on the opposite side come together, I am afraid that he will be defeated in one encounter. Especially the black knife among the three, although he usually doesn't like to talk and rarely shoots, but his strength is the most unpredictable of the three Yuhi Lian. Lei Luo paid attention to the situation in the distance. After seeing the emergence of three powerful culprits, Lei Luo saw the black knife among the three culprits at first sight. As the original death god, the last villain boss in the Hell chapter, Lei Luo still has some understanding of the black knife. In the original work, the black knife, first disguised as a not powerful culprit, rescued the protagonist's sister by means of a conspiracy design, won the protagonist's favor, and then led the protagonist into hell step by step, and repeatedly guided the protagonist and the first to appear. The villain Yuhi Lian hands-on. And at the last moment of the battle between the two sides, because he was dissatisfied with Yuhi Lian's inability to force out the true strength of the protagonist, he had to show his true colors. With just one blow, he defeated Yuhi Lian, who was full of power, from the front, and even hit Yuhi Lian. When he died, he had to go to the bottom of hell to experience torture and then be resurrected. Then he fought with the protagonist, and even forced the protagonist to use the bull's head blur. You know, Bullhead Blind easily defeated Ulquiorra's super state, who ranked 4th in the top 10. However, even in the state of the protagonist Bullhead, he couldn't defeat the Black Knife, and the Black Knife even used that power to cut off the chains on his body. It's just that when there was only the last hell chain left on the Black Knife, the meaning of hell was inserted horizontally. In order to prevent the chains on the Black Knife from being cut off, he had to hand over his power to the protagonist, which was barely buried. Black Knife. But now, it is such a guilt who knows how to hide himself and is super powerful, but stands in front of Lei Luo like an ordinary guilt, and judging from his appearance, even if he is the follower of the other two guilters around him, it does not count excessive. I don't want to talk nonsense, cut the chains of hell on us. When Zilei spoke, he was extremely arrogant, and the purple thunder and lightning continued to wander around his body, with an attitude of taking action if he didn't agree. Chapter 359 _ Gates of Hell. Zilei's attitude is extremely arrogant, and he wants to restrain Lei Luo with an aura that he is the only one in the sky and the earth. Coupled with the purple thunder and lightning that kept wandering around him, it really gave Zilei a feeling that the god of thunder was alive. But Lei Luo is also very personable. Facing Zilei's arrogant attitude, Lei Luo turned a blind eye and spoke lightly. I want to help you break the chains of hell, as long as you can defeat me, or help me find a way to break the barrier at the bottom entrance of hell. Hey, that being said, then we will inevitably have to fight first. Zilei had a smile on his face, his bellicose temper was aroused, and the purple thunder and lightning on his body won a big victory. The black sword Shira who was standing beside him was forced back into the distance. Boy, I appreciate your attitude very much, then let my uncle Zilei greet you well. When speaking, Zilei suddenly turned into a purple light and disappeared, and only then did the thunder explosion squeak into everyone's ears. Seeing Zilei disappearing, Lei Luo chuckled lightly. Golden light suddenly appeared on his body, and then waved his hand and patted him behind him. Boom! Two bright lights, one gold and one purple, collided behind Lei Luo, and along with the purple electric current scurrying around, Zilei's figure gradually emerged. Yo, it really surprised me that I could see my movements clearly. However, it was just a warm-up just now. Next, if you can still be so relaxed, I will agree to the latter condition on behalf of the Black Blades. With a smile on Zilei's face, he flew back into the air, purple lightning scurrying around his body, scorching the surrounding stones. Jinchuriki column electricity black, and at the same time, purple light was also projected in Zilei's eyes. Judging by the situation, he was already at full power and ready to make more moves. Thundering Judgment. As Zilei shouted loudly, the purple thunder and lightning condensed in his body began to rush into the air, and finally turned into a sharp axe in the sky. The axe handle and axe blade continuously released purple thunder in the air, smashing on the nearby stone Jinchuriki column, and all the stone Jinchuriki column hit were chopped into pieces. Boom boom boom. With the sound of the gravel falling to the ground, Zile made a downward slashing motion with both hands, and then, the purple sharp axe slashed towards the place where Leiluo was located with the momentum of smashing the sky, as if Yao Yao was being controlled from a distance. At the same time, Leiluo also noticed the terrifying power contained in the purple sharp axe. The energy in his body was activated, and the full version of the God, Buddha model was reproduced. The huge size surprised the surrounding Yuhi Lian and others for a while, and they jumped into the distance. Yuhi Lian, what is the origin of this person? This spiritual pressure is even stronger than Zile. With such a terrifying ability, and he is not wearing a death tyrant outfit, and he has no virtual holes, so he is definitely not a death god or a big virtual, so what is he? Except for Yuhi Lian, the other two saw Leiluo use the God Buddha mode for the first time, so they were all shocked for a moment by the momentum released by Leiluo. I don't know his origin. The first time I noticed his existence was that he was using this ability to kill hell. Standing with Heidao, Yuhi Lian did not hide it. In fact, he did not know the true origin of Leiluo. I heard from the culprits who entered hell later that there seems to be a type of human beings who can use spiritual suns to attack and defend. They seem to be called Quincy. Could this person be a big figure in the Quincy camp? It seems that Quincy and the God of Death are deadly enemies. Although our hell is not under the control of the God of Death, the God of Death and us are not in the right way. I think as long as we can escape from hell, those gods of death will definitely trouble us. Yes, the enemy of the so-called enemy is a friend. As long as the person in front of him is not a god of death, then it is not a loss for us to cooperate with him. Everything is still waiting for him to fight against Zile. If his strength really exceeds Zile, then we can recognize him as a companion. Haikao, who had not spoken all the time, looked at Leiluo, who had turned on the God Buddha mode, and said, there was nothing unusual in his expression. Yeah, just wait for the outcome of this battle to come out. Shira replied in response, and then all three looked at the place where Zile and Leiluo were fighting. Seeing that he was in the middle of the giant Buddha, Leiluo snorted secretly, and then turned his palms to the sky, driving the God Buddha model to make a state of holding the sky. Within the body of the God and Buddha, countless golden lights poured out of Leiluo's body and gathered in the hands of the God and Buddha. On top of it, he faced the sharp axe that fell in the air without hesitation. Boom! Boom! Zila-la-la! Purple thunder and golden light dots overflowed, covering a space of nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. Countless stones Jinchuriki column shattered and collapsed, and some of the culprits who were wandering around were smashed into flesh, which inexplicably became the ghost entered the bottom of hell. In this area, only 3 people, Jinchuriki column, escaped. One Jinchuriki column is naturally the black Jinchuriki column, the entrance to the bottom of hell, and the 3 are Black Sword, Shira and Yuhi Lotus. The 3 of them saw the opportunity quickly. At the moment when the 2 sides attacked and collided, the strong and powerful ones had already been keenly aware of the terrifying aftermath of the energy, so they used a technique similar to Shunpo to retreat to the distance. Originally, Yuhi Lian wanted to take Taijin and Iluya with him when he was flying back, but his strength was really limited, and he couldn't help the Haidao and Shira beside him. I saw Taijin and Iluya died again in the aftermath of the collision between Leiluo and Zilei's skills. Fortunately, they were only hit by the aftermath of Leiluo's attack, otherwise, with Leiluo's full strength attack in the God Buddha mode, the chains of hell that bound them would definitely be broken, and at that time, death would really not be able to resurrect. When the aftermath of the energy dissipated, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Leiluo still did not dissipate, while the purple thunder in the air seemed a little embarrassed, and the purple thunder on his body was significantly weaker than before. Cough cough cough. It seems that my strength is still not good. If I return to the world in this way, I am afraid I will not escape the fate of being killed. Instead, it is better to improve my strength in hell. Zilei looked at Heidao and the others in the distance, showing a wry smile. This person is very strong. I am not his opponent. We can follow his words and help him find a way to destroy the bottom stone of hell, the Jinchuriki column. With his strength, he will definitely not fool us. As soon as the words were finished, Zilei's body in midair began to slowly dissipate, and the chains tied to Zilei's body suddenly tightened, and then several chains suddenly flashed out in the void, binding Zilei to expose his body. The ghost limbs and waist. Lei Luo took a closer look, and found that he did not know when, behind Zilei, there was a huge portal carved with evil spirits and Shira. At this time, the huge portal had opened a gap, and the chains that suddenly appeared were from the crack of the door. Drilled out. Gateway to hell. Yuhi Lian in the distance exclaimed, as if she saw something she couldn't believe. That's why I said that you are not qualified to bargain with us. When you die, will the gates of hell appear? Seeing Yuhi Lian's appearance, Shira showed a mocking expression. Later, with Shira's explanation, Lei Luo realized what this phenomenon represented. This kind of situation only occurs when the blamer's strength reaches a certain level. Like Black Saber and Shira, this phenomenon also occurs when they die. This seems to be a recognition of the strength of the powerful blamer from hell. Wait for my resurrection. Come back alive. Zilei's voice was intermittent, and he was finally pulled into the gate of hell by several chains. From where, he would re-enter the bottom layer of hell to experience all kinds of destruction until resurrection. Chapter 360_Pluto's Clothes. Next, with Shira's explanation, Lei Luo's understanding of the hell in the god of death deepened a lot. There have been two ways to enter the bottom of hell since ancient times. One is the black stone Jinchuriki column that Yuhi Lian brought Lei Luo to find. This method is the way for ordinary culprits and the most weak culprits to enter the bottom of hell. The people killed by the meaning of hell are all bound by the chains of hell in their souls, so after death, there will be some kind of law that pulls them through the jet black stone Jinchuriki column into the bottom of hell to accept various inhuman tortures. That kind of feeling that life is not as good as death will gradually collapse the mind of the blame, but if the blame can resist the unforgettable punishment, it can release part of the spiritual power hidden in the soul, then, the blame will also have the god of death and the virtual. The power of. However, this kind of spiritual power awakened by external force cannot be improved through cultivation after awakening. It can only be increased by constantly experiencing the torment at the bottom of hell. The more you experience, the spiritual power hidden in the soul will awaken also the more. Time and again, the pain is too much to die, and the death is the only way to improve the strength of the blame. It is also the only reason why Yuhi Lian's strength is not comparable to Heidao and others. He is afraid of death, and even more afraid of experiencing that kind of pain and torture. However, after the guilt person's strength reaches a certain level, the dark stone Jinchuriki column will not be able to tolerate the passage of the guilt person's spiritual power. At that time, the gate of hell will appear in the place where the spiritual force is too strong to pass through the black stone Jinchuriki column. Behind the culprit, use more chains of hell to lock the awakened spiritual power in the guilt person's soul, and then pull him to the bottom of hell through the gate of hell. Moreover, the gate of hell is very special. Every time these culprits with powerful spiritual power pass through the gate of hell, a trace of their soul will be wiped away. Therefore, although Heidao and others are no longer afraid of various punishments at the bottom of hell, they will not automatically seek death after all. Except for the already crazy Zilei, the two of them are not a last resort, and generally they will not seek death by themselves. Shira said everything he knew about the gate of hell, and then looked at Lei Luo. We agree to your latter condition and help you find a way to destroy the Jinchuriki column enchantment of the jet black stone. At that time, you will help us break the chains of hell on your body. When Shira spoke, the scar on his face twisted and twisted, looking a little terrifying. No problem. Lei Luo glanced at the gate of hell that had not disappeared, and readily agreed to Shira's proposal. In the world of death, he felt that it was better to have some helpers. How long does it take for the gates of hell to appear once and then disappear? Lei Luo pointed to the gate of hell in the void. Although the gate of hell has been closed at this time, it looks like it will not disappear and become invisible for a while. It depends on the strength of the culprit who is pulled closer to the door. If it is Zilei, I am afraid it will take nearly 10 minutes to disappear. Shira thought for a while and said uncertainly. Because every time the gate of hell appears and disappears at a different time, he can't tell him an exact time. Understood. Lei Luo understood, and after instructing Heidao and others to find a way to break the barrier as soon as possible, his figure flashed, and he came to the front of the gate of hell. Standing in front of the gate of hell, Lei Luo could feel a power as deep as an abyss. Even with Lei Luo's current state, he felt frightened. A sense of powerlessness was born from the bottom of Lei Luo's heart. Facing the void in the doorway, Lei Luo actually gave birth to an irresistible feeling. It's just a door, it can make me feel so powerless. Lei Luo muttered to himself, watching the whole hell from a distance. This portal that exists in the void carries the power of the entire hell. It is the concentration of the power of the entire hell, which is even more terrifying than the meaning of hell. If the meaning of hell has 1 point of power in the whole hell, then the gate of hell is the embodiment of having 10 or even 20 points of power in hell. It's no wonder that the god of death does not dare to interfere in the affairs of hell. This kind of power, even the captain of the god of death, Yamamoto Motoyuki Shigekuni, may be difficult to compete with. Facing the gate of hell, Lei Luo will inevitably compare it with the strongest god of death in the anime, the captain of the god of death, and the old man Yamamoto. However, because the old man Yamamoto has never done his best in the anime, Lei Luo can only roughly guess some results. Suddenly, Lei Luo had the idea to try the gate of hell. In the animation, it seems that the protagonist travels between the world and hell through the gate of hell, and Lei Luo has nothing to do in hell now. Even if there is something wrong, it is much easier than Lei Luo to deal with the culprits such as Heidao. As soon as this idea appeared, he couldn't hold back any longer. Turning his head, Lei Luo instructed Black Saber and the others, asking them to find a way to break the black stone Jinchuriki column barrier in hell at any time. After that, Lei Luo began to continue the power in his body. After a while, the energy was activated, and a golden ball of light slammed into the gate of hell. Standing not far away, Heidao and others were shocked when they saw that Lei Luo actually launched an attack on the gate of hell. They thought that Lei Luo was trying to blow open the gate of hell, and then let him pass through and enter the bottom of hell on his own. He shouted, "Right now. Don't waste your efforts, the gate of hell is like the jet black Jinchuriki column, and no one can pass through except for the blame." They are also kind, but they misunderstood what Lei Luo meant. But Lei Luo didn't bother to explain that when the ball of light hit the gate of hell, there was an explosion, and the gate of hell didn't respond at all as Lei Luo expected. "Can't you?" Lei Luo was a little frustrated. The gate of hell could not be opened. Then his idea of leaving hell and going to the present world, Jingling Court and even the virtual circle of the world of death could not be realized. There's one more thing, maybe it's useful. With a thought, Lei Luo thought of a prop he once obtained, perhaps that holy garment could allow him to pass through the gate of hell. When he thought of it, he did it. Lei Luo did not hesitate, and when his thoughts flashed, the holy robe of Hades was draped on Lei Luo's body. A faint black air overflowed from the Pluto robe and quickly flowed all over Lei Luo's body. At this moment, a systemic voice sounded in Lei Luo's heart. "Ding dong, an emergency is detected, activate the mission, escape from hell." Escape from hell. Hades' holy clothes appeared in hell and attracted the attention of the will of hell. The will of hell distributed all over hell will rush to the host's location within 10 minutes to kill and attack the host. The host must escape from hell as soon as possible to avoid the cloth of Pluto was obtained by the will of hell, and thus the Lord of Hell, Pluto, was resurrected. Cow. System, what the hell is this mission? Who is Hades? Why don't I remember that there is such a number 1 character in the Shinigami anime? Lei Luo was surprised. This Pluto battle suit in Saint Seiya has nothing to do with the god of death. He just took it out to try it, but it actually triggered a hidden mission. Host, it's very troublesome to explain this matter, why don't you run away first? When you're free, I'll explain it to you slowly. The system's voice sounded in Lei Luo's heart, a little gloating and a little triumphant. Hokage I can only draw S rank rewards. Chapter 361 to 386. Chapter 361 _ Bottom of Hell. Escape from Hell. How? Based on Lei Luo's understanding of Hell in the God of Death, it seems that the only way to leave Hell is through the Gate of Hell. As for the cracks that appeared between Hell and the world for no reason in the original plot, it is obvious that they did not exist during the time when Lei Luo came. But now the gates of Hell are closed. And according to the information Lei Luo got from the Blame, it seems that the Gate of Hell is not only connected to the present world, but also may go to the bottom of Hell, and even enter the jingling court where the God of Death is located, or the virtual circle of life in the virtual gate. Time is pressing, the meaning of Hell will rush to this place at any time, it will be a scene of gathering all the meanings of Hell in Hell, it will never be as simple as a few meanings of Hell. At that time, facing the meaning of Hell surging like a swarm of bees, Lei Luo may not be able to escape without injury. And as long as Lei Luo is in Hell, he will never be able to escape the pursuit of the meaning of Hell, which means that Lei Luo will face the eternal pursuit of the meaning of Hell. And the meaning of Hell can't really die. In other words, as long as Lei Luo is in Hell, he will continue to fight the undead monster, the meaning of Hell, until the cloth of Hades is taken away. If the situation really develops to that stage, perhaps Lei Luo will choose to throw away the Pluto cloth, but now, Lei Luo still decides to try something in his heart. Since there is some connection between the Pluto's cloth and the Death God's world, I might as well try whether the Pluto's cloth can open the door of this hell. With a flash of divine light, Lei Luo jumped into the air, wearing the holy robe of Hades, and approached the huge gate of hell in the air step by step. Coming to the front, facing the huge gate of hell, Lei Luo noticed that the Pluto holy clothes on his body suddenly changed a little bit. Feeling carefully, I found that the Pluto Saint cloth was shaking slightly, as if the gate of hell in front of him and the Pluto Saint clothes were communicating silently. It didn't take long for Lei Luo's robe of Hades to calm down, and then a trace of black aura penetrated into the gate of hell from the robe of Hades. The next moment, the gate of hell that had been closed gradually cracked into another slit. Really? Okay. Lei Luo was overjoyed, took 2 steps forward, raised his hand to push the gate of hell. There was a soft creak sound, and a bright light overflowed from the door, instantly wrapping Lei Luo, who was standing in front of the door. He actually opened the gates of hell. In the distance, Yuhi Lian and the others were startled and wanted to step forward, but they dared not move even half a step. Master. Ruawarualwu's voice came from the gate of hell, like an old servant who had never seen his master quietly calling his master. In the light, Lei Luo knew that his thoughts were solid, and the Pluto robes he wore became even more extraordinary in this light, and even gave him a sense of blood connection. Master, the gates of hell are always open for you. Ruawarualwu's voice continued to sound, reaching the bottom of Lei Luo's heart through Pluto's holy clothes. With a thought, Lei Luo ordered the gate of hell to reopen the passage leading to the bottom of hell, but after waiting for a long time, there was no change in the gate of hell and the gate of hell, and the soft white light still overflowed from the door. Master, I can't let you enter the bottom of hell, because there is a field barrier set up by the Spirit King. If you fall into it, you will disappear into this world again. The voice of the gate of hell resounded in Lei Luo's heart, explaining why the lowest channel of hell was not open for Lei Luo. However, Lei Luo didn't care whether Hades disappeared or not, so he still ordered the gate of hell to open the channel in his heart. Yes, Master. The sound of the gate of hell sounded, and then countless chains of hell gushed out from the white light, and the white light also turned bloody Yuhi in an instant. If you are prepared, you will inevitably be taken half a step back by the sudden hot breath. After standing firm, Lei Luo saw countless ghosts suffering different punishments in various areas at the bottom of hell through the layers of Yuhi's heat. Among them, the area that attracts Lei Luo's attention the most is the area closest to where Lei Luo is located, where the Yuhi Lotus fire is burning on the ground, the pitch-black thunder Jinchuriki column keeps falling from the sky, and all kinds of auras in all directions will turn into various forms. The weapons kept attacking the culprits in this area, causing all the culprits in it to cry loudly. But there is one exception. The man stood in the sea of fire, facing the jet-black thunder Jinchuriki column falling from the sky without any fear, and even took the initiative to collide with the thunder Jinchuriki column falling from the sky, and even at the moment of touching the thunder Jinchuriki column, that person will even remove the spiritual power from his body and use only his body and soul to forcefully receive the baptism of the lightning Jinchuriki column. Often, after the lightning strike, his body will be torn apart by the blast. However, as a person to blame, as long as the mind does not collapse and the soul can still condense, it will not really die. Therefore, after each smash, the person will return to human form in a very short time, laugh wildly, and then face the blade formed by spiritual power. Continue to look for new Rei Jinchuriki column. Purple Thunder. Lei Luo whispered the name of the figure. It was Zilei who was pulled into the bottom of hell by the gate of hell. Surely a crazy man. Lei Luo's impression of Zilei deepened a lot. Even though Lei Luo has experienced 2 worlds, he has never seen such a crazy person. The scene in hell could not frighten Lei Luo, and those chains who rushed out of the gate of hell did not dare to approach Lei Luo. Step by step, Lei Luo slowly walked into the gate of hell. At this moment, dozens of hell intents appeared around and rushed over like crazy. This time, they no longer cared about those white stone Jinchuriki column, and the speed was countless times happier than before. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 meanings of hell have surrounded the gate of hell in the center, and a pair of iron fists clenched tightly, smashing Lei Luo, who was half-length into the gate of hell. But they were a little late after all. The gate of hell had disappeared before their fists hit, and in the sky of hell, the terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly appeared after the gate of hell disappeared, killing Yuhi Lian and others who were not far away. Pressed directly to the ground. The cloth of Hades reappears. Is the war about to start again? The Reiatsu in the air quickly disappeared, leaving only a sentence that puzzled Yuhiren and the others. At this time, Lei Luo had already entered the gate of hell. In the scorching hot breath that kept coming in, he moved forward step by step, but found that no matter how fast he accelerated, he couldn't get close to the bottom of hell. What's the matter? Lei Luo asked about the gate of hell in his heart. Master, this is the enchantment of God's domain set up by the Spirit King, and it is for all creatures except the blamer, especially you. Spirit King, the creator of Jingling Court in the anime of death, has the power beyond death, true God. It is the only officially recognized God in the world of death. What does the Spirit King have to do with hell? Why is there a God realm barrier set up by the Spirit King at the bottom of hell? Chapter 362_Void, Blame and Death. What does the Spirit King have to do with hell? Why is there a God realm barrier set up by the Spirit King at the bottom of hell? Lei Luo was confused. He had an impression of the Spirit King. Although it did not appear in the animation of the God of Death, in the God of Death comics, there is a chapter of the Spirit King in the Millennium Blood War chapter, and the entire length of the Millennium Blood War chapter also revolves around the Spirit King, the true God, expanded. It's just that in the comics, the Spirit King is a puppet-like existence with no limbs. He is placed in the Spirit King Palace like a living dead, guarded by the 4 most powerful gods of death. However, in Lei Luo's view, the 4 strongest gods of death may not only be guardian Spirit Kings, but also have the meaning of guarding and detaining them. I won't delve into these for now. Anyway, Lei Luo is in the world of death, and sooner or later, he will have the opportunity to clarify these questions. At this stage, what Lei Luo is most interested in and wants to know is why there is a God's realm barrier set up by the Spirit King in hell. As for Lei Luo's question, Hell's Gate knew more or less, so after Lei Luo asked the question, the Hell's Gate's voice sounded again. Master, in fact, the Spirit King, like you, has evolved from the void, and the Spirit King, like you, is an existence that surpasses the vast road, superior, great void. From the narration of the meaning of hell, Lei Luo found that his worldview of death animation seems to be collapsing little by little. Void is a kind of evil spirit body formed after human beings turn into undead after death, and because they are obsessed with something in the world, their mind gradually disappears, and finally the chain in the chest disappears and turns into a black hole. This kind of spiritual body, from the initial change of mind and mind, to the final change in the body, grows a mask and incarnates into a void. And once the mask is created, its behavior is not completely controlled by the original owner's consciousness, and the attack consciousness will be amplified. And in order to fill the vacancy in his heart, he will prey on the person he loves the most. When he completes this stage, he will become an emotionless real emptiness. The ability to become a true phantom is completely determined by the original owner's inner character, or subconscious, but if it can pass the initial infancy, the strength of the late phantom will be determined by the amount of other phantoms it eats. This way of improving strength determines that the virtual existence is to keep killing each other, and it will not stop until the evolution is complete. In the animation, the level of the virtual, from the lowest virtual, to the big virtual, is divided into two levels. But Daxu can be divided into Jillian, the most common level, lower level, Ajukas, intermediate level, and Vastrode, upper level, because of the different abilities. These three big virtual forms have been reflected in the animation, and the broken face is also a Vastodian level big virtual, but its ability and form have evolved and improved due to the collapse of Jade. Whether there are still higher level virtuals above the Vastord level phantoms, this question may have been a mystery to those who love death anime. But from the gate of hell, Lei Luo finally found the answer to this matter. The answer to this matter, of course, is. And this kind of virtual also appeared in the anime. According to the gate of hell, there are three levels above the Vastod level Daxu, Scriabinto, Advanced, Wangshu, Dominions, and Senksu, Ophanum. However, since the concept of the virtual circle, the entire virtual circle has only evolved one Wangshu, and before counting Eternal, this Wangshu has disappeared. Under Wangshu, there are two Scredo level Daxu, one of which is the King of Spirits who created Jingling Court, and the other is the King of Pluto who rules Hell. These two Scredo level Daxu, originally under Wangshu's rule, they could live together peacefully, because even if they devoured each other, they would not evolve to Wangshu's realm. But after Wangxing disappeared for no reason, friction between these two big Xings came into being. As Xings that evolved by devouring, even if their reason had been awakened, their instinctive desire to swallow was hard to restrain. And in the face of the temptation to rule the entire virtual circle, even a Scredo-class big virtual is hard to resist. With the acquiescence of both sides, the Daxu who followed them began to clash constantly, which finally turned into a war between the two camps. Death God and Guiran originally had a unified name in the era when Wangshu ruled the virtual circle, and they also admitted that they were the same existence, but after the outbreak of the war between the Spirit King and Hades, both sides redefined their identities for themselves. Originally, the war between the two sides was only between the virtual circle and the big virtual, but the treacherous and cunning Spirit King followed the advice of his subordinates, let the humanoid enter the human world, and hypocritically rescued those who were harassed by ordinary virtual harassment. A bewildered human soul. Afterwards, the use of spiritual power was handed over to those human souls who were not virtualized, and they were trained to become death gods, and they used their own spiritual power to establish a jingling court, so that these human souls could live in it and prevent them from being affected. The effect of the virtual circle is blurred. Perhaps the form of human beings is the most suitable for displaying spiritual power. These human undeads in the jingling court have entered the realm of cultivation very quickly, and even far exceeded the expectations of those who proposed to train human undead as combat power. This discovery has also led to a large number of Vastord-class great virtuals wanting to transform into human forms. This is the first opportunity for the broken face to appear, and we will not talk about it here for the time being. On the Pluto side, although they quickly discovered the Spirit King's plan, it was too late to follow suit. In the end, the human undead organization named Death God's 13th Division, intervened in the war between the Spirit King and Pluto, and because the Death God had a large number of Wastord-level combat power, it directly led to the death of Pluto. One side's defeat. Although Pluto himself finally tried his best to kill the Spirit King, he was unsuccessful in the end, but at the cost of his own disappearance. Hades still shattered the Spirit King himself and fell into eternal sleep. Afterwards, the Pluto faction, the defeated party, ended up being sealed in hell, unable to escape for eternity, and in order to punish those who follow Pluto, the bottom layer of hell was built as a place to torture and blame people. And those human souls whose beliefs are different from those of the God of Death or who are not accepted by the God of Death, after they enter the jingling court, their memory will be erased by the God of Death, and they will be imprisoned in hell through special methods, and will be tortured forever until their souls become the purest. The power of. In fact, transforming the bottom layer of hell is not only for torturing the blame, its real purpose is to restore spiritual power to the severely injured Spirit King after the war. Those souls who were tortured to death at the bottom of hell, the purest spiritual power they transformed into will enter the Spirit King's body because of the enchantment of the God's domain, so that the Spirit King will gradually restore the full strength of the Skrido-level Daxu. Chapter 363 _ the present. There was a wave in the void, and the gate of hell carved with the evil ghost Shira appeared over a city, attracting the attention of several gods of death patrolling here. At the same time, Leiluo stepped out and came to the present world of the world of death. Due to the seal of the gods set at the bottom of hell by the Spirit King, Leiluo was forced to retreat and enter the world of the God of Death first to find the key props to go to the palace of the Spirit King to kill the Spirit King. Kongza Town, the city where the protagonist lives in the Shinigami anime, is also the place where the Shinigami storyline begins, and it is also a key prop to the Lingwang Palace, a necessary place for the birth of Wang Jian. When the gate of hell retreated and disappeared, Leiluo slowly landed from the air, and before he could stand firm, the sound of the system sounded in Leiluo's heart. Ding! Detect the figure of the Death Patrol, activate the mission, kill the god first. First kill god. Kill the Shinigami patrolling in Kuza Town, the mission is completed, and you will get a god level lottery point *1. Hearing the sound of the system, Leiluo did not hesitate, the Pluto robe quickly disappeared, and then his body turned into a golden light, swept toward the city at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Boom! While Leiluo was flying through the city, near the edge of the city, 3 patrolling death gods were fighting a virtual ghost with a hole in its chest. This virtual did not enter the ranks of the great virtual, but the size is not comparable to the general virtual, and the strength is not inferior to the siege of the 3 gods of death. Damn it! Isn't there a weaker Kuzu in Kuzako? A Grim Reaper roared at his companions during the battle. Since he was transferred to patrol Kakuza Town, none of the Ku he encountered could be killed alone. Come on, Kakuza-cho is not an ordinary place. Being able to be transferred to patrol here is the captain's training for you, and it is also a recognition of your strength. Another god of death waved Zanpakuto in his hand, and a blade formed by Reiatsu shot out, forcing Shu, who was about to rush in front of him, to retreat, and then jumped to the side of his companion, holding knives in both hands, looking at the person in front of him alertly. Virtual. I'd rather be relaxed and unrestrained in other cities, and I don't want to be valued by the captain. When I transfer here, I often risk death to clean up. The god of death who had spoken before continued to complain, but he did not hesitate to shoot, and saw him put away Zanpakuto, swiping his hands on his chest, and following his movements, many bright spots began to converge on his chest, and finally on his chest. The right finger turned into a white shockwave and shot towards the roaring void in the distance. Broken road. Boom. The white impact broke the white mask in the middle, and in the roar of the virtual, the white mask cracked a gap. Destruction. The offensive skills of the Ghost Department. The higher the level, the greater the attack power and difficulty. For a broken Dao of this level, as long as it is a god of death, it will definitely be the Master's broken Dao. Although the level of this Dao breaking is not high, it is very useful to deal with ordinary emptiness, and because its level is very low, it consumes not much of its own spiritual power, so it is often used by low-level death gods as the main means of long-range attacking emptiness, and the effect is remarkably PFF'd. After the white impact was broken, a member of the Shinigami who had not shot before quickly approached Shu's back, and Zanpakuto in his hand fell from the top, splitting the pain and roaring Shu from top to bottom, splitting it in half. In front of the disappearing virtual, the three patrolling death gods put away Zanpakuto and looked into the distance at the same time. What happened to that spiritual pressure just now? I don't know, but I can't feel that spiritual pressure now. Go and see. The three gods of death were about to leave after a simple exchange, but suddenly saw a burst of golden light rushing from a distance. Before the three could react, the golden light dissipated, and a young man who looked like a human stood in front of the three. With a harmonious smile on his face. Kwasi Master. Seeing that the other party was a human youth, the three patrolling death gods were stunned for a moment, then pointed at Lei Luo with knives. They are not newbies, and among humans, the only ones who can use spiritual power to attack and are hostile to the god of death seem to be the Quincy. However, after the bloody battle thousands of years ago, Quincy has always been very low-key in reality. This kind of open and upright sudden appearance in front of the death god seems to be the first time in history. In this situation, if this, Kwasi Master, was not stunned, he must be self-sufficient and wanted to provoke the war between death and Quincy again. Lei Luo didn't know what the gods of death were thinking at this moment, he just came over to complete the task given by the system. When the god of death was waiting, Lei Luo raised his right hand, and the fingertips shone with golden light. The next moment, the golden light shot out, piercing a patrolling god of death close to him on the spot. At the same time as it fell, the body of the god of death made a move to the side due to inertia. Seeing this, the other two patrol death gods changed their faces. This attack speed. While thinking, one of the patrolling Shinigami began to release Reiatsu with all his strength, and Zanpakuto, who was holding it in his hand, seemed to have a sense of it, and his form gradually changed. Yo, it turns out to be a Shinigami who understands Shikai. Although Lei Luo wasn't sure about the change in Zanpakuto in the hands of the patrolling death god, his guess was pretty close. Even the god of death did not expect that when he was in danger of his life, he suddenly realized the Shikai of Zanpakuto. Before he could get acquainted with his own Zanpakuto's Shikai ability, the god of death had already launched an attack on Lei Luo. I saw a trace of cold air emerge from the blade of the patrolling death god, which lowered the temperature of the surrounding air by a few points. With a wave of it, an ice pick shot out from the blade and shot towards Lei Luo. As the ice-type Zanpakuto. Facing the icicle, Lei Luo didn't even want to dodge and let the icicle penetrate his body. How is it possible? The patrol death god who had awakened Shikai looked at the hole in Lei Luo's chest with puzzled eyes. If the ice pick was easily dodged by Lei Luo, he would not be surprised at all, but now, his attack has directly penetrated the opponent's body, and the opponent is still unscathed. This situation has far exceeded him. Of knowledge. In the eyes of this god of death, the hole in Lei Luo's chest healed, and his fingertips shone with golden light again. There are more than 3 death gods patrolling the city of Kuza town, so after Lei Luo solved the previous 3 patrolling death gods, the task assigned by the system was not completed, but Lei Luo does not need a lottery now, so it has temporarily abandoned patrolling the entire city in search of Reaper. The most important thing now is to find out what time is it. After killing 3 patrolling death gods earlier, Lei Luo forgot to inquire about the current situation in the world of death gods in a hurry. This has to be said to be a minor mistake. Chapter 364 Mr. Fox, Kazuki Urahara. From the edge of the city to the center of the city, Lei Luo wandered around aimlessly. Although he occasionally saw patrolling death gods passing by in the air, Lei Luo did not do anything to those patrolling death gods in order not to disturb someone. Just when Lei Luo turned to a secluded alley, a man wearing a green and white fisherman hat, dark green short jacket and light green trousers, clogs, and a little stubble on his chin came out of a shop. Came out. Behind him, followed by a tall, old man with reflective glasses, wearing white short sleeves with a kabuto, and a mustache. The two walked towards Lei Luo one after the other, and glanced at Lei Luo sideways. Lei Luo smiled in his heart. This is the person he was looking for. Urahara Kazuki and Garashi Tetsusai, two great men who defected from the Jingling court where the Shinigami is located. Among them, Urahara Kazuki was originally the captain of the 12th Division of the 13th Division of the Gotei, and he was also the founder of the Jinglingtei Technology Development Bureau. Many items in the Jinglingtei were created and made by him, such as Yoshimukuro, Lanbo pills, etc. And behind him, Guling Tejai, is the former commander-in-chief of the Ghost Dao congregation, the Great Ghost Dao Chief, with super strength, capable of releasing super high-level Ghost Dao, such as Ghost Dao 99 and some banned books that are still in time. These two people all have strengths that surpass the ordinary captains of the 13th Division of the Death God. Even if they are the captains of the top-ranked divisions in spiritual power, these two can't help but fight. While watching silently, the three walked towards each other, but when they were about to pass each other, they tacitly stopped. "Friend, don't you want to explain why you killed the patrol death?" Urahara Kazuki looked sideways at Lei Luo, and from the look under his hat, it could be seen that if Lei Luo couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, a battle would immediately break out between the three. "They want to shoot at me, I'm just protecting myself." Lei Luo stared at Urahara Kazuki's eyes without fear, and a little golden light slowly overflowed from his body. "They take me as a Quincy. You know, the Quincy and the God of Death are deadly enemies. If the God of Death finds a Quincy, it must be eliminated. But you should have seen my ability, I am not a Quincy." Urahara Kazuki looked Lei Luo up and down, his brows that were covered by the brim of his hat twitched slightly. From the spiritual power fluctuations on Lei Luo, he could be sure that he was not a Quincy, and he did not detect Daxu's spiritual power from Lei Luo. Fluctuations, so it means that Lei Luo is not a face-to-face phantom that was mixed in with the world. With Urahara's erudition, he couldn't even guess Lei Luo's ability at all. This phenomenon made Urahara Kazuki, who has a lot of wisdom, developed a strong interest in studying Lei Luo's ability. And what Lei Luo said is indeed true. Death and Quincy are deadly enemies. Death-killing Quincy and Quincy-killing God can be regarded as normal situations. For a while, Urahara Kazuki couldn't refute Lei Luo's answer. After a short silence, Urahara Kazuki returned to his lazy appearance, and continued to walk forward with the cane in his hand on his forearm. "No matter what, you still killed 3 patrolling gods of death. If old man Yamamoto finds out about this, I am afraid that even if you are not a Quincy master, you will not escape the fate of being arrested by the gods of death. That old man still cherishes his opponents." Quote. Without waiting for Urahara Kazuki to go far, Lei Luo had already caught up. How could someone who had finally found him slip away easily? "It seems that Sir knows the god of death very well, so what do you think I should do?" Although this defeated Death God is no longer a member of the Death God squad, he still wants to protect the Jingling Court and the Spirit King, so Lei Luo is now getting information from him, so he can't reveal himself and death for the time being. Not all the way attitude. "This is simple, as long as you buy a few things in my store, I will help you to clear up the Death Squad and make sure they don't come to catch you." Tetsusai, who was behind Urahara Kazuki, had an "I know it" expression on his face. And this incident obviously exceeded Lei Luo's expectations. Although his strength is good, he has no Japanese yen on him. That Lei Luo was about to speak, Urahara Kazuki had already turned his head and looked over. "Don't worry, the items in my store are very cheap. And they are very practical, so you can buy with confidence and use them comfortably." Urahara Kazuki's expression is that you can't buy it, you can't be fooled. If you let people who haven't seen the God of Death see the appearance of the store manager, I'm afraid they will be deceived by his appearance at the time, so it's not practical to buy those. Urahara store exclusively for merchandise. "That, Mr. Store Manager, It's not that I don't want to buy it, it's just that I don't have any money. Lei Luo turned over the pockets of his clothes, showing that he was penniless, with practical actions. Urahara Kazuki had a helpless expression on his face, and even under this expression, Lei Luo could see a hint of schadenfreude. Oh, then there's nothing you can do. You should still wait for a large number of death gods to catch you. Maybe old man Yamamoto will send 17 or 8 death god captains when he is happy. You know, the 3 patrolling death gods you killed before are not even ants in front of Captain Death God. Tisk tisk tisk. Boy, your death is probably not far away. Hearing Urahara Kazuki's words, Lei Luo's forehead immediately hung a black line. 17 or 8 captains of Reaper. If it is said that there are 17 or 8 people who know Bankai in the 13th division of Reaper, this is true, but Reaper's team there are only 13 teams, how can there be 17 or 8 death god captains? But Lei Luo couldn't show his understanding of the death squad, so he could only pretend he didn't know. Then what? I don't want to die. Lei Luo took Urahara Kazuki's words and said, but the expression on his face did not show much panic. Or else, I will work for you in your shop for free, as long as you help me talk to the gods of death and let them not come and arrest me. Good. Kazuki Urahara raised his eyes and looked at Lei Luo. The moment their eyes met, they both seemed to understand what the other was thinking, and immediately laughed tacitly. My name is Lei Luo, and I will be taken care of by the manager of Domeng in the future. It's easy to talk about it, it will be my own family in the future. But it's okay, you are a free laborer in my shop, I only need to eat and live, and you have to find a solution for other needs. The two sides hit it off and all achieved the results they wanted. If Lei Luo hopes to use Urahara Kazuki to understand the current timeline of the world of death and get closer to Benyu as soon as possible, then Urahara Kazuki kept Lei Luo by his side to monitor and observe Lei Luo, a person of unknown ability who suddenly appeared in Kakuzucho during the current sensitive period. It is said that they have to be carefully checked. If the other party has any deviant behavior, Urahara Kazuki will be able to kill it before the situation deteriorates. Chapter 365 Benkai _ In Urahara Kazuki's grocery store, Lei Luo was assigned to help Warei Tetsusai tidy up the store warehouse. Even though the appearance is just such a small wooden house, in fact, the interior has been transformed into a special space by Urahara Kazuki. Otherwise, how can we put aside the various inventions and creations of Urahara Kazuki for nearly 100 years? It would be bragging to say that Lei Luo has no yearning for the small cabin in front of him. This place is like the Uncle Snake laboratory in the Hokage world, which is full of the most cutting-edge technology products in the world of death. What kind of soul pills, Reiatsu isolation mukuro, portable mukuro, invisibility cloth, black cloak, turning body, etc., are all stored in this small warehouse. However, after Lei Luo entered the warehouse, his mood could only be described with 2 words that would be harmonious. In such a mess, Mr. Taijai, how did you take care of the warehouse in the past 100 years? Lei Luo looked helplessly at Huling Tejai who was leading the way in front of him. I'm not very good at packing things. In the past, there was a special person in charge of my daily life in Jingling Court. Holding Ling Tejai's right hand and scratching his head, he seemed embarrassed, but in fact that action was just a habit of his. You have been cleaning up for nearly 100 years. Even a pig should learn to clean up. Lei Luo thought so. He didn't say it. It's no wonder that Sumuuyu will take Yoshimura by mistake. In such a messy warehouse, I'm afraid Urahara Kazuki will be difficult to ensure that there is no error 100%. I stayed in the Urahara store for several days. Every day, except for cleaning up, I could never do the same rough work as Tizai, and Urahara Kazuki seemed to have forgotten the existence of Lei Luo. Except for meal time, I usually didn't even do it. We'll look at Lei Luo more. During this period, Lei Luo was not without benefits. Taking advantage of the time he usually packs in the warehouse, Lei Luo would always accidentally put some small things into his pockets. Especially the turning body, Lei Luo discovered this thing inadvertently, and then took it for himself without a trace. After cleaning up the warehouse, Lei Luo successfully mastered Bankai, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto Hirenmaru, in less than 2 days with the help of the god-turning body. For a while, the warehouse was full of ice and snow, and the temperature was almost approaching absolute freezing. Since Lei Luo is very strong, his body can fully withstand Hirenmaru's real Bankai power, so that the Bankai she has learned is directly Hirenmaru's strongest form. Although his body is not deformed like Xiaobai in the anime, the spiritual pressure on his body has skyrocketed, so much so that it alarmed all the patrolling Shinigami in Kakuza town. Kazuki Urahara and Tetsusai, who were resting and chatting in the store, were no exception. When the two rushed into the wooden warehouse, what they saw in front of them was a microcosm of a world of ice and snow. All the inventory was completely buried. The snow was as hard as steel, and the biting chill forced the two of them to have luck to wrap their bodies around. In the snow as hard as steel, Lei Luo himself is floating in the air, holding a lustrous white Zanpakuto in his hand. Similar to the shape of a faucet, there are even 2 white gems that sparkle with white light on both sides of the knife tail. Ice Zanpakuto. Urahara Kazuki and Goroshi Tetsusai looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. How well do these two know about Zanpakuto, the god of death? Among the ice Zanpakuto they know, Hirenmaru is known as the strongest ice Zanpakuto in history, and its Bankai ability has never really been shown to the world, so no one knows Hirenmaru is really Bankai, the latter form and ability limit. But just Shikai and the incomplete Bankai, the increase of the master's spiritual pressure and the effect of fighting against the enemy, have exceeded the strength limit of ordinary captain-level death gods. This is also the fundamental reason why Jing Lingting asserts that Hirenmaru is the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice type. Urahara Kazuki and Ritsusai have always deeply agreed with this decision, and believe that Hirenmaru is undisputed as the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice system. However, seeing the Bankai power of the ice-type Zanpakuto in Lei Luo's hands, the two became suspicious of the views they once agreed with. If you only judge the effect of the blade's spiritual pressure and energy on the surrounding temperature, the Zanpakuto in Lei Luo's hands is definitely not under Hirenmaru. Even according to the shocking inference of the two, the Hirenmaru held by Hitsugaya Toshiro, even if the real Bankai, may not be able to reach the Reiki of Zanpakuto in Lei Luo's hands. Zanpakuto is not only a tool to increase the master's spiritual pressure, but also under the constant installation of the master's spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto itself will become stronger and stronger. For example, Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, the strongest fire element, if he is held in the hands of a patrol death god, even if he will not disgrace Ryujin Jaka's prestige, but if he wants to grow into the strongest fire element Zanpakuto, then the hope is probably very slim. Zanpakuto's ranking is closely related to the owner's Reiatsu and talent. The same Zanpakuto, in the hands of two different people, can have completely different strengths. The same as the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice system, Hitsugaya Toshiro can Bankai, but Kusanagi Sojiro did not understand Bankai until his death. Even after awakening the power of weakness in his body, Sojiro Kusanagi still lost to Xiaobai, and was easily killed by Xiaobai, who was not completely Bankai. Is the name of the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto going to change hands? This is the common voice of Urahara Kazuki and Ryogiri Tetsusai. At the same time, above Kakuza town, the originally clear sky suddenly swayed a little, and then the blue sky cracked a gap, which instantly grew into a pitch-black void. 6 figures in white robes emerged from the pitch-black void. They came out one after another, and there was a white mask on their face. Grimjow, Ichigo Kurisaki's Reiatsu has been locked, shall we go now? At the moment of appearing in this world, these people also noticed the captain-level Reiatsu who was venting recklessly in Kakuza town, and the place where Kurosaki Ichigo was located was very close to the location of that Reiatsu, so a left-eyed and the broken face covered by the mask on the top of the head has this question. Having a captain-level Shinigami beside Kurosaki Ichigo was not a big or small obstacle to their plan to kill Kurosaki Ichigo. Takashi, before I kill Kurosaki Ichigo, that Captain Death will be handed over to you." The 60th Blade Grimmjow instructed the subordinates behind him, and then lifted his feet and disappeared into the air. The 5 Rumians standing behind him did not hesitate, and then swept towards Kurosaki Ichigo's Reiatsu position. In another place above Kakuzu-cho, 2 other figures came out of the void. "Captain, this spiritual pressure seems to be an ice-type Zanpakuto." A blonde-haired, hot-looking beauty looked at Kakuzu-cho at her feet, frowning slightly at a boy standing in front of her. Similar to Hyarinmaru's Reiatsu, but more terrifying than Hyarinmaru's Reiatsu, what the hell is going on? The boy is white, wearing a black kimono, with a white jacket on the outside, with the words, 10th Division, written in jet black on the back. Hitsugaya Tushiro, one of the 13th Division of the Shinigami Godei, the captain of the 10th Division, the holder of the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto Hyarinmaru, suddenly came to this world at this time, and the men who have been monitoring the town of Kakuza have reported the appearance of a captain in Kakuzumaki. After the Reiatsu incident, the captain who rushed to Kakuza town as soon as possible. Chapter 366_Broken Face, Acting Grim Reaper, Captain Grim Reaper. Grimmjow's speed is not unpleasant. In the flash of light and flint, he has come to a place not far from the Urahara store. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo has swallowed the soul pill, and incarnated into the air as an agent of death. Broken Face. Kurosaki Ichigo's face was full of anger. The fact that Inoue Orihime was taken away by Ulquiorra had become his heart disease. If it wasn't for the death god's strict order not to allow him to enter the virtual circle, I'm afraid he would have risked his own life to break through. Enter the virtual circle to save the well. Now seeing the broken face come to the world, Kurosaki Ichigo can no longer keep his sanity, so he directly opens Bankai and entangles with Grimmjow. However, the current Kurosaki Ichigo does not have the ability to become a master, so facing Grimmjow, he was knocked to the ground in just a moment, and he struggled for a long time before he got up from the ground. Deputy Death, you have so little strength, I really don't know why Orchiola didn't kill you before. He won't do it, let me do it. Let's just say, Grimmjow stretched his right hand straight forward, and the spirits continued to gather in his hand, condensing into the unique attacking skill of Daxu, the virtual flash. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that he couldn't dodge, otherwise the innocent people around him would definitely be affected, and he started to condense the Reiatsu in his body with his sword in front of him. Moon Kiba Sky Rushes. Boom. Cough cough cough. The 2 powerful spiritual pressures collided in the air, and the spirits vented wildly. In order to protect the surrounding civilians, Kurosaki Ichigo moved at a high speed again, trying to block all the vented spirits in this battle area. However, Grimmjow didn't give him this chance, and another phantom flash had formed, and on the way of Kurosaki Ichigo flying, it hit Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. With a forced flick, Ichigo Kurosaki's body was not lightly injured, and at the same time, half of the Death Tyrant outfit after Benkai's transformation was damaged. Kurosaki Ichigo's Deathlord outfit is slightly different from other death gods. His Deathlord outfit is also part of his Bankai. The integrity of his Deathlord outfit is closely related to the saturation of his spiritual power. When Kurosaki Ichigo was injured and slowed down, Grimmjow, who was in the distance, disappeared again. After Shunpo, he appeared directly beside Kurosaki Ichigo. He grabbed his right hand and pulled it towards Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. I want to take out Ichigo Kurosaki's heart and kill him. Sit on Frost, Hyarinmaru. The ice dragon spins its tail. A low shout came from the air, and then a sheet of ice Jinchuriki column spread from the air to Grimmjow's back. Death, your opponents are us. Crack. A sound of ice Jinchuriki column shattering sounded, and the ice Jinchuriki column formed by Hitsugaya Toshiro's attack shattered, and 5 broken faces appeared behind Grimmjow, blocking Hitsugaya Toshiro's attack for him. And Grimmjow had long imagined that this would be the result, so the action of digging towards Kurosaki Ichigo did not stop at all. But what he didn't expect was that a figure appeared beside him, and then a Yuhi-colored light flashed, forcibly forcing him back to the side. However, although Grimjow was forced to retreat, his attack was not without effect. In his right hand, a large piece of flesh was dripping with blood. "Who are you? Why meddle in our affairs with death?" Grimjow stood by and looked at the person who rescued Kurosaki Ichigo. The person who came was Kazuki Urahara. After he found out that there was a broken face breaking into the world, he gave up watching Leiluo and rushed over for the first time, which saved Ichigo Kurosaki at the critical moment. "I am the owner of a grocery store. Originally, it is not my business to fight and kill you, but this person is a regular customer of my store. If he dies, then the sales of my store will decrease a lot." Urahara Kazuki still spoke casually, but the look in his eyes became serious. The face-breaking Daxu is no longer an existence that he can easily kill. "If that's the case, then I'll kill you together." Grimjow put Kabuto's hands in his hands, showing a grim face. His tone did not fluctuate at all, as if he was saying something very ordinary. "Oh, if you have the ability." Urahara Kazuki didn't care either, and signaled that his opponent could start at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, Grimjow had disappeared, and at the same time, Urahara Kazuki stepped back quickly, and led Ichigo Kurosaki behind him. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a big pit had appeared where the two stood before. At the bottom of the pit, Grimjow was pulling his fist out of the ground. "You still have some strength." The black phantom flashes were activated again, and two at a time, one after the other, rushing towards Urahara Kazuki and Kurosaki Ichigo who were flying back. "Cry, Yuhi-hime." Urahara Kazuki held a cane in his left hand and drank it lightly, and then the front end of the cane shattered into a zanpakuto that was shorter than a normal zanpakuto. The Shield of Shuexia. As Urahara Kazuki drank again, the zanpakuto blade in his left hand began to release a large amount of Reiatsu, forming a shield of blood Yuhi in front of him and Kurosaki, blocking the two phantom flashes that hit him at the same time. Down. At the same time as the phantom flash disappeared, the Yuhi-colored shield shattered and turned into countless Yuhi-colored arrows that shot back at Grimjow, but this attack was easily dodged by Grimjow. "Who the hell are you? You can defend against my phantom with just your Reiatsu shield." It was only now that Grimjow realized that the sloppy middle-aged man in front of him was not simple. If he wasn't super strong, how could he be so easily able to defend against the fictitious dodge used by the broken face? "I'm really a store owner. Gee, the Urahara store not far away is my store. There are many good things in it. You can come around whenever you have time. See, we are acquaintances. I can give you 8% discount." Quote. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was already awake, and although the blood hole in his chest looked very miserable, it was not enough to kill him. Now that his stamina has recovered a little, Ichigo Kurosaki shook off the hand that Kazuki Urahara was holding onto him, threw Zanpakuto, and rushed towards Grimjow again. "What do you guys want to do by taking Inoue-san to the virtual circle?" Moon Kiba Sky rushes. The roar can obviously increase Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual pressure, and this slash is obviously much more powerful than the previous one. Grimjow also felt the terrifying power in the darkness of the sword light, although his face was disdainful, but his hands were not idle. At the moment when the jet black sword light approached, his right hand had already pulled out the Zanpakuto-like weapon around his waist. Boom! The jet black sword light collided with Grimjow's blade, and the huge spiritual pressure met and collided, suppressing Grimjow for a while. Ah! Grimjow opened his mouth and shouted. His spiritual pressure kept rising, and he actually took over Ichigo Kurosaki's anger full of Kiba Tianchong. But before he could be complacent, the other 5 broken faces who had been following him around in the virtual circle were all screaming in pain. Chapter 367 Return to the Edge. When Grimjow turned his head to look behind him, he found that all 5 of his subordinates were injured and fell to the ground. If that's the case, then Grimjow wouldn't feel shocked, but when he saw the state of his subordinates, the shock in Grimjow's heart could not be described in words. You used the return blade, but you were still defeated in such a short period of time. Opposite these broken-faced subordinates, Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was already Bankai, was turning his head to look at Grimmjow, and behind him was Matsumoto Renki holding an arm. It turned out that when Grimmjow was chasing Ichigo Kurosaki and fighting with Kazuki Urahara, the 5 subordinate officers of the Broken Face had returned to the blade and released all the Reiatsu of their Vastord-class Daxu. In the face of the death god of captain level, these broken-faced subordinate officials dare not take care of themselves, so when they get started, they do their best. In the state of returning to the blade, their spiritual pressure was nearly 10 times higher than when they appeared, and with a 5-to-1 ratio, they were almost rubbing against Hitsugaya Toshiro on the ground. As the captain of the Shinigami, Hitsugaya Toshiro is naturally sensitive to Reiatsu, and at the first time when the 5 broke the face and returned to the blade, he also clearly understood that he could not defeat the opponent in Shikai state, so he wanted to use Bankai early. But his Bankai is different from other Reaper captains. Other Reaper captains are instant Bankai, only him, because his body can't bear higher Enmaru's complete Bankai, so every time he casts an incomplete Bankai, he has to have a little time to let his body collaborate with Zanpakuto. But the current situation is that he has to fight against 5 with 1, so his Bankai can't be completed smoothly, which directly leads him to face the constant attacks of 5 subordinate officers in Shikai state. Seeing this situation, the vice captain of the 10th Division who came to the world with Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Renki immediately joined the battle circle. Although her combat effectiveness is not strong, the Grey Cat after Shikai is very suitable for team battles, especially with the higher Enmaru special effects of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Layers of sand tornadoes cooperated with Hitsugaya Toshiro's various ranged attacks, and even suppressed the attacking momentum of the 5 subordinate officers, and the battle between the two sides was rarely balanced. However, after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo injured, Matsumoto Renki and Hitsugaya Toshiro were all anxious. In addition, they didn't know much about Urahara Kazuki, so they were very worried that Kurosaki Ichigo would die in that super-shattering man. Hence, especially Matsumoto Ranju, it is difficult for him to face the 5 subordinates with his own strength. At this time, his mentality is unstable, and there is a mistake in the attack, and he is directly knocked down from the air by a subordinate. Losing the restraint of Matsumoto Ranju, Hitsugaya Toshiro once again fell into a situation of 1 enemy and 5. However, at the last moment when Matsumoto Ranju was sent flying, he directed the Grey Cat to create a gap for Hitsugaya Toshiro and let him succeed. Used Bankai. With the appearance of 4 ice flowers behind him, Hitsugaya Toshiro's right hand holding the knife was covered with ice, and behind it, a pair of ice wings were formed, and at the end of the ice wings, there was also a piece of ice Jinchuriki column condensed. Dragon Tail. Bankai, Hitsugaya Toshiro's spiritual pressure skyrocketed, and at the same time, he was not at a disadvantage in the face of 5 broken-faced subordinates who returned to the sword. He even quickly turned the tide of the battle, and directly changed from being suppressed to 1 person pressing the opposite 5 people. Chase. By the time Matsumoto Ranju came to support again, Hitsugaya Toshiro had already pressed and beat the 5 subordinate officers on the opposite side for a while. However, the Broken Face is a big virtual of the Vastord class after all. Even if it is not a member of the Broken Face and 10 blades with the ability Pervert, the ability is not easy. Especially after he returned to the blade, his body shape and spiritual pressure all made a qualitative leap. The effect of returning to the blade is similar to Bankai, the god of death. The difference is that the god of death suppresses his own spiritual pressure so as not to affect the world, while the Broken Face suppresses his own spiritual pressure, so that he can maintain a near-human appearance for a long time. However, they were fighting against the genius captain of the 13th Division of the Shinigami. When the ice flower behind Hitsugaya Toshiro melted to the last piece, the 5 of them had been knocked to the ground by Hitsugaya Toshiro, and their bodies were covered with ice slag. Among them, the tallest Broken Face Nakin even had his arm cut off. Captain. Matsumoto Renki returned to Hitsugaya Toshiro's side, and looked at Grimmjow in the distance together with him. At this time, the latter's eyes were fierce, like a beast that chose people and devoured them. No wonder Grimmjow did this. His 5 subordinate officers were all his partners in the virtual circle. Before Aizen did the face-breaking experiment in the virtual circle, the 6 Vastord-level virtuosos were already a small group in the virtual circle that supported each other in evolution. Therefore, after Aizen successfully broke their faces, they did not disperse, and still existed in the face-breaking army in the form of a group. It can be said that these 5 subordinate officers and Grimmjow are both prosperous and damaged. Grimmjow was angry when he saw the 5 broken-faced subordinate officers, and reached out to take out the weapon from his waist. Squeak it, Panther King. While groaning, Grimmjow's body erupted with super-powerful spiritual pressure, which was not even stronger than the 5 subordinate officials, forcing Hitsugaya Toshiro to stay away a little. After the spiritual pressure, the broken face mask on Grimmjow's cheeks was moved to the forehead, the turquoise eye shadow extended to the temples, the ears were also called blue-green leopard ears, and the short blue hair also changed from short to long, hanging down to the waist. A treasure-colored shirt was replaced by bone armor, and the forearm also grew upside-down bone spurs. After a pair of human palms were covered with bone armor, they resembled the claws of a leopard, extremely sharp. Claw of the Panther King. The Reiatsu was released. Grimmjow did not hesitate, his claws slashed across his chest, and 2 huge blue light scars appeared, full of attack and pressure. Ice Imagination. In the empty Hitsugaya Toshiro, seeing the blue claw marks attack, he didn't have time to think about it. After Bankai activated his skills, an ice phantom that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him and hit the blue claw marks. Crack clap. The ice phantom and the blue claw marks dissipated at the same time, and Hitsugaya Toshiro also retreated to Urahara Kazuki with Matsumoto Ranju. Grimmjow didn't pursue him, but dodged to the side of the 5 shattered subordinates. After checking their injuries, his inner worries eased a lot. Most of the broken faces have the ability to regenerate at a super speed. As long as they are not fatally injured, they can recover in a very short time. And although his 5 subordinate officials, Reiatsu, were much weaker, they did not suffer life-threatening injuries after all, so there was no threat to their lives. With a wave of his claws in the air, the black voice reappeared, and Grimmjow stared at Hitsugaya Toshiro on the ground, with a gleam of light in his eyes. The 5 subordinate officers behind him swayed and stood up, supporting each other and entering the black cavity one after another. Although Hitsugaya Toshiro wanted to stop them from escaping, he silently stood in place after considering that his Bankai would not last long. He didn't move, and the acting god of death, Ichigo Kurosaki, was pulled by Kazuki Urahara by his side, preventing him from rushing towards Grimmjow in the air. With Kurosaki Ichigo's current Reiatsu, it is not the 60th blade at all, and Grimmjow's opponent can only truly defeat Grimmjow in the state of returning to the blade after he has mastered the blur. When all the subordinates under his command entered the black chamber, Grimmjow stepped back into the black chamber. After taking a last look at Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro, the black chamber was closed, and Grimmjow's terrifying Reiatsu disappeared from the world. Meanwhile, Lei Luo arrives on the battlefield belatedly with the full Bankai version of Higher Enmaru. The moment he saw Zanpakuto in Lei Luo's hands, Hitsugaya Toshiro's heart trembled, and Higher Enmaru in his hands kept shaking, as if he was resisting something. Chapter 368_Glacial Rift. At this time, Lei Luo, because he is already familiar with Higher Enmaru's real Bankai, has slightly changed his body shape. The most obvious thing is that Lei Luo's originally dark hair has turned white at this time, and many parts of his body are covered with thin ice, like a body armor. And as Lei Luo moved, snowflakes often fell where he passed. Captain, that young man in the sky should be the source of the captain-level Reiatsu that we felt in Seorete. But the Zanpakuto in his hands. Although he was aware of the inexplicable captain-level Reiki when he entered the world, Matsumoto's eyes widened when he really saw Zanpakuto himself and came into contact with that Zanpakuto's Reiki at such a close distance. Ranki Matsumoto looked at his captain subconsciously, but found that Hitsugaya Toshiro was shaking, and even Bankai forgot to lift it. Captain. He stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Hitsugaya Toshiro, intending to wake him up. That Zanpakuto isn't Hyarinmaru, it's just close to Hyarinmaru's Reiatsu. Hitsugaya Toshiro came back to his senses, first released Bankai, and then looked at Hyarinmaru in his hand. Matsumoto Ranju naturally knew what the captain was thinking, and as the vice captain, he also understood some of the regulations of the 46th Central Room, and said immediately after hearing the words. Well, that Zanpakuto must not be Hyarinmaru, Captain, you don't need to worry too much. That said, but the two of them knew in their hearts that this matter could only be concealed for a while. When Aizen launched the battle against Kusako, the young man in the sky just showed up and took out Zanpakuto. At that time, another hand appeared. Hyarinmaru couldn't hide it. While frowning, a scene that had been hidden in Hitsugaya Toshiro's memory quietly emerged. It was a duel between two gods of death. One of them was Hitsugaya Toshiro, and the other was a little-known god of death. When the two fought, you came and I, but the other party's spiritual pressure was obviously not as good as Hitsugaya Toshiro, so he was beaten to the ground logically in the end, and since then, Hitsugaya Toshiro never saw the same death god again. There is only one reason why Hitsugaya Toshiro recalls these things, that is, that Shinigami has the same Zanpakuto as him, and the purpose of their duel is to decide who can really own Hyarinmaru and become this one. The master of Zanpakuto, the strongest ice type recognized by Shioriba. At that time, he won and became the owner of Hyarinmaru, and later became the captain of the 10th Division of Gotei 13th Division with Hyarinmaru. And now, from the young man in the sky, he felt the breath of Hyarinmaru again, and the other party was someone who had mastered the complete Bankai of Hyarinmaru. What to do? Another duel. The loser gives up Hyarinmaru and suffers from the punishment of the central 46th room. Thinking of the other god of death who disappeared, although he didn't say it, Hitsugaya Toshiro knew the situation of that person very well, so now his heart is full of contradictions. In the next few days, Hitsugaya Toshiro did not return to Sarange. He made an excuse and stayed at Kurosaki Ichigo's house. Anyway, Captain Reaper is usually quite busy. It's hard to be busy a few times a year. Therefore, Sarote did not interfere too much with Hitsugaya Toshiro's stay in the world. Also, because of the special status of Kakusa town, the acting god of death, Ichigo Kurosaki, was seriously injured, so he thought that Captain Death was sitting in Kakusa town. Is also the tacit consent of the captain of the 13th Division of the Gotei. In the past few days, Hitsugaya Toshiro often accompanied Kurosaki Ichigo to the Urahara store. After observation, he has confirmed that the Zanpakuto in Lei Luo's hands must be another Hyarinmaru. Why, the Zanpakuto in the hands of others has at most a twin. I am better, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto is a triplets. Knowing that there will occasionally be twin Zanpakuto in Seirei Garden, and they will be held by different people, so the central 46th room has already stipulated that once there is an incident in which the twin Zanpakuto are held by different people, both parties must fight through a duel. Choose the true owner of Zanpakuto. The duel is a winner and a loser. The winner has the ownership of Zanpakuto, and the loser will be executed. What to do? Is history going to repeat itself? Although Hitsugaya Toshiro did not agree with the regulations of the 46th Central Room, but he was the captain of the 10th Division, and there was no way to disobey the Central 46th Room. No matter what, I'm going to stop this from happening. Hitsugaya Toshiro came to Lei Luo and wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. You mean about Hyarinmaru? In the past few days, Lei Luo also discovered the abnormality of Hitsugaya Toshiro. After thinking about it, he already understood what he was worried about. But I'm not a god of death. What does the regulation of the 46th Central Room have to do with me? This is Lei Luo's inner monologue, but if he says that, then his relationship with the god of death will collapse. In order to maintain the uniqueness of Zanpakuto, known as the strongest ice type, and to maintain the majesty of the central 46th room, the Guardian 10 the third team will definitely put Lei Luo's name and Aizen together. Maybe before Aizen starts the war, Gote 13th Division will bring Lei Luo to the Matsuri flag first. At this stage, Lei Luo doesn't plan to take the 13th Division of the Reaper. There is insufficient information. The upper limit of the ability of the old man Yamamoto is unknown. It's better to animate other villains to help him deal with some strong players before taking action. Most importantly, Lei Luo doesn't know how to make Wang Jian. Without Wang Jian, Lei Luo would not be able to reach the Lingwang Palace. Go in. My Zanpakuto is not Hiranmaru, it's Glacier. I have discussed with the store manager Urahara, and he will help me transform the Glacier Rift, so that its spiritual pressure will change, at least so that people other than you will not be able to tell the relationship between the two Zanpakuto. Urahara Kazuki also did not agree with some of the regulations of the Central Room 46, so after knowing that the big Lei Luo was really another Hiranmaru, he agreed to Lei Luo's request without much thought. In the past few days, Urahara Kazuki is on the one hand treating Kurosaki Ichigo's injury, and on the other hand is studying how to transform Hiranmaru in Lei Luo's hands. After all, Hitsugaya Toshiro is the captain of the Shinigami. Everyone is familiar with his Zanpakuto Reiatsu. Just like Matsumoto Ranju, you can easily tell if the Zanpakuto in Lei Luo's hands is Hiranmaru if you feel it at close range. However, with Urahara Kazuki's help, Lei Luo is confident that he can change Hiranmaru's Reiatsu from being noticed by other death god captains. This is the best way. I don't want anyone to die because of Hiranmaru. Those who can get Hiranmaru's approval will definitely not be bad people, but there is no absolute. If you let me know that you used Hiranmaru to do bad things to Serene, then don't risk your life, and I will take back Hiranmaru from your hands. Chapter 369_Abnormal. In the wooden warehouse of the Urahara store, in front of Lei Luo is the remodeled Hiranmaru, which has undergone considerable changes in both appearance and Reiatsu. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro might have a hard time noticing that this weapon is Hiranmaru. Lei Luo had to admire Kazuki Urahara's ability to completely change the shape and Reiatsu of a Zanpakuto in such a short period of time. It's not good. It's not good. There are a lot of big ghosts appearing in Kakuzucho. As soon as he walked out of the warehouse, a loud scream came into Lei Luo's ears. Sumuuyu, who had rushed back from outside, ran into his room and took out a machine gun wrapped in bandages. Just when he was about to run out, he suddenly saw Lei Luo coming from the backyard. Without saying a word, Sumuuyu grabbed Lei Luo and dragged Lei Luo to the outside of the store without saying a word. What are you still doing? The entire Kongza town is about to explode, patrolling the Shinigami, the bottle, the white-haired dwarf Melon, and even the injured household fighting. Let's hurry up too, or the vacant town will be over. As soon as he went out, Lei Luo felt dozens of spiritual pressures, of which the closest one was only a few hundred meters away. There is a huge void there. Under the white mask is an incomparably huge dark body, and there is an equally huge void near the chest. Killian. Around it, there are nearly a dozen patrolling gods of death who are constantly roaming and attacking this Killian-level void. Although it is the lowest existence in the Great Void, its spiritual pressure is not something that ordinary patrolling death gods can easily kill. In the face of the attack of more than a dozen patrolling death gods, this Jillian-level Great Void did not respond. The Reiatsu is completely out of the same order of magnitude. Everyone, hold on, and when Captain Hitsugaya settles the battle on his side, he will come back to help us. A patrolling death shouted loudly, and then a ghostly-like light shot out of his hand and hit the mask on Daxu's head, and the ghostly attack overflowed with spiritual pressure in the explosion. However, the momentum of this attack looks huge, but the effect is not significant, leaving only a trace of black Madara on this big virtual mask. Ow! Perhaps it was pain, or perhaps tired of the riots of these patrolling death gods. This Killian-class big phantom turned his head to look over. The position of the mouth on the mask cracked, and the black phantom flashes slowly condensed. The phantom flash of the Killian-level Daxu, the general patrolling death can't bear it at all. Seeing this, Sumuuyu didn't hesitate, threw Lei Luo down and jumped into the air. the machine gun in his hand spewed out countless light bullets, hitting Daxu's mask continuously. Crack clap. A trace of cracks appeared on Daxu's mask, and when the spiritual light bomb hit the black virtual flash, it detonated the black virtual flash that had condensed many spiritual suns. Boom. In the explosion of the spiritual child, the big virtual head was instantly blown up. Those patrolling death gods who thought they were going to die took a deep breath and thanked Sumuuyu from a distance. Without stopping, they rushed to the next place where Dashu was. Falling from the sky, Sumuuyu glanced at Lei Luo. I heard that you have a captain-level Reiatsu. Now that there are not enough people in Kakuzucho, it's time for you to show your captain-level strength. Sumuuyu carried the spirit machine gun, motioned Lei Luo to perform well, and then walked away without looking back. In another place, Hitsugaya Toshiro once again solved the opponent's big virtual, but before he could rest, another Kirin-level big virtual had come to reality from the virtual circle. Damn it! Isn't it hard for Killian to get out of the virtual circle? Why are there so many here? Before it was too late for Hitsugaya Toshiro to think, the newly appeared Daxu opened his mouth again, and the unique light of the black illusory flash began to flicker. In order to solve the big void in front of him as soon as possible, Hitsugaya Toshiro opened Bankai early, so the efficiency of killing monsters is much faster, but there are too many monsters, and his Bankai has a time limit, which makes it impossible for a while. Stop the Great Void from wreaking havoc in Kakuzucho. In the current Kakuzu town, this situation is almost everywhere in the city. All the patrolling Shinigami, plus Hitsugaya Toshiro, Urahara Kazuki and others can't stop the large number of big voids from destroying Kakuzu town. Because of Aizen's betrayal, there is a big purge going on inside Sarange, and many gods of death have been restricted from moving because of their contact with Aizen. If not, how could so many Killian leave the virtual circle and enter the world to escape? Over the surveillance of Seroite. Damn Aizen. The matter of Hinamori has already made Aizen hated by Hitsugaya, and with this incident, Hitsugaya can't wait to catch Aizen, and then immediately smash his body into 10,000 pieces. I hope Seroite can quickly notice the situation in Kakuzu town. Hitsugaya Toshiro prayed in his heart, because there were too many reasons for Killian, they couldn't open the gate of crossing the realm at all, let alone go to rescue soldiers. Call out. At this moment, a laser suddenly shot from a distance, and effortlessly pierced through the mask of Kirin. Lei Luo. Looking at the silhouette of the laser gradually condensing in front of him, Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't help frowning. Killing a Killian so easily, and he didn't even notice how Lei Luo did it, plus what happened to Hirinmaru before, Hitsugaya Toshiro suddenly felt a special feeling in his heart, jealousy. This feeling makes Hitsugaya Toshiro very uncomfortable. He has the same Zanpakuto with him, and Bankai adapts earlier than him, and the shot just now shows that Lei Luo seems to have other abilities that they don't understand. Who is this human being? What is the purpose of his approach to Urahara Kazuki? After these few days of contact, Hitsugaya Toshiro has gained a comprehensive understanding of Urahara Kazuki, and at the same time has developed a lot of interest in him for the unknown human reason for taking in Lei Luo. Wow, who is that human, killing Killian in one fell swoop? Even if it's Captain Death, it's probably like this. Didn't you see Captain Hitsugaya's face? Something must have happened between them. Compared with Hitsugaya Toshiro's more heart, those patrolling death gods who are only low-level death gods surrounded Lei Luo in the center, and in his eyes, a light called worship kept flickering. Captain Hitsugaya, there are still many rogues in the empty town, please let those patrolling death gods work quickly. Lei Luo said and walked away, leaving everyone with a very handsome back. Another battlefield. Lei Luo suddenly appeared, holding the transformed Hirinmaru in his hand. At this time, the Hirinmaru had a slender blade, glowing with the unique cold light of ice crystals. With a single slash, a large number of ice blades appeared, smashing a Killian who was fighting the patrolling death into a pure spiritual child. Chapter 370 summoned by Captain Yamamoto. While Lei Luo was fighting in Kakuzu town, Seoringe, where the Shinigami headquarters is located, has also been busy. Because Aizen led the other two captain-level Reaper to defect from the virtual circle, the purge of the 13th Division of Reaper has not ended until now. During this period, everyone in Seoraiti was in danger, especially the 13th Division where Aizen was located, the 3rd Division where Ishii Silvermaru was located, and the 9th Division where Tosenyao was located. Because of the defection of their respective captains, these three divisions have also become the focus of Seoringe's investigation. From the vice captain to the apprentice Reaper, as long as it is found that Reaper's career is a little vague and difficult to explain, they will be imprisoned in the endless hell under the Seraiti until the investigation team of Seraiti investigates everything. If they are found out, they will be punished or released. It was also during this period that the investigation team discovered the abnormality of the central 46th room, the highest authority of the Seraiti. After Yamamoto Genryuzai Sengoku led many death captains to forcibly broke into the central room 46, it was found that all the members of the central room 46 had already died, and the murderer also locked the blue who defected from the virtual circle after some investigation. This result made the old man Yamamoto look very ugly, because from the results of the investigation, it can be determined that the members of the central 46 room have been dying for a long time. It was controlled by Aizen using the name of Room 46. Seriously terrified, the old man Yamamoto felt a cold sweat as he recalled the big and small things that happened in Seoringe, especially some orders issued by the central 46th room. In the Kakuzako battlefield, after Lei Luo joined the battle, the situation on both sides of the battle changed immediately. Originally, Killian was squeezing the battle range of death by virtue of his numerical advantage. After all, there is only one Shinigami captain in the world at this stage, and even with Kazuki Urahara, Ryutsusai is no more than 3 or 4 Shinigami captains. And if dozens of Kirin-level Daxu appeared in the world at one time, as long as 1/3 of them were divided to contain them, then the other Daxu would be enough to make Kakuza-cho lively. If Lei Luo didn't have the Fruit of Light, maybe his addition would not have a great impact on the battle situation, but who gave Lei Luo the ability to have the Fruit of Light? In the face of the speed of light, the fast Shunpo crowned by the god of death is scum, and Lei Luo relies on the super speed movement of his light fruit, and he can often rush to another place from the Yichang battlefield to feel another place to fight Killian within a few breaths. And Lei Luo's strength is also there. To deal with the Killian-level Daxu, Lei Luo never uses a second move. Often, he can end a battle in one place in the shortest time. When all the Killians who invaded Kakuza town were dead, and the many patrolling death gods added up, they found that Lei Luo, who joined the battle last, was the one who killed the most Killian. He's too good. That's Killian. Da Shu. He killed him so easily. God. Is this still human? This is more like a god of death than our god of death. This is the evaluation of those patrolling death gods to Lei Luo after the battle of Killian's invasion of Kakuza. It was also from this moment that the name Lei Luo spread among the patrolling death gods in Kakuza town, and became another human being who surpassed Ichigo Kurosaki. Sitting in the backyard of the Urahara store, Lei Luo leisurely basks in the sun and enjoys his quiet nap time. As for Sumiya Yu and Hanagari Jinta, 2 young people, after the Killian invasion, they turned away from their previous arrogance and saw Lei Luo's eyes with Yuhi's heart. Especially Sumuyu, who sneaked into Lei Luo's room several times in the middle of the night, intending to occupy Lei Luo's body. But who is Lei Luo? How can you let a little girl succeed? However, since a large number of Killian invaded Kakuza-cho once, it seems that the gap between the virtual circle and the world has changed. Originally, there were only a lot of empty Kakuzamaki, and since then, there have been large voids from time to time. Sometimes there will even be a big void that surpasses Killian's level. And the impact of the previous battle was not so simple, maybe it was stimulated. Since that battle, Hitsugaya Toshiro rarely appeared in the world. A Tenten followed behind Urahara Kazuki, and held hands with Kurosaki Ichigo. Ling Tiejai earned a piece of money in the wooden warehouse and could not come out. However, such a phenomenon is not without merit. Matsumoto Ranju, who followed Hitsugaya Toshiro to the world, was often bored to look for Lei Luo because the captain was not there. With such a top-notch beauty by her side, eating meat and drinking with her, and occasionally getting a little cheap, Lei Luo's life can be considered comfortable. But Sumu Wuyu was not so happy. After Lei Luo showed her heroic appearance, her little heart was tightly grasped by Lei Luo, otherwise she would not have walked into Lei Luo's room in the middle of the night and wanted to offer her this heart. Green little apple. Since then, Lei Luo has become a small loli, a battlefield where mature beauties only see. Although Matsumoto Ranju doesn't have any love for Lei Luo, who makes her like Mukuro who has nothing to do. Tenten lived like this. Facing the big emptiness that occasionally broke into the world, Lei Luo would often help them solve it at the request of the patrolling death god. Often at this time, Sumuwuyu, who has long since become Lei Luo's little tail, will hold a spirit machine gun not far away to cheer for Lei Luo. The 13th Division of the Gote Division faced off against each other. Captain, the present Kakuzu-cho just sent back a piece of information. The deputy captain of the first team, Minister Jiro, stood respectfully in front of Yamamoto Genryuzai Sengoku, holding a piece of information that had just been passed down from the world. There is a Vastord level Daxu in Kakuzu-cho, and it's still in humanoid form, and its abilities are similar to those of the Shinigami, and it has the ability to release Reiatsu similar to Bankai. Deputy God of Death Kurosaki Ichigo was injured, and his companion, Inoue Oriheim, was kidnapped by Pomian, and Pomian claimed to be Aizen's subordinate, and captured Inoue Oriheim in order to fully awaken Pantama. Kakuzu town was invaded by a large number of Killian-level Dashways, and the patrolling death gods suffered heavy casualties. One has Bankai with a human, and the Reiatsu faintly surpasses Hitsugaya Toshiro, and this human is working in Kazuki Urahara's shop. Messages were uttered from the mouth of Minister Jiro, and until the last message was read, Old Man Yamamoto suddenly burst out with a super strong Reiatsu, and the first team's confrontation was destroyed in an instant. When a group of death gods belonging to the first team rushed out of the collapsed house, everyone vaguely heard the voice from their captain. Let Hitsugaya Toshiro, Urahara Kazuki, and Uratsusai come to Seoraiti to see the old man. Right, and that human. Chapter 371 Captain's Invitation. On a commercial street in Kakuzu-cho, Lei Luo has Sumuya-yu on his left hand and Matsumoto Ranju on his right. Among the three, Lei Luo is handsome, Matsumoto Ranju is hot, Sumuya-yu is small and lovely. Let's go. It attracted the attention of many pedestrians on the commercial street. Here and here, the cones in this store are super delicious for you, Lei Luo, do you want to eat it? I'll buy one for you. And here, their love clothes are very beautiful, Lei Luo, let's buy a set too. And there's. Along the way, Sumuyu always dragged Lei Luo into a store on the left and into a store on the right, completely leaving the other mature beauty aside. Lei Luo is also helpless, and often returns an apologetic smile to Matsumoto Ranju. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and appeared in front of the three of them. This man was wearing a black death tyrant outfit, with a high hat and a mask on his face. Matsumoto Ranju saw the attire of the person who came, with a straight face, and said, "Is Seroite looking for me on a mission?" The visitor's voice was low, and he glanced at the three of Lei Luo. The commander-in-chief has orders to ask Urahara Kazuki, Wohitsusai, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Matsumoto Ranju, and Lei Luo to go to Seronje immediately. After he finished speaking, the death god messenger left in a blink of an eye, without the slightest slack. Captain Yamamoto summoned. It should be because of the information sent back by the captain before. At this time, in the Urahara store, Naruhara Tetsusai walked into the warehouse of the wooden house, and saw Kurosaki Ichigo and Hitsugaya Toshiro both lying weakly on the ground. Urahara Kazuki was sitting with a good time drinking a small wine, and saw holding Ling Taijai came in and asked, "Taijai, what's the matter?" The training of Yehu and Hapengu is at a critical juncture, so don't talk about it if it's not a big deal. Captain Yamamoto wants to see us. Gurutsusai stretched out his finger and pointed at everyone present. Oh, is Yamamoto head? What could it be? By the time Lei Luo and the others returned, Urahara Kazuki had already opened the gate to Saraiti in the backyard, and then the 6 people filed in and entered the Soul Realm. First team match. Lei Luo and others came to the council hall and met Old Man Yamamoto sitting in the council hall under the leadership of the vice captain of the first team. In the council hall, an elderly Shinigami wearing a death tyrant costume and leaning on a cane in his right hand is sitting on the top chair. Apart from that, there are no other seats in this council hall. From this, it can be seen that Old Man Yamamoto is in Shinigami, the position of the 13th division. Where there is him, other death gods can only stand. At this time, the captain of the 13th division, the 3 old men put aside the stack of documents in their hands, and looked at Lei Luo with a serious expression. You are Lei Luo. Yamamoto's voice was not angry and arrogant. Even if he didn't fight now, Lei Luo could still feel the depressing spiritual pressure from the body of the old death god in front of him. I still underestimate the strongest god of death. The hidden spiritual pressure in his body actually makes me feel powerless from the bottom of my heart. Don't be nervous. Captain Hitsugaya has given a detailed introduction to your situation in the information sent back. Have Zanpakudo, and can make Pakudo Bankai. Reiatsu approached captain-level Shinigami. Easily kill Kiryu. The old man Yamamoto's face did not change. He looked at Lei Luo and said, I also really want to meet the old man. Maybe I can make you the same agent of death as Kurosaki Ichigo. What do you think? Captain Yamamoto, I'm afraid your proposal. Ding! Quest trigger. Get the approval of Sengoku, Yamamoto Yuanyujai, and become the deputy god of death. The quest rewards god level lottery points 1. The system's voice rang in Lei Luo's ears, making Lei Luo's refusal speechless. His purpose was to kill the Spirit King, which was in contradiction with the god of death. Now it's even better. The system actually made him a member of the god of death. The most embarrassing thing is that Lei Luo has already said half of his words. Well, your proposal is exactly what I hoped, and it is my honor to be the agent of death. With a change of tone, Lei Luo said without Yuhi's heartbeat. Ha ha ha, well, there's my vice captain of the first team, Jiro, the head of the bird, and you have a contest. If you can beat him, or draw a tie with him, I'll appoint you to be another acting death god. In the first team's martial arts field, all the gods of death who saw Captain Yamamoto and his party bowed respectfully, and Yamamoto nodded in response. It could be seen that old man Yamamoto's prestige in Sarange was incomparable. The old man Yamamoto seemed to have a feeling, and suddenly turned his head and asked, Lei Luo, where did your spiritual power come from? As far as humans are concerned, your ability to control spiritual children can usually only be learned by quenchers. Are you a Hecha, like to an Inoue Oriheim? Is it because of his contact with Kurosaki Ichigo that he awakened his abilities? Following the old man Yamamoto, Lei Luo heard this and shook his head. I don't know the source of my ability. I only know that when I wake up one morning, I can suddenly see the ghosts and death wandering in the city. As for Zanpakudo, it was a weapon that was suddenly separated from my body during an attack by the virtual. It was only after Zanpakudo appeared that I was able to freely control the Reiatsu in my body. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, I don't know him, but I should have had contact with him. After all, they are all people living in Kakusa town. After listening to Lei Luo's words, the 3 old men didn't say anything. Before they knew it, the group had arrived at the martial arts field in the first team, and walked to an open space. The old man Yamamoto motioned to Minister Jiro and Lei Luo to prepare for a contest between the two. When the crowd dispersed, Lei Luo and Jiro, the head of the bird, also took out their own Zanpakudo. Lei Luo's Zanpakudo appeared. The gods of death surrounding him let out a burst of exclamation. Zanpakudo in Lei Luo's hands is the same as that of Kurosaki Ichigo, all of which are different from ordinary Zanpakudo, blades, and because of Kazuki Urahara's transformation, as long as Lei Luo is willing, he can keep Zanpakuto's Shikai state. After Captain Yamamoto called out the start, Jiro, the head of the sparrow, opened his mouth and whispered, and a ghost with a level lower than 30 was released by him. Ice thorns and needles. Swinging Zanpakuto, countless tiny ice needles flew out from in front of Lei Luo, smashing the ghosts and spirits shot by Minister Jiro. The remaining ice needles remained unabated, and stabbed into the pavement at the feet of Minister Jiro. Among the slates, Provincial Minister Jiro shouted hello. From the situation just now, he knew that Lei Luo really has some strength, so he stopped making tentative attacks, put Zanpakuto on his chest, and the spiritual pressure in his body skyrocketed. Depending on the situation, it's time to raise the Reiatsu and let go of the attack. At this moment, countless icicles suddenly grew on the ground under his feet. Unprepared, Jiro the Sparrow could only give up the Reiki that he had accumulated and jumped aside, while Lei Luo was already prepared, the moment he jumped up. A dodge came to his back, reversing Zanpakuto lined up on the neck of the provincial minister Jiro. Okay, stop. The old man Yamamoto was a little surprised. You can hide the Reiatsu in the attack that has already been launched, and let the head of the Sparrow Jiro not be able to make a difference, but the control ability of the Reiatsu is not inferior to the captain-level Reaper at all. From now on, you will be another agent of death. Back in the meeting room of the first team, before everyone spoke, the old man Yamamoto had already completed his confession to Lei Luo. Chanjiro, tell Yukitaki to have him prepare a death certificate. Yes, Captain. Provincial Minister Jiro was ordered to leave, and the old man Yamamoto learned about the situation of Kakusa town in detail from the Hitsugaya group, and then drank the crowd and stayed in the council hall to think about it. Chapter 372 The rain is coming. The next morning, Lei Luo woke up early and looked around lazily. The morning in Seo Lingting was the same as in this world, and the sun also rose from the east. After a simple wash and satisfied with the 5 Zhang temple, Lei Luo went out and walked out. Just outside the 10th teen's dormitory, a young death god hurried over from a distance, and when he came to Lei Luo's side, he immediately took out something from his arms. Lei Luo, this is the proxy death pass that Captain Fuju asked me to give you. With this, you are the proxy death. You can come and go freely between Jingalingting and this world. The young god of death briefly introduced the function of the token to Lei Luo, then turned around and walked in the direction he came from without stopping too much. The 13th division of the goading court had the habit of morning training. If the captain hadn't made special arrangements for these gods of death, they would not have left their opponents in the morning. When the juvenile death was far away, Lei Luo took the proxy death pass in his hand and read a lot. In the original book, the proxy death pass is not only a status symbol of the proxy death. It also has another function, monitoring the holder's Reiatsu, no matter where the person wearing the proxy Reaper pass is. As long as there is a trace of Reiatsu released, Yukitaki Shuru can use the proxy Reaper pass to find where the person is. Holding the agent death pass, Lei Luo's mind moved, and the light escape. Yuhi's outside perception was activated instantly, and in an instant, Lei Luo had completely mastered the situation within 10 kilometers around him. Sure enough. Lei Luo opened his eyes, and near where he was standing, many young death gods in death fighter costumes were ambushing around. Looking at the expressions and movements of those people, it was obvious that they were watching Lei Luo in the dark. It can be seen that the old man Yamamoto is not completely relieved about Lei Luo, and making him the agent of death may have the intention of attracting him, but more, he wants to use the agent death pass to monitor Lei Luo. For this situation, Lei Luo had long expected that the use of Yuhi's external perception was just to confirm the thoughts in his heart. As Lei Luo walked around the serene court, the gods of death who were hiding in the dark never showed up, but Lei Luo could always feel their presence. Until he arrived at the Xuanji Gate and greeted Kazuki Urahara and others, Lei Luo did not explain to everyone that someone was watching him, and followed everyone into the Xuanji Gate without saying a word. Returning to the world again, before Lei Luo could see the surroundings clearly, a figure rushed over. Lei Luo, you are finally back. Sumuyu had been waiting outside the gate of Xuanji for a long time, so when he saw Lei Luo appear, he couldn't hold back his mood. Cough cough cough. Urahara Kazuki was embarrassed for a while. Although he knew Sumuyu's attitude towards Lei Luo didn't say that he wanted Sumuyu to be his girlfriend, and from the performance of the previous days, Lei Luo seemed to like Matsumoto Ranju more. At this time, in order to cover up his embarrassment, Urahara Kazuki could only pretend to be a coughing figure and pay attention to his behavior. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not notice, but looked at himself curiously. Store manager, what's the matter with you? Didn't sleep well last night and caught a cold. It's not supposed to be right. You're the latest version of the Mukuro. Don't say you have a cold and a fever. Even a super virus can't affect your body, right? Sumuyu let go of Lei Luo and came to Urahara Kazuki's side, looking at Urahara Kazuki up and down, inside and out, almost ripping off Urahara Kazuki's clothes. Cough. Urahara Kazuki's face was stiff, and he wished he would get into the gate and never come out again. After the little episode, everyone left Xuanjiman and returned to the Urahara store. After the trouble of Sumuyu, everyone's mood was much better. Urahara Kazuki is so thick-skinned that he returned to normal early on the previous farce. Sitting in the Urahara store at this time, everyone look at me, I look at you, especially Urahara Kazuki and the other captains of death who came from Jingling Garden together. Yesterday in Saranjay, apart from Lei Luo who was arranged to rest early by old man Yamamoto, Urahara Kazuki and Waray Tetsusai were actually called to the meeting room of the first team building again after midnight. In the second meeting room, old man Yamamoto called all the captains of the Shinigami who were in Jingling Garden together. Hitsugaya Toshiro was the keynote speaker, and the kidnapped Inoue Orihime. In the end, under the reminder and explanation of Urahara Kazuki, all the captains of the death gods reached a consensus, and quickly made a decision to use the barrier to transfer Kakuza-cho to the Seirei Garden, Kakuza Town, in order to deal with Aizen's next actions. Lei Luo, let me first introduce you to these death god captains. Urahara Kazuki briefly explained the plan he had designated last night, and then pushed several Reaper captains in the uniforms of the squad captains to the front. This is the 13th Division of the Guardian, the captain of the 2nd Division, Broken B, and the second opposition is a hidden mobile unit, and they can be found in the large and small operations of the Soul Society. This is the captain of the 4th Division, Mao Zhawali. The 4th Division is the medical unit, and the medical skills are unparalleled in the world. This is the captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Byakuya, the patriarch of the Kuchiki family, a great noble in the Soul Society, with a proud status. There is also the vice captain of their squad. Urahara Kazuki will introduce to everyone all the captains and their vice captains who secretly came to the world from the Piercing Gate. Except for Renault, Sumiyu and another boy who worked in the Urahara store, other people and these captains still have a relationship with them. They had met before, so the two sides were simply polite. After the two sides got to know each other briefly, Urahara Kazuki's face became serious, and he announced what was decided in the first team's quarters late last night. According to the investigations of the Corpse Soul Society these days, the purpose of Aizen's capture of Bengyu has become clear. That guy actually wanted to use Bengyu to make a king key in Kakuza town, and use the made king key to enter the spirit. The palace. Everyone here may not know much about the Spirit King Palace, but Kuchiki Byakuya, Broken B, you two should know what the Spirit King represents, right? If Aizen creates the Wangjian and uses the Wangjian to enter the Spirit King Palace, then not only the Soul world will be in danger of disappearing, but even the virtual circle and the present world will be affected. Gone. According to Captain Yamamoto's instructions, we must stop Aizen's actions. First, use the barrier to hide the real Kakuza town, and then use the created fake Kakuza town as a battlefield to wipe out Aizen and the leader in one fell swoop. The Phantom Circle Face-Breaking Army. Chapter 373 _ Grim Reaper. Lei Luo knew something about Spirit King and Kakuzako, so he wasn't surprised when he heard Kazuki Urahara's commentary, but Ichigo Kurosaki and others were different, especially Ichigo Kurosaki, who became the acting god of death. The time is not long, so I don't know what the Spirit King Palace, the Spirit King means. But he understands what it means to make Kuzucho the battlefield of Captain Reaper and the face-to-face showdown. If Shinigami and Pomian really fight above Kakuza town, then the Reiatsu of both sides will be fully deployed, and there will never be any more human beings in Kakuza town. When do we act? Kurosaki Ichigo is the most impatient. Time waits for no one. Hurry up and get things done in Kakuzako. He still dares to go to the virtual circle to rescue Inoue Oriheim. In the air, a burst of spiritual pressure shards rolled down, scaring away the patrolling death gods who were watching the fun, and two figures slowly emerged. It was Lei Luo and Kuchiki Byakuya. Captain Kuchiki, how can you prepare to train me? Lei Luo said disdainfully, for the Captain Reaper, who has a strong appearance in the original book and has the ability to change an attack in 1,000 ways, he felt that this nobleman was not pleasing to the eye in his heart. Young people, don't think that if you have a little strength, your eyes are on the top of your head. You have to know that there are people outside people, and a mountain is taller than a mountain. Looking at the young and vigorous Lei Luo, Kuchiki Byakuya seemed to see the former Kurosaki Ichigo, the same acting death god, who took the same initiative to challenge him. Young people, only when they have been taught a lesson will they know what it means to be humble. Hearing Kuchiki Byakuya's words, Lei Luo didn't bother to pay attention. There is someone outside. Yishin is higher than Yishin. This kind of thing, the old man Yamamoto said, is okay. Kuchiki Byakuya seems to be a little bit worse. Who do you think you are? You're just a captain of the god of death. Facing Kurosaki Ichigo, who just learned Bankai, he couldn't easily overthrow him. Now that Kurosaki Ichigo has grown so much, I'm afraid the two of you will fight again and beg for mercy. That person will be you. Lei Luo pointed at Kurosaki Ichigo in the distance. The latter obviously had an obvious black line on his forehead, and even swung his hands together, even saying that he would definitely not be able to beat Kuchiki Byakuya. His explanation instantly made Kuchiki Byakuya's face ugly. Go ahead, as a senior, I will give you 3 moves. Ignoring Kurosaki Ichigo, Kuchiki Byakuya seemed to be stimulated by Lei Luo's contempt. Zanpakuto, which had been scattered into petals in his hand, reconvened into a blade, forcibly suppressed his anger, and said to Lei Luo. In any case, he must pay attention to his words and deeds. After all, he is the captain of the death god, and he is also a role character of the corpse and soul world. He must not lose the face of the corpse and soul world. Oh, 3 moves. Do you want me to give you 10 moves? In Lei Luo's eyes, Kuchiki Byakuya suddenly became a little cute, and without even looking at who the person in front of him was, he dared to say a few tricks to the other party. However, Kuchiki Byakuya faced Lei Luo's repeated provocations, and finally he couldn't bear it any longer. Kun Komer, the mask of flesh and blood, the omnipresent, the thing that flutters high, and bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, the wall of ignorant dreams, only on it. Broken Dao 33 blue fire falls. This fire is really hot. Lei Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and fanned the knife in front of him twice with his right hand. The cold air on the surface of the glacial rift skyrocketed, and the flames that hit Lei Luo were frozen. Higher Enmaru, which was transformed by Urahara Kazuki, has always remained in Shikai state, coupled with the infinite spiritual pressure provided by the fallen heart flame in Lei Luo's body, facing the mere 33 destruction, Lei Luo can easily crack it suppress. Inadvertently, Lei Luo saw a smile on the corner of Kuchiki Byakuya's mouth through the frozen flame in front of him. Before Lei Luo could react, the frozen flame in front of him suddenly surged and broke through the glacier in an instant. The ice formed by the rift directly rushed towards Lei Luo's face. At 0.01 seconds, Lei Luo turned into golden light, dodged the flames, and reformed into a human form on the other side. Boy, Do you think you can freeze the complete chant of the captain-level death god with the ice-type Zanpakuto in your hand? You are a little too naive. Behind Lei Luo, Kuchiki Byakuya had a smile on his lips, and slowly moved the 1,000 Sakuraji in his hand to Lei Luo's back. His eyes were full of ridicule. PFF'd. The blade penetrated the body, and the expected blood splash did not appear, and Kuchiki Byakuya obviously noticed the abnormality in front of him and turned to look behind him. This speed seems to have exceeded the limit of Shunpo. The battle-hardened Byakuya Kuchiki saw at a glance that Lei Luo relied on some kind of instant technique to escape his own blow, but what surprised him was Lei Luo's limit speed, and even that speed was far away. Far beyond the secret mobile unit that is famous in the Soul Society for its telekinesis. The broken bee in the distance was the same as Kuchiki Byakuya, with shock on her face. She put herself in her shoes and thought about it. If she were to use Shunpo with all her strength, there might still be some gap between the speed of Lei Luo's movement just now. Boy, this is the second lesson now. Faced with different situations, formulate different combat plans, and must not remain the same. Kuchiki Byakuya quickly recovered from his stupor. The next moment, Kuchiki Byakuya disappeared, and the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand began to drift away, turning into petals scattered, and the range was many times larger than before. At this time Kuchiki Beizai also knew that Lei Luo's strength was not much worse than him, so he no longer kept secrets, but the two sides were just discussing. Even if Lei Luo's words were repeatedly unkind to him, he never thought of making Lei Luo eat big. It's a loss, but a little punishment is still needed, otherwise, where would he have to put the face of his deadwood patriarch? And Mao Zhawali was present. Even if he really missed and injured Lei Luo, it would not affect the next battle with Aizen Posuo's face-breaking army. The two sides are in the same camp, so all shots are measured. Although Lei Luo's language is sharp, but in the battle, Lei Luo is not easy. At least when Kuchiki Byakuya is on full defense, Lei Luo will hardly be effective even if he attacks with all his strength. However, Lei Luo also has some scruples. He uses all the abilities that come with Glacier Rift. Even if he moves, he will try not to make himself elemental. Otherwise, in the face of so many death god captains, Lei Luo feels that he seems to have no way to explain the elements. The ability to transform this kind of death world does not exist. The two sides fought for a while, and after realizing that Shikai couldn't defeat the other, Kuchiki Byakuya turned around at will, drew his knife and jumped behind him. Lei Luo didn't chase after seeing his opponent withdraw. There is no prejudice between the two, and the reason for the fight between the two is just because Kuchiki Byakuya can't stand Lei Luo's ignoring attitude towards Sumuyayu. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. As the patriarch of Kuchiki Byakuya's big family, he wouldn't start with Lei Luo for such a trivial matter, but who made Kazuki Urahara such a boring master in the world? Under his instigation, a group of death god captains who were originally interested in Lei Luo's strength discussed with each other. Now both sides can't win each other with Shikai fighting, and this is not life and death, and there is no need to fight Benkai, so Kuchiki Byakuya finally chose to end this boring battle. When the spiritual pressure of both parties became normal, both Lei Luo and Kuchiki Byakuya both landed on the ground. At this time, a white barrier Jinchuriki column was completed beside everyone. Stroking the barrier Jinchuriki column, Urahara Kazuki gestured the captains present poured their own Reiatsu into the enchantment Jinchuriki column one after another. Chapter 374_10 Blades. After a long time, the enchantment Jinchuriki column in front of everyone glowed brightly, shrouding everything around it, like a large piercing gate. With the brief absence of several people at the scene, the place where everyone is located has undergone earth-shaking changes. The occasional human voices disappeared in an instant, and the surrounding birds and beasts also encountered the same situation. After the column fluoresced, it fell into a dead silence. The leaders of the gods of death, who were sensitive, noticed the abnormality around them at the first time, and they all stared at each other with incredible brilliance in their eyes. Manager Urahara, have you successfully transferred Kakuza-cho to the Soul Realm? As the commander of the mobile unit, Shubi is most concerned about the success of the transfer of Kakuzucho. Yes, Kakuzu town has been transferred. In order to prevent the humans living in Kakuzu town from appearing abnormal in the soul realm, I also use the enchantment Jinchuriki column to hypnotize them. Now they should have fallen into a coma. Urahara Kazuki turned his head and grinned at Broken Bee and the others. Well, to be able to develop the technology to transfer a city in such a short period of time is indeed the person who created the Technology Development Bureau. Nima Yuri's pervert always claims to be the smartest god of death, but judging from your performance, Manager Urahara, the difference between the two of you is quite obvious. Niyuli can't do it, he's just one of my little followers, he always asked me questions before, he's an annoying guy. Broken Bee and the others chatted with Urahara Kazuki casually. At this time, the place where everyone was located was already a fake empty town created by using the barrier Jinchuriki column. Except for the layout and the real empty town, everything else was just used. The false appearance created by the spirit child. Manager Urahara, Aizen wouldn't have noticed the abnormality of Kakuzucho. If he didn't come here, wouldn't we just do these things in vain? Madara's head is the third seat of the 11th Division of the Guardian. He loves fighting, and his fighting style is very characteristic of the 11th Division. When he fights, he will die. Can use Bankai's Grim Reaper. At this time, Madara has a good relationship with the acting god of death, Kurosaki Ichigo, so after asking the captain for special instructions, he has come to the world first. Due to the lack of knowledge, this question will only be asked after the transfer of Kakuzucho. Don't worry about this, the transfer barrier Jinchuriki column I made is quite stable. If you don't enter this area, you can't see any clues from the spirit and other places. As long as Aizen enters this fake vacant town, at that time, the 13th Division of the Shinigami will be dispatched. At that time, even if he finds out that this vacant town is fake, it is already a turtle in a urn. Urahara Kazuki pointed to the barrier Jinchuriki column in front of him, briefly answered Madara's question, and then looked at the other death god captains. The commander-in-chief should have already started arranging the defense of Kakuzucho in the Soul Society. When everything is ready, he will lead the other death god captains here. What we have to do now is to wait quietly for Aizen to get into the condom. At this time, in the Soul World, Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku was dispatching a large number of death gods to guard the real empty town hidden somewhere in Liushin Street. Sai Sengoku turned to look at Jiro, the head of the sparrow behind him. Chanjiro, the command here is left to you, make sure that the city is not discovered by Aizen. Yes, Captain. Provincial Minister Jiro heard the sound, and while he was watching, Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku led the other death god captains to come to the world through the gate in front of him. At the same time, in the sky above Kakuzucho, on the other side of the side separated from the captains of the gods of death, 10 figures in white robes walked out of the black cavity opened in the void. According to Aizen-sama's request, we want to get rid of all the gods of death in this city in the shortest possible time. The person who spoke was a man in a white robe, and his whole body did not have a virtual mask representing the identity of the broken face. Toxian wants, Aizen-sama asked you to direct this operation, so what is your plan? Following behind Dong Xianyao, wearing a white robe, with a round, Lin Jiao, collar, with long black mid-parted hair, and holding a giant scythe in his hand, he asked arrogantly. Nutra Gilger, who was originally the 8th shaman, was a ruthless man who was promoted because he attacked the 3rd shaman and defeated the original 3rd shaman. He had an arrogant personality, even if he ranked higher than himself. No respect at all. Facing Dong Xianyao, Nutra Gil's attitude was very arrogant. If it weren't for the fear of creating his Aizen ability, I am afraid that this guy would really dare to disobey the order, kill Dong Xianyao, and then escape this action of command. Based on what I know about Captain Death, our strength is not inferior to them at all. Therefore, when the action begins, each will find his own opponent according to his preferences. Dong Xian must think that he understands the abilities of all the Death God captains, and is quite confident in the 9 broken faces brought to the world, not to mention that these people are only the advance team, and the main point of the attack is still behind. If that's the case, let's take care of ourselves. Nutra Gilger sticks out his tongue as he speaks, and the number 5 representing his identity number is clearly engraved on his tongue. I don't care about the others, I just need you not to trouble Ichigo Kurosaki, he's mine. With the 60th blade with short blue hair, Grimjiao Jacques looked at his companions with cold eyes. Although they were both 10 blades, there was no friendship between them. If there is a chance, I believe that one of them most people will kill these so-called companions around them. I can deal with anyone, but according to the information from the spies in the Soul Society, it seems that the commander-in-chief of the 13th Division, Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku has also come to this world, so I'm afraid we can't deal with him alone. 9 broken faces, the only female broken face looked at Dong Shanqiang. You don't have to worry about this, Captain Aizen already has a way to deal with him. And Captain Aizen is going through a black voice. Our vanguard is just saying hello to the captains of death. When Dongxian was about to speak, his blinded head turned to the distance. From his perception, he could clearly detect nearly 10 familiar spiritual pressure auras. Especially one of the spiritual pressures, the familiar feeling touched his heart deeply. Komamura Zojin, it's very painful not to be able to live in the realm of souls. So let me end your pain here. Dong Xian wanted to whisper in his heart, so he waved his hand forward, and the broken face 10 blades beside him moved in response to the situation, and rushed to the Reiatsu that he had identified. Chapter 375 The strength of Captain Yamamoto. Dozens of figures were flying in the sky above the empty town with many tall buildings. These figures had one feature in common, that is, they were all wearing white robes. At this moment, on the other side of Kakuzu-cho, there are also dozens of death gods wearing black death tyrant costumes. They sensed the mighty pressure of a dozen white figures. These dozens of death gods were not surprised. On the contrary, the eyes of several gods of death also showed the light of anticipation. This will be the first real confrontation between the god of death and the broken face. It has been 2 or 3 months since Aizen defected. During this time, the god of death was closely investigating the whereabouts of Aizen, and Aizen was also using Bengyu to create a large number of broken faces. East Immortal, we're going to fight the god of death soon. Aren't you ready to pull out the other junk salads from the Broken Face Legion to deal with those little gods of death? Looking at the approaching death camp and the increasingly obvious and suppressed Reiatsu, the Balagan Ruzan gang, the 20th Blade, looked up at the leader, Tosenyao. As the former king of the virtual circle, Balagan Ruzan is cautious by nature. Even in the face of enemies who are weaker than himself, he will not relax his carelessness. Therefore, before the two sides really make a move, his idea is to use those low-level broken faces. It is the best solution to consume the power of the death god. Alright. Dong Xianyao did not turn his head. He pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist with his right hand, and slashed at the void in front of him. Thorn Lala. As the void cracked open, a pitch-black void formed in the blue sky, and figures in white death tyrants emerged from the black cavity. Finally come to this world. This time I want to eat enough. Death. Where is the god of death? Where is the god of death who hurt me? Death is a beautiful eternity. God of death, let Brumface 34 lead you into that beautiful eternity. Emperor Balagang, my former master, even if I am now the commander of the Zai Palace, Master Aizen, my loyalty to you has not changed at all. One after another, the number-engraved Rakuman emerged from the black cavity, facing the world and the hated death that they had nostalgic for. The few who ranked at the bottom even gave up the Reiatsu that suppressed themselves, and only just met. For the god of death, he has already entered the state of returning to the blade. The shape of the broken face that evolved into a human also disappeared in an instant, replaced by a huge virtual body. Roar. In the roar, these broken faces behind the blade rushed to the camp of the god of death with Shunbu. Gotei 13th Division. All the Shinigami begin to clear the broken face that entered Kakuzucho. Facing the rushing face, Sengoku Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku, who had a long white beard, gave orders to the Captain Reaper and the respective vice captains of the 13th Division in a low voice. Yes. The Shinigami around Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku shouted in unison and pulled out their Zanpakuto from their waists. Break him, five-shaped head. Roar, Shawaimaru. Break him out, Iron Lacewing. These vice captains of the Shinigami didn't often fight with the virtual, so the moment they felt the other party's Reiatsu, they all realized the seriousness of the situation in front of them. The first time they took out the Zanpakuto, they opened their shikai one after another. The shackles of the spiritual pressure on the body disappeared, and these vice captains all showed good combat power, but the opponents were many more than them. It is difficult to end the battle in a short period of time. The spiritual pressure of the aerial battle was surging, and many death gods died tragically in the hands of the face-breaking army, and only a few vice-captain-level death gods could protect themselves. In front of him, Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku was no longer calm, and his narrowed eyes slowly filled a gap. Zenka no Tachi, Ryujin Jaka. Boom. The fiery Reiatsu appeared the moment Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku opened his eyes, and instantly vaporized and disappeared into the air, a few broken faces approaching him. At the same time, below Kakuzucho, several not-so-weak Reiatsu emerged from the ground, and then arrived at the battlefield. Sit on the frosty sky. Higher Enmaru. Black rope, God condemn Hades. Let's scatter. Senbon Sakura. Ha ha ha, there are so many broken faces, this time I can cut enough at once. Bankai. Several leaders of Shinigami and their vice-captains who came to Kakuzu town in front of them felt the Reiatsu of the fierce collision in the air, and rushed over after the two sides fought for a while. Captain, Aizen hasn't shown up yet. It's okay, let's get rid of these little ones in front of us first. Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku's tone was unquestionable. Zanpakuto with a flaming flame in his hand swung down, and the fiery flames burst out. Tashianyao, what is the way you said Aizen-sama dealt with this old pervert? Now that he has taken action, should he tell everyone that method? The top 10 shamans were all shocked by the terrifying Reiatsu of Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku. If they didn't escape in time, they would have vanished into the world as steam like those evaporated shamans. That method is in the hands of Master Aizen. This time we came to this world as the vanguard, and Captain Aizen didn't tell me that method. And our mission is to let Captain Yamamoto release his Reiatsu. Now that the goal has been achieved, Captain Aizen should arrive in the world soon. Tosenyao's forehead was also sweating. Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku was known as the first god of death in 1,000 years, and the terrifying Reiatsu was enough to fight all the captains of Gotei 13th Division by one person. And Zanpakuto, Zenka no Tachi, held by Sengoku, Yamamoto, is known as the strongest Zanpakuto of the fire system. Shikai can have extremely high temperature. If Bankai, then the temperature of the space will be extremely high, eventually it will even reach the temperature of the surface of the sun. However, Zenka no Tachi's attack is indistinguishable. The enemy and his own will die because they can't bear the extreme high temperature of Zenka no Tachi, so unless he has to, Sengoku Yamamoto and Genryusai Sengoku will never release his Bankai with all his strength. Even so, Tosenyao's heart has been beating drums all the time, and Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku, who is only in Shikai state, is not something they can deal with the broken faces and the rebellious death gods. Captain Aizen, when are you coming? Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku had already made his move, so he had no plans to stop it. One after another blazing flames swept past with his slashes, and as long as there was a broken surface nearby, it would be directly vaporized. In just a few minutes, those arrogant face-breaking legions suffered heavy casualties, and even several people among the 10-blade breaking face were severely injured because they could not dodge in time. However, the 10 blades of the broken face are much stronger than those rubbish broken faces. In addition, the broken face itself has the ability to regenerate at a high speed, so the injury can be recovered quickly, but the spiritual pressure in the body will be greatly reduced due to the recovery of the injury. That's it. Chapter 376 Toxinyao's deadly remarks. Dong Xianyao, as the former death god captain, have you lost the courage to face your former comrades in arms? Holding Zenka no Tachi, Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku, with cold eyes, looked at Tosenyao, who was in the army of broken faces through the defensive circle formed by layers of broken faces, and his tone was as cold as his eyes. Facing his former boss, although Dong Xianyao's eyes are blind, his heart is still clear. So Aizen's original plan was by no means like that. Hearing the words, Dong Xian had to look around. Outside the defensive circle of the Shanpomian Legion, there were as many as 9 death god captains standing in the void. Captain Yamamoto, Yukataki Shuru, Zaraki Kenpachi, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain, it seems that you are very interested in this action. You have brought all the captains of death to the world. Do you already know the meaning of Kuzucho to Captain Aizen? Dong Xian wanted to have a wry smile on his face. The entire Guardian Team 13th Division's Death God Captain, except for the 2nd Division's Niyuli and our 3 Pantao captains, all the rest of the people actually gathered here. The Death God Captains are all terrifying spiritual pressures, and they have an unparalleled position in the corpse soul world. It is no exaggeration to say that if the corpse soul world loses the protection of these captain-level death gods, I am afraid that the entire corpse soul world will collapse and disappear. After all, you can't deal with Daxu by simply pulling out a god of death. Without Master Benkai's god of death, you can only be killed and swallowed in the face of Daxu. And Benkai is the standard for the death of the captain, a death who does not know Benkai, unless his spiritual pressure is terrible to pervert, or he is not qualified to be the captain of the death. When it comes to Captain Death, I have to mention one of the outliers. Zaraki Kenpachi, the only one of the Shinigami captains who doesn't know Benkai, but his terrifying Reiatsu deeply shocked all other Shinigami team captains. This situation is particularly fascinated by Niyuri, who is currently the director of the Seroiti Technology Development Bureau, but he has done a lot of research on the situation of Zaragi Kenpachi, but he has never been able to fully understand the reason. Dear former comrades, do you really think that we are sinners who betrayed Seroiti and the Soul Society? In your eyes, the Seroiti, the 13th Division of the Guardian, and even the entire Soul world are nothing but a scam. Why was our death god born, and why are we constantly guiding the kind-hearted undead into the Soul world? Why are there blame people in hell? How do those blame people get into hell? Who built hell? Why can't the god of death enter hell and intervene in hell? Once fellows, aren't you curious about these? Spirit King, the creator of the corpse soul world, the supreme being who lives in the Spirit King Palace, after so many years, have any of you ever really seen the Spirit King? Let me tell you, the Spirit King has been cut into pieces. The so-called Spirit King Palace is nothing but the Spirit King's cage, where the first generation of Death God imprisoned the frequently undead king. The Spirit King who was dismantled into 8 pieces is very weak. The first generation of Death Gods can kill the Spirit King effortlessly, but the spirit hood between the soul world and the virtual circle is constructed with the Spirit King's spiritual power. If you die, then the spiritual shroud shrouded in the sky above the soul world will disappear, and the soul world will cease to exist. For the eternal existence of the soul world, the Spirit King cannot die, and the first generation of death gods were afraid that the body and spiritual power of the Spirit King would slowly recover due to the passage of time, so they induced good undead into the soul world in an attempt to use them. The spiritual power in the body restrains the spiritual king's body from recovering. Do you know what the Spirit King's body is? Why can the spiritual pressure on the good undead inhibit the recovery of the Spirit King's injury? Tell you, the Spirit King's body is actually... Boom boom boom. A huge flaming sword light suddenly appeared, covering up what Dong Xian wanted to say. Yamamoto Genryusai Sengoku looked at Dong Xian with a livid face. His body was terrifying, and he forced several surrounding death god captains back out. Broken Road 96. Cremation with one knife. The commander-in-chief actually used such a high-level break. You can imagine the anger index in the heart of the commander-in-chief. Although I have heard of the existence of the Spirit King, this is the first time I have heard of the Spirit King being split into 8 pieces. In the end, Dong Shanyu seems to be saying that the Spirit King is void. Could it be that the soul realm itself is a void territory, but was it later occupied by our death god? We don't need to pay attention to such untruthful remarks. Even if what Dongxian wants to say is the truth, since King Spirit is false, it would be a good idea to imprison him in the palace of Spirit King. Although the Shinigami captains were not affected by what Tosen was about to say, the Shinigami around him whispered. Anyone who learns that the virtual reality that he has been beheading all day long may be the same existence as his creator, will inevitably be a little shaken in his heart. East Immortal wants, is this what Aizen told you? Yamamoto Yuanyujai Sengoku held Zenka no Tachi, his body almost turned into a substantial flame, and the void around him gradually showed signs of melting. Originally, I wanted to capture you alive and bring you back to the Seraiti for interrogation, but your remarks are too dangerous. The existence of the Spirit King is a taboo for the entire Seraiti. And now, not only did you know the existence of the Spirit King, but you also wantonly slandered the Spirit King in front of so many gods of death, trying to use words to shake the heart of the god of death under the control of this old man. It's really a heinous crime. Yamamoto Genryuzai Sengoku has been furious to the extreme, and the matter of the Spirit King is the most closely guarded information he has ever kept. But now, the information that he has protected the most for thousands of years has been detected by Aizen unknowingly. How can this kind of anger be described in words? Holding Zenka no Tachi, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Yeguni shouted angrily, and a huge flaming blade was created out of thin air, slashing towards the position Tosen wanted again. This time, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saikuni did not use Dao-breaking skills, but directly used Zenka no Tachi in his hand. With the blessing of Zenka no Tachi, the fiery Reiatsu formed a huge flame-shaped sword beam that was not inferior to the 96 sword cremation. Dao 96 just now has killed and wounded most of the Bromian army in front of Toxian Yao. Although these Bromian were ordered by Aizen to desperately protect Toxian Yao, they faced Yamamoto Motoyanai Shigekuni's anger. Many broken faces still gave birth to the idea of running away. Crack clap. Just when the broken face army was hesitating whether to die or flee, in front of them, a small black cavity quietly opened, and then a young broken face with a virtual mask on his head came out from it. In the face of the menacing flaming sword light, the newly appeared young man with a broken face did not have a trace of worry on his face. On the contrary, he was very excited and rushed towards the flaming sword light. Chapter 377 _ The front end of the war, their respective opponents. The fiery flame of the knife Meng is coming, and it will instantly engulf the young broken face that is pounced on it. At the same time, in the black cavity in front of the face-breaking army, Aizen wearing a white death tyrant costume came to the world from the virtual circle, and behind him, Ichi Silvermaru, with white hair and squinting eyes, followed. Captain, you are still so violent. You are already so old. Some things are better for young people to solve. The person who spoke was Aizen, who led Tosenyao and Ichi Silvermaru to defect into the virtual circle. Facing the blazing sword light that swept in front of him, Aizen didn't move, as if he didn't see the crisis in front of him. Just when everyone thought that Aizen was sure to die, the flaming sword light that immediately touched the tip of Aizen's nose suddenly began to retreat, and the flame sword light that was several miles long gradually retracted and finally disappeared in the air. When the flames completely disappeared, the young man who had rushed to the flames before came to Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijokuni with hiccups, and his eyes were full of greed. Seeing that the Reiatsu of his commander-in-chief was devoured by this young broken face, the death gods were all horrified. There is actually a broken face that can eat the Reiatsu of the commander-in-chief. Is this an illusion created by Aizen using Benyu? Was it specially prepared to seal the Reiatsu of the commander-in-chief? It's horrible, this broken face. Unlike the riots of the death god, all of Po Mian showed excited expressions. In their hearts, as long as someone can stop the Death God Captain, they can wipe out the Death God. Captain Aizen, give an order to kill these gods of death. That's right, kill them, and then use Kongza Town to create the King's Key, and rescue the Spirit King to rule the virtual circle again. The world and hell are also ours. Under the leadership of the Spirit King, we will have a steady stream of similar births. At that time, we will have enough nourishment to improve our level. Just thinking about it makes me excited. A group of broken faces are all existences with insufficient IQ. Although they have successfully evolved from the big virtual form to the tiring form under the action of Benyu, their IQ is not as high as that of the big virtual who broke the face on their own. Court death. After hearing those rude words, the first person who couldn't stand it was Zakagi Kenpachi. As the most belligerent Captain Reaper, Zanpakuto in his hands has long been impatient. Call out. I saw a flash of black light, and the one who was clamoring for the favorite was frozen in an instant. When everyone looked at it, they found that the broken face had lost half of his head. Aizen, it's a waste to keep this kind of miscellaneous soldiers, why don't you let me cut them all down for you? Zanpakuto's voice came from the broken army, and Zanpakuto in his hand didn't sit still when he spoke, slashing the broken approaching him to the ground with a knife like a child. Hey, Zaragi Kenpachi, you're taking yourself too seriously. After Zanpakuto chopped down unknown Zanpakuto, the fourth-ranked Rumian came over from a distance, and blocked Zanpakuto who was chopped by Zaraki Kenpachi with the huge crescent sickle in his hand. I heard that you are the most aggressive among the Death God captains. It just so happens that my hands are itchy too, so I will use you to stop the itching first. Nutra Gilger grinned, slashing back and forth with the crescent scythe in his hand, forcing Zaraki Kenpa who was like a no-man's land back. As a fighting maniac, Zaragi Kenpachi is never timid, especially when he sees an opponent who can resist his attacks several times. His deep desire to fight is immediately aroused. The two sides fought fiercely with one knife and one sickle. It seemed that they wanted to give it a go. When the two fought, they deliberately or unintentionally led the battlefield away from the area where the two sides were located. Among the Death God captains, Komamura Zojun saw that Kenpachi Zaragi had already started, and immediately shouted angrily. East Immortal, your opponent is me, I must fight until you admit your mistake. Zuo Gen, you actually revealed your true face. It seems that you are no longer afraid that your appearance will be ridiculed by the gods of death. Hearing the cry of his former best friend, Dong Xian wanted to let the broken face in front of him clear a passage, and walked slowly to not far from the left formation of Koma village. Although there are several Death God captains here, everyone knows that the defected Toxian can only be the target of Komamura Zojun's capture. Ichigo Kurosaki, our battle is not over yet. Let's have a good fight here. A blue-haired Grimmjow walked out of the faceless army and pointed to Ichigo Kurosaki in the distance. His spiritual pressure kept rising. This time, I won't lose to you again. Kurosaki Ichigo did not show weakness, clenched Zanpakuto in his hand, and charged towards Grimmjow. The two sides touched points, and then collided again. I'll do it first. That kid looks cute, so let me love him well. Tia Halibal, who was ranked third among the 10 blades and was the only woman with a broken face among the 10 blades, came out of the crowd and came straight towards Hitsugaya Toshiro. I'm not a child, I'm the captain of the 13th division of Gote, the 10th division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. I will make you pay for your words and actions just now. With a flick of Zanpakuto in his hand, the ice wings fluttered behind him. Hitsugaya Toshiro and Tia Haribel fought together. Next, Zamali Lulu, the 7th, ranked curse-eyed monk in the 10 blades, found Byakuya Kuchiki. Using his super-fast movement speed, Zomari Lulu pulled Byakuya Kuchiki away from the very beginning. People's eyes. After that, Kiyata Stark, who had a character engraved on his body, and Kiraku Harusui, captain of the 8th division of the Gote 13th division, also began to make tentative attacks on each other. At the same time, when Belegan Ruzan, the second of the 10 blades, was helping Zuozan to look for his target, behind him, a woman's voice entered his ears. 2 strikes to kill. B patterning. Balagang, who heard the sound, was not surprised at all, and didn't even turn his head behind him, only to see a thick dead aura suddenly emerge from his body, which was stained on the broken bee that attacked, and instantly let the broken bee stretch out. The death tyrant on the arm that came out had vanished and disappeared. For a moment when the sleeves of the dead bully outfit were rotten, Shattered Bee felt a chill in her heart, and secretly said something bad in her heart. When the death aura was about to rush to her face, another figure rushed out from a distance and pulled her out of the death aura. Covered range. Broken Bee, don't be careless at any time. This is the first commandment training as the captain of the secret mobile unit. Raifeng Yuan Yi put the broken bee on the ground. You can see that the right arm of the broken bee, which was stained with the deadness of Balagang, has become as thin as dry wood at this time. Up to this point, in the face-breaking army, apart from those face-breaking faces, among the face-breaking faces that came to the world this time, the super face-breaking face that did not take action was left with the 8th-ranked evil concubine of the 10 Blades, Sar Apo Ro Glance, the 10th-ranked beast, Kiba Mi Rialgo. On the Death God's side, all the Death God captains who came to the world have each been targeted by a broken face, and the battle between them cannot end soon. And where is Yamamoto Motoyanagi? Because that young broken face conceals Zenka no Tachi's ability, so Yamamoto Motoyanagi can only rely on his own spiritual power to fight, and what he has to face is he has 2 former captains of the Shinigami, Bakuyu Aizen and Ichi Silvermaru. At this stage, only Lei Luo and Urahara Kazuki are left with Bankai on the death side and can fight against the 10 Blades. Since Urahara Kazuki has been able to keep releasing the hidden barrier of Reiatsu, Jinchuriki column, he will not be able to take action for a while. Fighting, in other words, Lei Luo is the only one who can deal with these 2 super bad faces right now. Chapter 378 Angry Beast, Kiba's Secret. Under the azure blue sky, the Death God and the Po Mian were fighting against their respective opponents. Not only the Po Mian 10 Blades, but even the Po Mian and the Death God had already started a battle. Assassin, around the battlefield, terrifying spiritual pressure erupted in more than a dozen battlefields. No, to be precise, those spiritual pressures were not only terrifying, but also took away a famous Death God, a killing weapon that only broke the face. This is the war between the God of Death and the Broken Face, a game of being killed and killing each other at any time. Urahara Kazuki, your mission is to protect the enchantment Jinchuriki column, and you mustn't let Aizen discover that the real Kuzucho has been transferred to the Soul World. Yamamoto Motoyanagi, China looked at the 2 sides who were fighting each other, put away Ryujin Jaka, and passed his eyes towards Urahara Kazuki. In the face of his former subordinates, although Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijokuni did not take it to heart, but he could not use Zanpakudo for the time being, and after all, he could not simply kill the 2 captain-level Shinigami of Grandmaster Bankai. Urahara Kazuki is so smart. After seeing Yamamoto Motoyanagi's eyes, he immediately understood what he wanted to express, and immediately jumped out of the battlefield, but he did not fall into the ground, otherwise, Yilin Dai's ingenuity will definitely find some clues. Captain, now that Captain Reaper is all entangled, and your Zenka no Tachi can't be used, this situation is very unfavorable for you. Aizen said with a smile. In those eyes, there seems to be a new plan that is constantly being planned. The 13th team of the Guardian was once a powerful force. In the virtual circle, the gods of death were arbitrarily dispatched in the present world, and they kept beheading the virtual for the reason of maintaining the balance of the souls of the dead. All of this is all thanks to the gods of death who can Bankai in the 13th team of the Guardian. The virtual flash is definitely in existence with the advantage of beheading. However, in the face of Captain Reaper who can use Bankai, Daxu's virtual flash is not so effective. After all, any Bankai can increase their spiritual pressure by 3 to 4 times. If they are given time to familiarize themselves with Bankai, it will enhance Bankai's ability. Then after Bankai, it will not be a problem to increase the spiritual pressure more than 10 times. When it comes to Bankai, we have to mention Zanpakudo. As the most important battle item of the Gote 13th team, every member of the Gote 13th team will get a ***** called a shallow punch when they become apprentices of death. All light hits are the same, but in the process of the death god gradually understanding his own abilities and denying and approving his own abilities, light hitting will slowly resonate with the soul of the holder, until the resonance with the soul of the holder reaches a certain level. After that, the shallow hit will become Zanpakuto. It is also at this time that the god of death will obtain the Shikai of Zanpakuto. After that, as the use of Shikai continues to deepen, the god of death will have a more comprehensive understanding of his own soul. To a certain extent, the power in the god of death will be obtained. The release, which is manifested on Zanpakuto, is the so-called Bankai. However, these seemingly same strengthening modes as Hell's Blame are actually completely different inside. Hell's Blame can only release the abilities in his soul through constant torture, while death does rely on the precipitation of time and self-identification and denial. It's just this difference, but the strength of the blame and the god of death is vastly different. After all, although suffering is painful, it is indeed something that everyone can experience, but it is not something that everyone can do to recognize oneself and deny oneself. This is the reason why death, although nominally the ruler of the virtual circle, the world, and even hell, has never truly ruled the three places. It is too difficult to appear as a captain of the god of death. Every captain of the god of death is an extremely important wealth in the soul society. Dear gods of death, your failure is inevitable. Surrender. After seeing the spirit queen, Aizen-sama might be able to go around one of you. The person who spoke was Kiba Mi Realgo, the 10th ranked beast of the 10 blades. Unlike other broken faces, Kibami's initial strength was not the strongest, but his ability growth was the most terrifying. The angry beast Kiba Mi, his 10-blade ability is called anger. As the name suggests, the more he is attacked in battle, the higher his anger value will be, and the Reiatsu will also be terrifying, until he finally surpasses the enemy and kills the enemy. Until. Hey, Sao Apollo, let's do it too. These gods of death obviously won't understand the kindness of Aizen-sama. Hey. When Kiba Mi was proud, a god of death suddenly stepped in front of him, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed down against his chest. Sleeve Snow. Kuchiki Rukia. Many of the dead gods were surprised. Although Kuchiki Rukia's strength is good, she will definitely not be the opponent of Kiba Mi, one of the 10 blades. As expected, Zanpakuto in Kuchiki Rukia's hand slashed down and slashed on Kibami's shoulder, and even Kibami's skin failed to make a white mark. However, his blow made Kiba Mi very happy, because Kibami's body obviously became a little taller after being slashed this time. Little god of death, aren't you full? You don't even have the strength to kill someone. Kiba laughed loudly and reached out to Kuchiki Rukia. -50 degrees. At the moment when Kiba Mi was about to catch her, Kuchiki Rukia whispered, and saw that a layer of ice crystals formed on the surface of her body, and the ice crystals spread along the Zanpakuto in her hand, before Kibami's right hand touched him. Freeze Kibami's entire body into an ice sculpture. Kiba's secret. Under everyone's attention, Kiba Mi was wrapped in ice and fell to the ground, and from everyone's perception, it seemed that the Reiatsu on Kiba Mi also disappeared in the moment when it was frozen. Everyone looked at Kuchiki Rukia in shock, and it was incredible that she killed a 10-blade level shaman as soon as she shot. Clack clack. Just when everyone thought that Kiba Mi would fall to pieces, a sound of ice cubes shattering came from under everyone's feet. Accompanied by an uneasy Reiatsu, Kibami's body grew bigger again, and the sound of ice cubes shattered. Zhang jumped up, and in the blink of an eye came to Kuchiki Rukia. Your ability is very good, but you can't kill Master Kiba Mi. With your Reiatsu, Master Kiba Mi has become much stronger. As a reward for what you've done, Mr. Kiba Mi is ready to take you home in person. At this time, Kibami's body is 7 or 8 times the size of an ordinary person, and the palm is also the same. At the moment when Kuchiki Rukia didn't react, Kibami's right hand almost grabbed him. No one would doubt whether Kiba Mi at this time could directly crush Kuchiki Rukia's small body. Whoa! When everyone was ready to observe a moment of silence, a golden light flashed, and a blood hole was drilled directly out of Kiba's thick palm. After the golden light penetrated Kiba Mi's palm, the remaining power remained unabated, and finally hit Sal Apollo. Sorry, Kuchiki Rukia can't die yet. Lei Luo's voice came from a distance. His body was covered with armor made of hard ice, and the whole body was covered with a layer of golden light, which made him look particularly eye-catching. It's Lei Luo, the new agent of death, who is also the captain who can take Zanpakuto Bankai. He actually launched an attack directly on the two 10 blades. It seems that he is preparing for 1 versus 2. I heard that he subdued the provincial minister Jiro with one move. His strength should be quite terrifying. 1v should be no problem. Chapter 379_Spike. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, countless black flickers flew from a distance, and at the moment of contact with the enemy, all of them exploded, causing ripples in the sky. That is the skill of Koyatai Stark, who ranks first in the 10 blades, returning to the blade, Infinite Phantom. You are really unfriendly. The explosion that lasted for most of the day finally stopped, and Lei Luo was surrounded by many gods of death who were lucky enough to escape. What? How is this possible? That's Mr. Stark's ultimate skill. As the spiritual pressure in the air gradually stabilized, many of the broken faces who saw the scene in front of them all widened their eyes, showing unbelievable expressions. Kiba's secret was also hit by a series of phantom flashes just now, but Stark's control of his phantom flashes has reached ultimate, so the spiritual pressure contained in these phantom flashes is superimposed, which is just enough to bear in Kiba's secret. Within the range. Looking at Kiba Mi, who is already huge in the air, nearly 100 meters tall, many gods of death were all startled, even Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijokuni, who was attacked by Aizen and Ichi Silvermaru at the same time, couldn't help but look over. This terrifying Reiatsu. Ha ha ha. Stark, thank you for your help. I feel so comfortable now. Kiba's secret speech was deafening, and it shocked several death gods who were not lightly injured in an instant. Don't get carried away, complete the task given by Aizen-sama. Stark raised his hand and brushed aside the stray strands of hair on his forehead. If Aizen didn't secretly transmit his voice to him just now, asking him to help Kiba Mi improve his combat power, he would be too lazy to use Infinite Phantom to increase Kiba Mi's spiritual pressure. Now that the mission has been completed, Stark raised the jet black pistol in his hand, and there were dozens of phantom flashes at Jingle Chunchui who was about to attack him. Lei Luo was also helpless. His original intention was to solve the other party as soon as possible before Kiba's secret ability was fully released, but with Stark's participation, his wishful thinking had obviously failed. At this time, in front of Lei Luo, in addition to the angry beast Kiba Mi, who was nearly 100 meters tall, there was also Sal Apollo Glands, who was called the Evil Concubine. Kiba's secret is that after taking a huge amount of damage, he can convert the damage he has suffered into his own spiritual pressure. As long as the attack is within his bearing range, the spiritual pressure of Kiba's secret can increase infinitely, and with his own spiritual pressure as the spiritual pressure continues to grow, the attack intensity he can withstand will gradually become stronger, and eventually he can even reach a state where he ignores all attacks and is invincible. The Evil Concubine, Sar Apollo Glands, was originally the 0th blade in the Broken Face ranking, but in order to study the perfect life to complete the power of conception notification, he divided his body into 2, resulting in the strength degenerates into an Achuka's class Great Virtual, and thus the 10 blade sequences proposed. It was not until after he became informed by conception that he successfully returned to the 10 blades and became the number 8 10 blades. As expected of an existence at the level of Captain Death, he was able to rescue so many young people unscathed in Stark's Infinite Phantom Flash. Sal Apollo's voice is very special, with some sissy tones. At first glance, Lei Luo instinctively got goosebumps. Thinking of this guy's abilities, Lei Luo regretted participating in this battle for a while. His enemy should be the god of death. After all, only the god of death can protect the Spirit King. Aizen's goal seems to be the same as that of Lei Luo, both to enter the Spirit King Palace and find the Spirit King. But by chance, Lei Luo became the deputy god of death, and even a fighter of the god of death to deal with Aizen. What is this all about? Lei Luo was speechless, as if things were getting more and more deviated from his original idea. But it's useless to think about these now. After all, the one who broke the face has already identified him as the enemy, so as the two opposing sides, this battle is unavoidable. Looking at the glass-like golden light on Lei Luo's body, Sal Apollo frowned slightly, his right hand moved quietly behind his back twice, and a faint purple light fell to the ground. Under the cover of the shadow of the house and the broken walls, the purple shadow silently touched the place behind Lei Luo, and when the two sides confronted, it quietly shot behind Lei Luo. Sar Apollo was overjoyed. As long as he was contacted by the luling insect, then Lei Luo's battle data would be mastered by him in a very short time. At that time, he who mastered the opponent's intelligence would be the first to ascend to the commanding heights of victory. It's just that things didn't follow his mind so easily. The moment the luling insect approached Lei Luo, the golden light on Lei Luo's body suddenly lit up, and then the luling insect turned into purple gas and disappeared into the air. The golden light on that layer is not only amazing in defense, but can also cause damage to objects that come into contact with the golden light. Sar Apollo thought silently in his heart. As a researcher, his fighting method was to collect information on the opponent as much as possible, and then analyze the method to defeat the opponent. Lei Luo had already noticed Sal Apollo's small movements, but he was self-sufficient, so Lei Luo didn't pay attention to the lure bugs who were bullying him. Now that Sal Apollo was thinking about it, Renault immediately understood that the other party was evaluating the battle data just obtained. Have you ever been hit by a bullet made of spirits? Lei Luo slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger to Sal Apollo. What did you say? Sar Apollo thought he had auditory hallucinations. Could the bullets composed of spiritual suns be more powerful than the virtual flash of the Vastord class Daxu? He is an existence that can even make a virtual flash. Are you kidding? Sal Apollo put his forehead in his hand and laughed loudly, but his eyes were extremely cold. Bounce. Lei Luo made an onomatopoeia, and the next moment, golden light condensed on his fingertips and burst out. With the wide-eyed Sal Apollo falling into the sky, the scene was extremely peaceful. Kiba Mi, who was on the side, suddenly saw his companion fall, and immediately reached out to catch Sar Apollo's body. When he took him to examine it carefully, he found that Sar Apollo was silent. That's right, Sal Apollo just died. When he despised Lei Luo's attack, it was already doomed that he would turn into dust in this attack. I'm going to kill you. Take off your bones one by one. Kiba Mi, who is nearly 100 meters tall, raised his huge palm, wrapped in a suffocating spiritual pressure, and patted Lei Luo's place. Under the shadow, only the golden light on Lei Luo's body was still shining. Regarding the death of Sal Apollo, Kiba Mi's heart did not waver at all, but when Lei Luo killed Sal Apollo in front of so many people, he was hitting 10 blades in the face, which was enough to arouse Kiba Mi's heart of anger. Chapter 380 _ The situation is changeable. Dragon Rack. Facing Kiba Mi's attack, Lei Luo snorted lightly, and clenched his right hand in the air. Zanpakuto after changing his form appeared out of thin air, and the tip of his sword pointed directly at Kiba Mi's palm. The temperature in the air dropped sharply. With Lei Luo as the center, countless water vapor appeared in the air, and in a second, it condensed into ice cubes, following the direction of the tip of Hirinmaru's sword, facing the huge palm that was about to fall in the air. Crack clap. As far as the eye can see, Kiba Mi's outstretched palm was quickly covered with ice cubes, and the ice cubes continued to spread along Kiba Mi's arms toward his whole body. Before long, Kiba's massive body was bound in ice. After doing all this, Lei Luo clapped his hands and put away Hirenmaru again. He used Hirenmaru's Bankai for the first time, and the effect was quite satisfactory to him. Judging from his calm appearance, it was as if Kiba Mi was just a lamb to be slaughtered in his eyes. Kiba Mi, what the hell are you doing? A loud shout came from a distance, and it was Stark who was fighting with Jingle Chunsui again. Crack clap. The sound of ice cubes cracking sounded. Kiba, who thought he had been frozen to death, broke through the ice cubes and walked out, and his body soared nearly 10 meters again at the moment when the ice cubes were broken. Roar. Roaring furiously, Kiba Mi shook off the ice layer on her body and looked at Lei Luo with fire-breathing eyes. Boy, do you think Mr. Kiba Mi is as easy to die as that bastard Salapalo? You are so naive. Virtual bullets. In the roar, Kiba Mi stretched out his hands, and opened his fingers to face Lei Luo. A pitch-black Reiatsu ball shaped like a phantom flashed on his fingertips, and then shot Lei Luo sharply. Void Bullet is a skill that condenses Reiatsu to surpass the enemy's attack. Although the power is not as powerful as Void Flash, its speed is 20 times that of Void Flash. This skill is also Kiba Mi's favorite move. Boom boom boom. Amidst the bursts of explosions, Kiba showed an excited smile. It seemed that only by constantly attacking Lei Luo with virtual bullets could make him feel less anger in his heart. And Lei Luo is within the attack range of the virtual bullet. Although he can use the golden mask to resist this weak attacking move, it is too shocking to the world, and it will make the personnel of the Death Party pay too much attention to him. So he just relied on his own speed of light to constantly shuttle between virtual bullets. Boy, see how long you can hide. With a virtual bullet like this, in the current state of Mr. Kiba Mi, it will not be a problem to last for several hours. Watching me exhaust you to death. Wow haha. Kiba laughed loudly. In his eyes, Lei Luo was as embarrassed as a monkey chased by a hunter. Do you know what the speed of light is? Although the sound of virtual bullets exploding in his ears, Lei Luo's voice was still very strangely transmitted to the ears of the people around him. As soon as the voice fell, Lei Luo's figure suddenly disappeared in the shadow of the virtual bullet, and in the blink of an eye, Lei Luo reappeared in the air. What the hell is he doing? The god of death who has been paying attention here is puzzled, and then at the next moment, Kiba Mi's constantly used virtual bullets stopped, and his head also tilted to the side of his body as if he had suffered a serious injury, while driving his body. Kiba Mi is down. Strange, what happened just now? Why did this huge broken face suddenly collapse? The god of death was even more confused when they saw this, because in their eyes, Lei Luo just disappeared for a moment. Could it be that at that moment, Lei Luo used some kind of skill to kill the angry number 0 broken face? Look. Everyone heard the sound and saw that on the fallen Kiba Mi's head, there was a small hole in the temple. Judging from its size, it was just enough to put down an adult's fist. If it weren't for the fact that some of the gods of death hadn't observed Kiba Mi's body more carefully, I'm afraid such a small hole would only be regarded as a normal hole in his body. When did it come out? At this moment, Lei Luo's previous words resounded unconsciously in everyone's milk. Do you know what the speed of light is? This speed completely surpassed Shunpo, and everyone could not imagine that a death god with such an advantage in speed could have any other attack that could threaten his life safety. Perhaps the wound on Kiba Mi's head was not caused at one time, but his attack speed was too fast, and we didn't capture his movements. Realizing that the opponent's powerful face-breaking army subconsciously took a few steps back, he wanted to stay away from Lei Luo's side, the current Lei Luo. In their eyes, it is synonymous with death. In just a few minutes, Lei Luo had already killed the No 8 and number 010 blades. When the other death god captains were still struggling to win or lose with the others in the 10 blades, Lei Luo was alone, and he solved his opponent early, and it was still a 1 versus 2 situation. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The original Broken Face Corps had a huge advantage in numbers in this battle, not only in the number of captain-level strengths, but even ordinary broken faces at least possess the strength of the vice-captain of Death God. In addition to each of the subordinate officers of the 10-blade and broken face, in terms of quality and quantity, the Death God side has no advantage at all. The only reassuring pill in the hearts of many Shinigami is Yamamoto Motoyanagi, but after Aizen used Benyu, he was completely as good as Yamamoto Motoyanagi in spiritual pressure, and even sealed Yamamoto in Prince of Fire Eater. After the Zanpakudo of Genyanagi Saijiguni, the blue die holding Zanpakudo actually suppressed the old man Yamamoto. Although many gods of death still have hope for victory in this battle, in their hearts, no one will think that the victory of this battle will come easily, and even they and even the captain of the god of death have already sacrificed several captain-level gods of death. Prepare. It was at this time that Lei Luo's performance gave everyone the hope of an easy victory. With the help of Lei Luo, now the numerical advantage of the 10 blades has disappeared, and on the death god's side, with Lei Luo's strength, it is enough to easily face all the remaining broken faces. At the moment when Kiba Mi fell, the situation became full of advantages for Death's side. Lei Luo, I don't need you to do anything, go and help the captain. Shuru Yukitake led his opponent to Lei Luo's side at some point, and when he passed by Lei Luo, he turned his head and asked Lei Luo. With this turn of his head, the 30th blade, who was fighting with him, caught the gap in his defense, and a water blade slashed through, smashing the death tyrant on Shuru's chest, and leaving a mark on his chest. There was a deep wound, and the blood splattered most of Yuhi's chest of the 30th blade. Sister Yu. Shiruro Yukitake's injury did not move Lei Luo in the slightest. As far as Lei Luo knew, Shiruro Yukitake's body was the right arm of the Spirit King, and it was not an existence that could easily die. However, under the attention of so many death god captains, if he sees death and will not save it, it is really unreasonable. Now that he has become a death god, he will pretend to the end, and then generously save a death god captain. Let him. It is also very good that the old man Yamamoto has a firmer trust in him. Chapter 381_Catch My Sister Alive. Without hesitation, Lei Luo crossed his hands in front of him, little golden light appeared around him, and slowly gathered in his palm. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Following Lei Luo's soft drink, an 8-sided golden light mirror flew out from his palm, and the golden light radiated in all directions, madly shooting towards the 30 blade in the distance. 1, 2, 3. A dozen. In just 10 seconds, the whole body of the 30th blade was completely filled with light bullets. Scorching currents. The 30th blade was startled by the light bullets that surrounded him, turned his right hand, and immediately spewed out a steaming water-quality shield wall from the weapon in his hand. Chi. Countless light bombs followed, and Ji Lingling hit the water wall, instantly shattering the water shield wall. Lei Luo, thank you. Shuru Yukitake took advantage of the 30th blade to be blocked by the light bullet, and came to Lei Luo's side in a blink of an eye, and thanked Lei Luo with his hands on his chest. Captain Floating Bamboo is all comrades in the same camp, and it is appropriate to help each other. He smiled back at the latter's thanks, and then Lei Luo turned to look at the 30th blade again. At this time, Tia Halibal had broken free from the attack of Tomo, and was looking at Lei Luo with a livid face. The new acting Grim Reaper. Tia Halibal had doubts in her tone. According to the latest information from the Soul Realm, the Death God had indeed appointed a new Death God agent, but due to time reasons, there was almost nothing about the abilities and skills of the new Death God agent. Intelligence was collected. Yes, I am the new agent of death. Lei Luo replied without hesitation, and looked at Sister Yu opposite with interest. I have to say that, as a virtual, Tia Haribel's figure is quite good after her face is broken. Her wheat-colored skin is quite in line with Lei Luo's taste, and her clothes are so hot that it reminds Lei Luo of it. Hancock, the female emperor of the pirate world, although the latter's appearance is slightly inferior, it is not much worse after all. Your strength is very good. Tia Haribel knew in her heart that if she wanted to kill Shuru Yukitake, she had to pass the level of Lei Luo first. Without any hesitation, Tia Haribel stretched out her right hand and pointed the queen shark in her hand towards Lei Luo, and then a water arrow shot straight from the tip of the sword, hitting Lei Luo in an instant. Clack clack. At the moment when the water arrow was about to touch Lei Luo's skin, a cold light lit up, the water arrow froze in response, and then turned into pieces of shattered ice and fell into the sky. Lei Luo, who owns Hirenmaru, is a natural nemesis to deal with this kind of water attack. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lei Luo's face was full of smiles. Since he learned the Bankai of Hirenmaru, he has clearly felt the growth of his own strength, especially after holding the Hirenmaru and entering the Bankai state, the violent power in the body plus, it can actually affect other abilities of Lei Luo's master. Hey, Lei Luo, be careful, this broken face is not easy to deal with. Looking at the smile on Lei Luo's face, Shiro Yukitake paused and said. Got it. Ah. Facing the answer given by Lei Luo, Shiro Yukitake had a black line on his forehead. He had suffered a loss in the opponent's hands before, but now he said that the opponent's strength was not weak. However, Lei Luo didn't have the heart to think about this at all. He believed that he knew better than every death god present on the battle strength of each of the 10 blades. Although the 30th blade is a woman, her strength is definitely not weak. On the contrary, her strength is definitely ranked in the top 5 of the 10 blades. Like Kiba Mi and Sal Apollo that Lei Luo had killed before, they were no match for Tia Halibel at all. So Yukitake Shiro said that is not a quibble for himself. After all, the truth is exactly what he said. It's just that Tia Haribel's opponent now is Lei Luo. With Lei Luo's strength, even facing the number 1 Stark will not be too uncomfortable, not to mention that the strength is much weaker than Stark. She is. While Tia Halibel was still thinking about how to attack Lei Luo had turned into golden light and disappeared beside Yukitake Shiro. Then, in Tia Halibel's surprised eyes, Lei Luo appeared in front of her, and the Hirenmaru in her hand exuded deadly cold air, and slashed her body in an instant. Clack clack. Lei Luo's shot was measured, and because he didn't want to kill the 30th blade, he didn't use his full strength in this attack. I saw that Hirenmaru's blade was covered with a layer of ice crystals. When it hit Tia Halibel, the ice crystals on the blade spread rapidly, instantly freezing half of Tia Halibel's body. Conquer him, Empress Shark. Struggling, Tia Halibel struggled to spit out a few syllables. With the sudden surge of spiritual pressure, the ice layer covering her body instantly cracked, and the queen shark in his hand also changed during the surge of spiritual pressure. Form. Battle Shizuku. After trying hard to control the queen shark in her hand, Tia Halibel swayed her weapon with difficulty. With the pattern of the queen shark's sword-like shark gills, most of the water cannonballs spewed out. Lei Luo turned into golden light and retreated slightly into the distance. Hoo hoo hoo. While panting, a large amount of water vapor spread around Tia Haribel, blocking her return to the blade. Ruo Ruoxiong. Lei Luo saw Tia Halibel's clothes through the water vapor. It was hotter than before, only the key parts were covered with white bone, and almost all of the entire body was exposed. As Daxu, he has long lost the sense of shame of a human being. In order to facilitate the battle, Tia Haribel will not hesitate to return to the blade with a clean body. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Tia Haribel, who had returned to the back of the blade, was guarding Lei Luo with her entire body, fearing that Lei Luo would suddenly disappear and suddenly attack her as before. Yes, I am very satisfied with you. Lei Luo looked at Tia Halibel hidden in the water vapor through Yuhi's eyes, and made the above comments on her outfit. Then the awesome Sharingan was used by Lei Luo in this situation. If the Hokage people knew about this situation, they would probably despise Lei Luo for a while. Tia Haribel naturally noticed the difference in Lei Luo's eyes, but as the actual native of death, he would not know about Sharingan. Under the cover of water vapor, Tia Haribel began to prepare her strongest attack moves. Most of her attacks used water as an attack method, which was restrained in front of Lei Luo, which was in the battle just now. She already knew Akatsuki in the middle. In order to crack the spiritual pressure of Lei Luo's ice system, Tia Halibal can only accumulate a large amount of spiritual pressure and increase the temperature of the water used for attack. Ice can freeze water, but hot water can also melt ice. Broken waterfall. A huge stream of water Jinchuriki column broke through and the water vapor shot towards Lei Luo rapidly. The warm temperature made the rushing water Jinchuriki column continue to generate a lot of steam as it moved forward, as if the whole sky was about to be engulfed by this hot water. Boiled in general. It's too slow. Lei Luo shook his head. Such an attack was really not enough for him. I saw Lei Luo turned into golden light and disappeared when the hot water was still far away. Haribel, I'll give you two choices. First, I will let you go. Second, become my subordinate, and I will make you the ruler of the virtual circle, the world of corpses, and even this world. Chapter 382_Persuade to surrender. Looking at Lei Luo who suddenly appeared behind her, Tia Halibal almost forgot any thought. The temperature of the water vapor around her body was absolutely unbearable for most people, but Lei Luo was able to stand in it leisurely. In addition, what made Tia Halibal feel that she was hallucinating even more was what Lei Luo said. To rule the virtual circle, and even the world of corpses, in this world. She, who has been struggling to survive in the virtual circle, has no interest in whether she can become a ruler, but this does not mean that Tia Haribel doesn't want to try Lei Luo's proposal. Especially after seeing Lei Luo's super speed, she believed that even Aizen, who had rescued her, would never be able to match the strength shown by Lei Luo. Being your subordinate, how can I become the ruler of the virtual circle and even the present world? Tia Haribel stared at Lei Luo's eyes, and in those bloody Yuhi's pupils, 9 tomo were clearly visible. I'm just a passerby in this world. When I get what I'm looking for, I will leave this world. At that time, as my subordinate, I will make you the master of this world. 9 tomo swirled in Lei Luo's eyes, causing Tia Haribel, who was staring at Lei Luo's eyes, to be in a trance. Exit through a gate of the void. I choose to be your subordinate. Tia Haribel came back to her senses and said firmly. Even if she has no idea of ruling the whole world, being able to become the ruler of this world means that she no longer has to worry about the threat of death. Lei Luo, are you crazy? She has a bad face. Everything before was seen by Fuzu in the distance, and when he saw Lei Luo subduing a broken face as his subordinate, he immediately roared. Isn't the essence of the broken face and the god of death not the soul of the dead? It's just a different form. You should know this better than me, right? The right arm of the Spirit King. Lei Luo turned his head to look at Shiruro Yukitaki, and the last sentence was almost word by word. How did you know? Shiruro Yukitaki's eyes were full of shock. He was the right arm of the Spirit King, and only a few Death God captains knew about Akatsuki. This is an absolute taboo in the soul world. I know a lot more than you think, but I advise you not to talk about it, especially in front of Captain Yamamoto. Lei Luo looked relaxed. 9 tomo Rinnegan activated. Shiruro Yukitaki lost his mind for a moment, and when he regained consciousness, he no longer looked towards Lei Luo. What did you do to him? Tia Haribel looked curiously as her master dealt with Captain Death in front of him. In her thoughts, Lei Luo is an agent of the God of Death, and should be in the same faction as the captain of the God of Death, but judging from the current situation, it seems that she thinks of Lei Luo too simply. It's nothing, it's just to make him agree with my statement. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't made him seriously injured, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to change his mind so easily. Complimenting his subordinates at the right time has become a habit of Lei Luo. Master, am I going to call you that? Well, that's right. We've never met, and you don't know anything about my experience. Why did you choose me to be your subordinate? Who told you I didn't know anything about your experience? Lei Luo looked at Tia Halibal with interest, and the look in her eyes seemed to have mastered Tia Haribal's entire body. That's such a confident look. Tia Haribal was lost again. Tia Haribal, who had awakened her wisdom from the killing circle that devoured each other in the virtual circle, had never felt the feeling of trust in such a real way. In her earliest memories, companions would only use each other, and everything had only interests. Those so-called companions and subordinates were all tools used as shields in times of crisis. Even if there is no danger, as long as the time is right, you can always abandon the so-called companions and subordinates for the sake of status and strength. What she has always felt in the virtual circle is the above situation. Although she doesn't understand or agree with the above situation in the depths of her heart, but the general environment is like this, she can't change it, so she can only go downstream. It wasn't until Aizen rescued her and raised the strength of the subordinate officers who followed her that she had a status and strength, and then she had the ability to change that evil situation. Since becoming the 30th blade, she has been trying her best to protect the 3 subordinate officers under her. Time and time again, she finally made her 3 subordinate officers agree with her idea. Companions and subordinates are beings who can give their backs to each other. Looking at Lei Luo's gaze at this time, Tia Haribal suddenly felt that her thoughts were already known by the other party, and Lei Luo chose to make him a subordinate probably because of her thoughts. Thank you. Tia Haribal murmured softly, her heart full of joy. Tia Haribal, Aizen-sama knows you can't be trusted. Just when Tia Haribal lost her mind, behind her, the black cavity appeared again, and a broken face with 2 black vertical lines on his cheek jumped out of the black cavity, and the white short knife in his hand slashed violently. Down, it was about to cut Tia Haribal in half. My subordinates, except me, no one else can move. The golden light flashed, and Lei Luo appeared on the back of Tia Haribal, with the weapon in his hand running on the bar, blocking the attack of the person who came. Ulquiorra, you finally appeared. At the moment when the second person appeared, Lei Luo had already recognized the villain who was no less popular than the protagonist in this anime. If you say Lei Luo's favorite villain in the Shinigami anime, besides Aizen, the second place is Ulquiorra. So when he was about to kill Tia Haribal, Lei Luo did not counterattack directly, but used his speed to stop his fatal blow. In Lei Luo's heart, he still wanted to bring Ulquiorra to his side. Not only because of the opponent's strength, but also because of the opponent's position in his heart. You know me. Ulquiorra was a little surprised. Although he had heard about the Death God agent in front of him, the 2 sides had never met, but the other party could call him by name as soon as he came up, which made him have no interest in things at all. A hint of curiosity. Of course I know it. The only one of the 10 blades of the broken face uses the second stage return blade. Looking at the opponent, Lei Luo made a surprising statement again, causing both Tia Haribal and Ulquiorra to widen their eyes. Chapter 383_Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra was originally ordered to guard the Void Knight Palace in the Void Circle, but when he was patrolling around, he suddenly felt the call of Aizen, so he immediately opened the world where Haichi came. However, as soon as he came over, he found Tia Haribal who was about to betray, and when he made his move, he heard many amazing words from Lei Luo. He is the only one of the 10 blades who can return to the second stage. This secret, apart from creating his Aizen, he believes that even other people who have broken the face of the 10 blades at the same time will not know Akatsuki. What is the origin of this person? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be from the side of the god of death, but where did he get the information from? Ulquiorra didn't say anything on the surface. In fact, he had begun to have doubts in his heart. This was an exceptional state of mind for him, who represented the despair of mankind. No matter who you are, trying to instigate Aizen-sama's subordinates is absolutely unforgivable. Block it, Black Wing Demon. Ulquiorra said coldly. The weapon was instantly released, the spiritual pressure skyrocketed, and black spiritual pressure raindrops fell from the sky, but before contacting the god of death in the air, they disappeared without a trace. Behind it, a pair of black spiritual light wings growing behind it. Jet black wings were big enough to cover the sky. On the top of his head, two sharp horns resembling demons slowly grew, and the tear marks on his cheeks also became thicker and deeper. Probing out, the black nails have turned into sharp claws, and down, a pair of legs and feet that are completely different from human beings are looming under the cover of the robe. The dark spiritual pressure overflowed from the white robe, and it lasted like a dark fog, but all the gods of death with enough spiritual pressure could clearly perceive the thick despair emanating from Ulquiorra's body at this moment. Breath. Ah, so powerful, we have no chance of winning. The chief captain was restrained by Aizen, and the captains were also in a tough fight. After all, our death gods have failed, and Saranjay will soon be over. Ha ha ha, Court's soul realm is over. Death God has finally lost to Shu. Many spirits of death roared in pain, and their inner despair had been released by the Reiatsu emanating from Ulquiorra. At this time, their hearts are already full of despair, and it may not take too long before they will be defeated by their inner despair, lose themselves and become evil spirits, or simply lead to self-determination under the guidance of despair. Humph! Even a faceless man dares to play with people's hearts in front of this old man. A heavy and old voice resounded throughout the battlefield, accompanied by a stream of heat pouring into the hearts of many half-lost gods of death. Numerous gods of death suddenly woke up, looked at each other left and right, and found that most of the companions around were holding weapons on their necks. Captain Yamamoto. What happened to me just now? Why did you suddenly turn Fei Liuhu towards myself? Just a little bit, I'll be swallowed by the darkness in my heart and lose myself. These gods of death all felt the chills in their hearts, and when they looked at Ulquiorra who was confronting Lei Luo, their eyes were already filled with deep fear. Yamamoto Motoyanagi, although he rescued many Shinigami who were infected by Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure by releasing his spiritual pressure, he was successfully attacked by Aizen, who had been staring at him, and his back was attacked by Aizen. Aizen slashed a knife, and after Aizen, the fire-eating Prince Wanda Wise bit the left arm of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Saijokuni. Lei Luo was also shocked by Ulquiorra's performance. In the original book, Ulquiorra did not show his return blade when there were many people, and Lei Luo only judged his ability to return to the blade from his battle with the protagonist. In the original anime, Ulquiorra's return blade mainly increases his speed, defense and attack power. Even in a state of returning to the blade, these three attributes of Ulquiorra have surpassed Benkai's state. Kurosaki Ichigo. You know, in the original anime, the most intuitive performance of Kurosaki Ichigo's Benkai is that he can greatly increase his speed, attack and defense. Then, increase attack speed. The skill trick is Moon Kiba Sky Chong, which is a move to increase attack power. It can be said that the creator of the original anime has given Ulquiorra the best Benkai ability that he thinks. If we exclude the protagonist's various plugins, we can even think that Ulquiorra surpasses the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo in Benkai ability. Even in the original anime, the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo finally killed the 40th blade in front of him only after he opened his own plugin. And now, what Lei Luo has to face is Ulquiorra in such a state, and even judging from the surrounding situation, maybe Ulquiorra after returning to the blade is not only good in singles, but maybe better than him in group battles. The one-on-one match will make the gods of death a headache. The Gun of Thunder. After Ulquiorra returned to the blade, the sense of despair in his heart became stronger. At the same time, his spiritual pressure became much more terrifying than before. In the state of returning to the blade, everything around him has nothing to do with him. Even the face-breaking army of the same faction. Looking at Lei Luo and Hannibal in front of him, his heart did not fluctuate. The dark spiritual pressure gradually condensed into the shape of a spear in his palm, and at the moment when it formed with the spear, he threw it towards Lei Luo in the distance with his bare hands. Although the target of Ulquiorra's attack this time is only Lei Luo and Hannibal, but because the Reiatsu contained in the Thunder Spear is extremely terrifying, if his attack breaks out on the battlefield, it will only be Reiatsu. The shock wave that erupted was not only able to kill people on the death side in seconds. Run away. Ulquiorra is mad. Damn it. This guy doesn't distinguish between me and enemies, or we are not at all concerned by him. You know what you are, Ulquiorra in the state of the black-winged demon, but he doesn't recognize his 6 relatives, maybe except for Aizen-sama. He will only think that it is a kind of gift for that person when he kills everyone in this state. Release. The face-breaking army that was fighting against the god of death scurried into the distance, causing many gods of death to be stunned. However, after seeing the terrifying black flash of spiritual pressure, these gods of death made the same thing as the face-breaking army at the same time. Choice. Escape. The god of death and the broken face, who were still fighting endlessly, were surprisingly unanimous in their choices when faced with the death-threatening thunder spear. Although Hannibal was still standing behind Lei Luo, her heart was actually very anxious. After all, although the 10 blades were often at odds with each other, they still had some understanding of each other's abilities. Master, let's dodge a little bit. As far as I know, Thunder Spear is the strongest attacking skill that Ulquiorra can use when he returns to the blade, and its power is enough to kill a Captain Death head-on. Oh, then which one of his moves and your most powerful move has a higher attack power? Lei Luo turned his head with a smile, implying that Hannibal showed off his most powerful attacking skills. Chapter 384 Battle of the Name. Facing Lei Luo, Hannibal was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Master, do you want me to take on Ulquiorra? Yeah, for some reason, I've always been curious about how your 10 blades are ranked, because in the information I know, your strength doesn't seem to be stronger than Ulquiorra, even excluding his 2 Duanguiran. Lei Luo was too lazy to lie, so he just said what was in his heart, although Hannibal might feel uncomfortable doing so. Since the master has such a question, then I will show my strength. My sword has long been hungry. Hannibal was naturally displeased with Lei Luo's statement, but his words were useless, and he had to show his ability to be convincing enough. Broken Waterfall. Now that he had decided to make a move, Hannibal didn't stop. He came to Lei Luo in 2 steps, and the long white knife in his hand slashed diagonally. With the huge waves surging, boundless water vapor came out from the shark's gills in the mountains behind the emperor. Rolled towards the thunder spear. Chi-chi-chi. The 2 forces collided between Lei Luo and Ulquiorra, and there was no violent explosion as expected. The thunder spear had the absolute upper hand at the beginning, easily dispersing the huge waves released by Hannibal. To both sides, and the thunder spear continued to advance, it still advanced several meters in front of Lei Luo. However, the momentum behind the giant waves is endless. Although the front waves are scattered, the rear waves are still fierce, and the momentum of the thunder spear is constantly being weakened. It is in response to the proverb that the back waves push the front waves in the Yangtze River, and one wave is stronger than the other. When the thunder spear was silently extinguished in the huge waves, Ulquiorra's black wings flapped behind his back, avoiding the huge waves and flying towards Hannibal in the form of black light. Although the 10 blades is ranked below Hannibal, this is not important to Ulquiorra. His name in the 10 blades has determined that he is difficult to be interested in anything. Even if the strength is ranked at the bottom of the 10 blades, it has nothing to do with him even if he is not among the 10 blades. Desperate people, even life. It is meaningless to them. Ring. Seeing Ulquiorra approaching, Hannibal snorted lightly, and the king shark in his hand stopped spraying water, and the figure disappeared instantly. Boom. A loud bang sounded several meters away in front of Lei Luo, and in the overflowing spiritual pressure, a pitch-black spear and a large white sword pressed against each other. After a while, the 2 fighting faces separated, and then collided quickly. Both sides of the battle were using Ring Zhuan to move, so the attack speed was quite fast. It's hard to see their attack moves. In the battle between the 2 sides, Lei Luo quickly found the shortcomings of Hannibal. Her attack method is too simple, and most of her attack skills are related to water, which makes her skills relatively weak and unable to quickly solve the enemy in a short time. But Hannibal also has her own advantages, that is, her defense is quite good. Even if Ulquiorra's attack after returning to the blade, it is difficult to break through the giant water curtain sprayed by the queen in her hand. It's no wonder that Hannibal was seriously injured by Aizen himself in the anime. If she were to fight Hitsugaya Toshiro again, I'm afraid that the complete Bankai of Hitsugaya Toshiro would have been exposed to Aizen. If Ulquiorra doesn't have a second-rank return blade, then Hannibal's ranking third in the 10 blade is well deserved, but... Lei Luo looked at the battlefield. At this time, the two sides of the battle were already standing on both sides. After looking at each other, Ulquiorra raised his right hand and pinched the Black Thunder Spear in his hand. Ulquiorra's spiritual pressure instantly soared as the pitch-black spiritual energy spread to the surroundings. Second stage return to the blade. The tone is still light, without the slightest emotion. As Ulquiorra opened the second stage of returning to the blade, his upper body clothes immediately turned into a spiritual child and disappeared, and black liquid began to flow out of his eyes, which slowly flowed along the tears under his eyes, and finally disappeared in the void. After a while, Ulquiorra's tears changed from 1 to 2, the whites of his eyes also turned green at the same time, and the pupils also became similar to the pupils when the mask was blurred. From the abdomen to the legs, the arms and back quickly grew black feathers. The robe that disappeared from the upper body was divided into 2 halves at the back of the lower body. The wings behind it were fully opened, and bat-like claws grew. At the moment of forming, a demon tail that can be freely controlled grows behind it at the same time. At the same time, the horns of the devil on his head began to grow and become pointed upwards, and a bony object similar to a knife grew on the tip of his tail. Sharp claws appeared on the exposed toes, and the hollow hole in his chest became larger. A strange black pattern appears in the virtual hole to the abdomen. Roar. As if to vent the skyrocketing Reiatsu, Ulquiorra roared for the first time after completing the transformation. The Reiatsu surged out as it roared, forcing Hannibal, who was closest to him, to take a few steps back. As this, the second stage of returning to the sword. Hannibal looked horrified. This was the first time she saw the second stage return blade of the broken face, and she felt both envy and fear in her heart. This level of Reiatsu, it's as heavy as an ocean above the sky, and it's as powerful and special as any Reiatsu I've experienced so far. If I understand the second stage of returning to the blade, can I also have such a level of spiritual pressure? Hannibal lost his mind in an instant, and his face was broken. Even if he had awakened the wisdom of human beings, his essence was still empty. Therefore, in the face of the overwhelming power displayed by his peers in front of him, he had an infinite longing in his heart. The gun of thunder. It was still the spear of thunder, but this time, the jet-black spear condensed by Ulquiorra made Hannibal feel deep fear. I can't stop the Reiatsu that lingers on the pitch-black spear like the ocean. Hannibal seemed to have seen her end. When the pitch-black spear shot at her, Hannibal, who was the 30th blade, chose to give up resistance, because she knew that she could not stop the surge. Moving the spears of death and despair. Don't worry, as my subordinate, it's hard to want to die. Lei Luo's voice sounded behind Hannibal, like a long drought land encountering nectar, and Hannibal suddenly had a longing for life in his heart. Master, save Hannibal. As the 30th blade of the broken face, Lei Luo was stunned by Hannibal's performance at this time. Like a little woman, Hannibal turned to look at Lei Luo, her eyes full of longing for life, and her tone of voice was soft and waxy, which was very different from her previous performance. This change almost didn't make Lei Luo feel that he had auditory hallucinations. If Matsumoto Ranju, the beauty of death, spoke in such a tone, maybe Lei Luo would take her into his arms for a while, but Hannibal suddenly said this with such a tone, it almost turned Lei Luo into a monk. Chapter 385_Sharp Turn. Just when Lei Luo felt inexplicable, the situation on the battlefield suddenly became weird. All the captains of the God of Death were stunned in place at the same time, and after a few seconds, the captains of the God of Death turned their heads at the same time, facing their side. The camp partners rushed over. Boom. Call out. For a time, the captains on the Death God's side fought with each other, and several captains of the death god who were slightly weaker even met and were knocked out by their enemies. Ah! Damn! In just a short moment, the leader of the death god killed and injured several people in a row, and the rest who were still standing in the air were also injured. Lei Luo looked at everything in front of him, and suddenly understood what was going on. He turned to look at Aizen, who was holding Yamamoto Yuanliu Saijokuni in the distance. Sure enough. At this time, Yamamoto Motoyanagi was trying his best to release his spiritual pressure, but with the fire-devouring prince by his side, his extremely hot spiritual pressure could not spread to too many places, and he was only protecting his body. Only a few meters around. At this time, Aizen had already left the battle circle, and the Zanpakudo Kyoka Suzuki in his hand was being held in his hand with the tip of his sword pointing down. Anyone who has read the original work knows that when Aizen's Zanpakudo is seen Shikai once, the person who sees Shikai will be controlled by the five senses, so when Aizen puts the tip of the knife down and casts Shikai again, the five senses will be completely manipulated by Aizen. Among the Shinigami, all Shinigami captains have seen Aizen's Shikai, so this situation can only mean that Aizen is ready to launch the final attack. Sure enough, Aizen with the blade pointed downward, saw Captain Death's death, wounded, grinned, opened up in a blink of an eye, and disappeared into the battlefield. After a while, a few small Yan Yuhi's blood flowers disappeared from a daze. Captain Death, who was on guard around him, appeared on his body. Although the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly, the scene in front of them still made many Grim Reapers stare blankly. The one who had the great advantage in Lei Luo's dazzling performance, the situation turned sharply down in a moment. Now the Grim Reaper, except for Shigekuni Yamamoto, the commander-in-chief of the Shinigami, everyone else had already fallen into the air. A group of ants also want to stop me from creating Wang Jian. It's really beyond their own power. Aizen stood in the void and looked down at the entire Kakuzumaki, her eyes twinkling. As expected of Urahara Kazuki, he even tossed out a giant gate that transferred the entire empty town to the Soul Realm. Call out. I saw Aizen wielding a knife in front of him, and a pitch-black piercing gate appeared in front of him. Where I want to go, no one can stop me. Stepping into the gate of crossing the world one step, at the moment Aizen's figure was about to disappear, a blade instantly penetrated Aizen's chest. In the distance, Ichi Silvermaru, who was restraining Yamamoto Motoyanagi, opened his squinted eyes, and it was the Zanpakudo in his hand that penetrated Aizen's chest. Finally, and I can't live anymore. Aizen turned her head diagonally, and looked at Ichi Silvermaru in the distance from the corner of her eyes. Yeah, I've been waiting for this moment for too long, and today I can finally make you pay for what you've done. How does it feel to watch your goal be reached but suddenly fail? Captain Aizen. The corner of Shi Silvermaru's mouth smirked, but his tone was freezing. As a famous undercover agent in the world of Shinigami, Ichi Silvermaru finally revealed his true purpose when Aizen was about to achieve his goal. Ichi Silvermaru, I have been waiting for this moment to come, to be pierced by your Zanpakudo to prove the value of Bengyu. When he spoke, Aizen's body began to change. I saw that his body was divided into two, and he quickly left after being hit by the Zanpakudo stab of the city Silvermaru. After that, the body wounds healed quickly, and he didn't see any movement. Came to the city of Silvermaru. As a reward for helping me evolve, I grant you a happy death. The gate of crossing the world opened again, and Aizen walked past the city's Silvermaru, without a single stop. In the real Kakuza town, Aizen was not walking in the void, and all the gods of death who blocked him had been wiped out by him, including several vice-captains of the squad who had not gone to the world. Looking at the humans sleeping on the road and in the house, Aizen looked cold, and a light blue ball quickly appeared in the palm of his hand. Bengyu, let Wang Jian be born. As if to understand what Aizen was thinking, Bengyu flashed in the air, and then a dazzling blue light erupted. The entire city was soon shrouded in blue light projected by Bengyu. In the blue light, the sleeping humans were unknowingly sucked dry of their souls. At the same time, beside Bengyu, a key flashing white light gradually took shape. When the key was formed, the entire Seraiti seemed to be quiet, and at that moment, the white light key seemed to have become everything in the entire Seraiti. Aizen's mood also became very excited when the key was formed. With the Wang key, he could rush into the Lingwang Palace and replace the Lingwang. Coupled with the collapsed jade in his hand, he will become the first Wang Shu to disappear, and there will be an existence that unifies the soul world, the spiritual court and even the present world. Just thinking about it made Aizen feel so excited, so that a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void around him, and he was not aware of it. You think a bit too much, and Wang Jian should still be handed over to someone like Shang Shang. Lei Luo walked out of the gate, turned into golden light and came directly to Wang Jian, and held Wang Jian in his hand. After waiting for so long, I finally got the king key. Holding the Wang key, Lei Luo was very excited. With this, he could find the Spirit King, break the seal at the bottom of hell, and save his son in the pirate world. You dare! Lan Ran's angry eyes seemed to him that he was not worried about Bengyu being robbed, because Bengyu had integrated with him when he helped him evolve for the first time. No matter who took Bengyu, he could recall it with a single thought. Sure enough, when Wang Jian under Lei Luo wanted to reach out and snatch Bengyu, Bengyu flashed away, returned to Aizen's body, and at the same time helped Aizen evolve another level. A pair of fleshy wings grows out slowly behind Aizen, each with a pair of eyes at the ends. Aizen's body is also wrapped in a layer of white meat at the same time, and the head is completely covered, leaving only a large mouth of blood. There. The eyes on the fleshy wings turned, and Lei Luo was quickly identified as the target. The bloody mouth opened wide, and a blue spiritual bullet similar to a virtual flash gradually condensed and formed, shooting towards Lei Luo with a terrifying spiritual pressure. Effortlessly dodging the blue spirit bullet, Lei Luo no longer retained his strength. The Pluto cloak was added, the Godzilla outfit was turned on. A pair of bloody Yuhi Mangekyo Rinnegan stared at Aizen, who turned into a monster, and Higher Inmaru in his right hand also turned into the ice, and snow dragons are flying around, bringing snowflakes down. Chapter 386_Wish. The battle broke out in an instant, and the monster-shaped Aizen, Reiatsu, is extremely terrifying, and when you open your mouth, you can spit out a powerful blue spiritual bullet, and its power is no less than the tailed beast bomb released by 10 Tails in Hokage. However, Lei Luo, who was in the Godzilla costume, did not take him too seriously. He saw his right hand raised, and the surrounding ice and snow dragon quickly formed an ice wall in front of him, throwing the blue spirit bullet. Blocked. Moreover, the terrifying spiritual energy contained in the blue spirit bullet was frozen even before the ice wall. At this time, Lei Luo, using Higher Inmaru, could already create an ultra-low temperature of absolute zero for attack and defense. Broken Road 96. Black Coffin. The monster-like Aizen roared in the sky, and along with the pitch-black wall rising from the ground, Lei Luo was instantly sealed in the black coffin. Break. But before Aizen was happy, Lei Luo smashed the black coffin and jumped out of it, coming to Aizen. I'm too lazy to spend time with you here. I saw Lei Luo's eyes widen, and the demonic illusion of Samsara Sharingan was activated, instantly pulling Aizen's consciousness away. But in just a moment, Aizen's eyes regained their brilliance. Little demonic illusion, useless to me. Aizen, who is assisted by Bengyu, waits for another consciousness to help him in real time, so he will not be easily misled by any hallucinogenic skills. Shish. The meat wings behind him fluttered, and 3 large-mouthed meat strips sprang out from the wings, and the Godzilla costume wrapped around Lei Luo continued to eat. It turned out to be eating the psionic power to maintain Godzilla's outfit. Immediately understood the attack method of these meaty wings with large mouths, Lei Luo took out Higher Inmaru again and froze the 3 pieces of meat into ice cubes. The frozen area began to spread to Aizen along the meat strips, and Aizen hurriedly stepped back, and decisively cut off the connection between the meat strips and his own body. Boom. When Aizen was retreating, a soft sound came, and a crack appeared in the white flesh membrane covering Aizen's head, which seemed to be a chain reaction, and the crack quickly spread to Aizen's entire body. Is it going to evolve again? Lei Luo knew that if he wanted to kill Aizen in his current state, he could only use absolute power to defeat his beliefs and prevent Bengyu from continuing to evolve. Aizen of Jade admits. To do this, Lei Luo is confident that he has this ability now. The falling heart flame in the body burned wildly, and the power poured out continuously and merged into the higher Enmaru in his hand. Seemingly feeling Lei Luo's mood, the ice and snow dragon Yangtian transformed into by higher Enmaru let out a silent roar. His body instantly soared, and his body instantly enveloped the entire vacant town. What kind of power is this? The terrifying Reiatsu suppressed the re-evolved Aizen. He thought that after breaking the cocoon, he could overwhelmingly defeat Lei Luo's Aizen, and his body felt the terrifying Reiatsu surrounding him, as if it would be torn apart at any time. In such a terrifying spiritual pressure, Aizen's beliefs could not help but shake a little, and Bengyu, who was perfectly integrated with him, also showed signs of detaching from his body. Ice Dragon broken. With a thought, the giant dragon that higher Enmaru transformed into circled around Lei Luo's head, and then slammed towards Aizen in the distance. The materialized Reiatsu froze everything at the scene with absolute zero. Higher Enmaru was liberated once again on the basis of Bankai, the true meaning of Zanpakuto's soul was released, and the outbreak of Terror Reiatsu formed the biggest cold wave in the history of Seoraiti. The entire Kakuza town was frozen in an instant. Not only that, the cold wave was endless, rolling and surging all around, over the barrier set up by the gods of death guarding Kakuza town, and spread to the adjacent Liuhun Street. Countless souls living in Liuhun Street were frozen by the cold wave, and those who were lucky enough to escape the killing of Aizen and hid in Liuhun Street to communicate were not spared either. Boom! The cold wave surged forward, crossed the Street of Souls, and was about to reach the Serange in the center of the Soul World, but was stopped by a huge transparent barrier. The transparent enchantment flickered with light, and the cold aura surged. The two only stalemate for a moment, and a crack appeared in the enchantment that blocked the cold current. In the Seraiti, all the Shinigami left behind exclaimed in surprise. They all saw the previous scene. The cold wave that shattered the barrier that guarded the Seraiti had become the source of the end of the age of Shinigami in their eyes. As the cold wave passed by, many gods of death could not resist the low temperature of the cold wave even if all the spiritual pressure erupted. They were instantly frozen and turned into crystal human-shaped ice sculptures. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lan Ran's eyes were horrified, and she finally faced the ability of Zanpakuto, the first ice element in the Soul Society for the first time. This is an ultimate Zanpakuto that is comparable to Zenka no Tachi in the hands of Yamamoto Motoyanagi. It has not been able to show such power before, because Hitsugaya Tashiro's Reiki upper limit is not enough. The frost dragon hovering above his head, surrounded by a Godzilla costume, Lei Luo flashed to Aizen and looked at the boss, the villain of the God of Death, who had returned to the original appearance of the God of Death. Bang Yu, who lost contact, used Wang Jian to leave the Soul Realm. Ling Wang, I'll meet you right now. In the Dead Soul world, Lei Luo found the sealed door leading to the Lingwang Palace from the Jingling Court. After using the Wang key, the door opened, and dazzling white light seeped out from it. Under the light, Lei Luo noticed it seems that there are eyes looking at him from the door. The gods of death of the Zero Team, don't hide and hide, come out together, and the service will end sooner. The golden light flashed, and Lei Luo, who was in Godzilla, did not stop, and stepped into the open door. When he reappeared, he was already in a group of palaces. On the opposite side, there were 4 figures watching Lei Luo on alert. The main army, Ikibe, Kirin Temple, Tenshiro, Shutara, Senjumaru, Urmea, Wang Yu. Lei Luo said from the faces of the 4, and called out their names one by one, which surprised the 4 of them for a while. They haven't been active in the spiritual garden for a long time. Since they became members of Team Zero, their daily life is completely carried out in the Spirit King Palace. Except for Old Man Yamamoto and several other senior gods of death, they should not, there will be new gods of death who will know their names. But the four of them were not curious. After all, Lei Luo's heir at this time was not goodwill, and the four of them didn't act immediately, just because they didn't want to destroy the crossing gate leading to the Lingwang Palace in Jingling Court. Now that the piercing gate has been closed, the four of them no longer hesitate, and each takes out their Zanpakuto and prepares to kill Lei Luo. Seeing the electric light flint, Lei Luo's mind moved, and the blue light of Bengyu suddenly appeared, and he instantly merged with Lei Luo. At this moment, the falling heart flame and Bengyu in Lei Luo's body also changed, and the two actually merged in an instant. He got up, and in an instant, the spiritual power in Lei Luo's body soared hundreds of times. Withdrawing it to the outside world, the Godzilla attire that enveloped Lei Luo expanded thousands of times, and 1 foot already occupied less than half of the Lingwang Palace, and before it moved, half of the Lingwang Palace had collapsed into ruins. Before Yibei and the others could escape, Lei Luo had already stepped on his feet. The poor members of Team Zero, no matter how strong they were, could not resist Lei Luo's fusion of Bengyu and 100% of Bengyu. Later strength. Next, Lei Luo stretched out his hand, and the remnant of the Spirit King that was sealed in the central palace broke through the seal, and was directly held by Lei Luo in the palm of his hand. It seems that he was attacked by Lei Luo's strong spiritual pressure, and the Spirit King, who had been sleeping all the time, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at his situation, King Ling was startled at first, and then he saw clearly the underworld robe on Lei Luo, with a clear look in his eyes. Without saying a word, King Ling had a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. His thought of becoming Wangshu was nothing but an empty dream after all. Lei Luo was also too lazy to think of the Spirit King's crooked thoughts. He clenched his palms slightly, and pinched the weak Spirit King to death in his hands. With the death of the Spirit King, the gate of hell appeared behind Lei Luo, and the gate of hell was opened, and the breath from the bottom of hell drifted out. Those who were tortured at the bottom of hell were for the first time from the bottom of hell saw the light. And Lei Luo, from the gate of hell, noticed some kind of breath that could wake up his son.